Hello, MGTOW. Hello, man. This is Howard Dare. Thanks for stopping by. So, this is the Dark Triad personality test and discussion podcast, right? I have to remind people that it's a podcast, that it's not a scripted video, that it's happening live, and we'll be here for a little while. You know what I mean? We'll be here for an hour and a half, 2 hours, because what I'll do is I'll talk about some things, general things, right? I won't get straight to the point. Then I'll talk about the point. Then I'm going to read an article. Then we're going to do the Dark Triad personality test, okay? Let's see where everybody rates, and where they are on the personality test. And then I'll invite you guys in, and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, or we could talk about these, personality things. So that's the plan, right? And I'm sure that we won't be doing anything like that. Those are some of, I'm getting some complaints or criticisms, as it were, regarding my recent podcast efforts. And I do take them seriously, and mostly like not getting to the point, rambling on for too long, couple things like that, and I'm making some mistakes, so I admit that, but in some instances the people are just being unreasonable. They're not understanding, like they're coming into the podcast late and they're not realizing that I spoke about the subject and things like that. But yeah, like my previous podcast, Are Women Faking It with You? I spoke about the subject, but not too much. And then I just opened up the podcast and we just spoke about whatever. And it was a good idea, right? For a podcast. And some people were upset. They wanted to hear more about it. So I tried to make a video about it today, and I did, and I uploaded it, but there were just some mistakes in it, some serious mistakes that I made, and I just couldn't leave it up. I wanted to, because I felt like everybody would have forgiven me the mistakes, and it still had good information in it, but it was just, no, I couldn't do that. So, this is part of the MGTOW process of becoming stronger and building up, and this is what I was talking about. These are not just individual podcasts. This whole thing they're all related, the content that we're doing, the hangouts that we're having, the people that are coming in, the things that we're building up. These are all related towards making men strong again, right? And we're coming at it from these multiple angles, from this physical angle, from the psychological angle, from financial angle, from an emotional angle. And we're coming at it, from two prongs, where there's the series of things that we need to do in order to become strong, and there's the series of things that we need to stop doing in order to become strong, like worshiping women, right? You need to stop doing that, and setting your own goals that are independent of others. You need to start doing that and pursuing that and recognizing the value in that and getting your reward and, sense of satisfaction and accomplishment through setting and achieving your own goals. So you might be like, hey, I want to do a painting, that's 16 by 9 that does, realistic colors on a setting sun. That's it. That's what I want to do. And it's like, so if you describe it to your girlfriend or to your father or something like that, he's like, that's a waste of time. You're an idiot. Right. But for you, that's an important goal. This is an advancement in your skill, in your toolkit. And unless you really do it, unless you really put yourself into it, like if you just half-ass it, you're not going to feel any real sense of accomplishment. You're not going to develop any real skills. So we don't even have the proper focus in a lot of issues here. Now, that was one of the criticisms, that I didn't get to the point and that I just go off on other things. So going to try to make at least the first part of the podcast a little bit more structured, right? Because this is part of the process as well. Being able to take criticism, being able to own your mistakes, to say, yeah, okay, I was careless. I thought it was going to be a little easier. I didn't prepare enough. I'm sorry. To admit it, to own it, own your failure, and then you can correct it, and then you can move on. So this is not an easy process. You know what I mean? Like if you want to be comfortable and take it easy and, be satisfied with yourself, I don't know if MGTOW is the best way to go. You might just want to like pair up with some girl, and tell her she's beautiful and that you love her no matter what. And then she'll tell you you're a good man, right? As long as you keep giving her money and she doesn't get bored. And then you can like live in fear that she will remove her approval. Right? You can control people. Once you know what people want, like female approval, you can control them. And some people, based on these dark triad personality, traits, that's what they do. They're not, forthright, honest, open people that are working hard. That's not how they interact with the world. They manipulate, they lie, they don't care about other people. They have ridiculous ideas about themselves. They can't confront the truth about themselves. These are the traits that they have. So you need to be able to recognize these personality types and these character traits, and then know up front that there's nothing you're going to be able to do with it to repair it. You know what I mean? It's like a broken rifle. And it's like, well, what's wrong with it? It's like, well, the firing pin is just a little damaged. It's like, okay, well, I can fix that, right? We have the parts for that. And it's like, well, what's wrong with that one? And it's like, well, the entire internal mechanism, it's just destroyed inside. There's no way the whole, it's like, well, shit, we don't have a machine shop. We can't fix that. Scrap it, use it for parts. Can't be repaired. So you need to be able, as harsh as this is, to be able to look at people and to be able to, make those kind of assessments. And if you associate with the wrong types of people, you're going to get sick. You're going to get screwed over. You're going to get the wrong kind of mental ideas. They're going to be manipulating you. They're going to drag you down the wrong path. They're going to do all kinds of terrible things with you. And, if you're a good guy trying to get ahead, it's going to hurt even more. So it's a difficult situation, right? So I can't just get right to the point. That's the point of these podcasts, okay? The situation that men are facing is a little bit more complicated than that. It's not just, cut and dry. Here's what you got to do, and you'll be okay. You have to recognize these character traits in people, in women. You have to recognize the weakness within the man himself to, want to get the approval of the woman. In other words, she says, wow, that's a really nice shirt. You're really good at picking out clothes. I've never met a guy like you who could pick out a shirt so nice. And the guy's like, even if he knows it's a lie, and even if it's like, oh, well, he just, bought her $100 dinner, so she's just trying to say nice things. So he knows it's a lie, but it still triggers all of his feel-good chemicals. And he still becomes addicted to that feeling. And if he's weak, okay, if his immune system is weak, he will associate those feelings with that particular woman even faster. I'm pretty sure that the healthier a man is, the less likely he is to fall in love with a particular woman. To just recognize, oh yeah, those are the feel-good chemicals that get triggered, through the sexual response and by the approval of women. And I can get that from any woman. And I can, get it from sort of almost any sort of circumstance. So imagine that. Imagine having that sort of strength and control in your own life. That the very internal chemicals that drive you in your life, that you could actually have control of those and dictate what they are, how strong they are, and when they kick in. And it's no joke, right? When lizards get into, like a mating competition about which one of them can hold their head up longer and higher, okay? The loser doesn't just walk away. He walks away and he dies. It kills him. And it's not like, it's just the whole hormonal response. It just destroys him. And you look at the territorial fish, the South American cichlids, okay? That's CHILDES, I believe. The dominant one who marks out the territory, he gets colorful like a rooster, like he gets colorful fins and tails and things like that. All the other males, they just kind of remain in this gray color, their whole lives. And if you just take out the dominant male, like no fighting or anything like that, you just take him out and move him, just get rid of him, whatever. The next highest up fish, boom, takes over the territory and develops those colors. This is like about as serious as it can get regarding your well-being and happiness and effectiveness in life. That's how serious it is. You get involved with the wrong girl, you get involved with the wrong people, you start adopting their values, well, then you're going to be gray for the rest of your life. Yeah, you like that? Just some gray little fish that like is always scared and never taking chances. That's what I'm saying, right? You can't really script it out. You have to talk about it. So the difference between a podcast and a scripted video, and I'm going to make more mistakes too, you know, in the live open format. So I can't be faulted completely for that. You know, as long as I'm recognizing them and doing things that I can to correct them, that's it. You know, the thing isn't, can you do something? And I want you to be able to apply this to your life too. The question isn't, can you do something perfectly? The question is, can you do something? And when you make a mistake, can you recognize the mistake, continue doing it, and correct the mistake, you know, and just move on? It's like practicing music, you know, your fingers learn the patterns. You know, at first it's very difficult. You can't do it. But it gets, with practice, it gets a little easier until eventually, you know, your fingers, your body has the pathways that it needs and the level of control. But you're not born with that level of control. You don't just have the ability to, you know, play these ridiculous chords and stuff like that. You have to teach your hand to move into those shapes. And then you have to practice. And then gets, you know, you can do it. And then you can do it quickly and easily. And then you can do it quickly and easily at will without any sort of sound or change up, you know, effortlessly. So there you go. You know, so that's what we're striving towards. And it's actually kind of nice to see, right? I don't mean to ramble. I'm just waiting for people to show up and get notification of the podcast and things like that. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure that I share this over on Facebook. And if you guys don't mind, go ahead and also share this over on Facebook. No, you probably can't do that. You probably can't do that because it would be shared out to like your boss and stuff like that. So don't do that. I'm just, you know, doing a couple things in the background. They take a little time. Okay, we're doing good. People are showing up. The Dark Triad personality test and discussion. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Yeah, I believe they can. Right? It would be, well, okay. I've done it before. Just sat around doing the podcast. Like, no, nobody could hear you. They're just, you know. So I appreciate the feedback, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm in a place where I can accept that feedback too. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. You have to be in a place where you can, you know, accept feedback. Hey, Andrew, thanks for stopping by. What's up? Lethal MGTOW is here. Enclave Harden. That's a pretty cool name. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. MH. All right there. My MGTOW brothers. Respect to the HD. That's Howard Dare. Yeah, I prefer to be just called HD. I really do. You know. I'm not crazy about Howard. Yeah, Lethal MGTOW. Women are cock receptacles, plain and simple. Well, yeah, you know, and as I would put it, you know, you have the pole and she has the hole. So there you go. But you got to be careful, right? I think I came up with that as a response to John, you know, from MGTOW's Freedom. You have the penis. So I was like, yeah, you have the pole and she has the hole. It's better if you can do things that rhyme. It helps people remember the things, you know. Sandman comes up with a good rhyme at the end of each one of his videos. It's very smart. Okay, I won't talk about that. Papa MGTOW says, howdy, MGTOW brothers. NYC Korean MGTOW says, what's up? Fanzo. Is Fanzo here? Where's Fanzo? Oh, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Fanzo. I appreciate it. So yeah, if you guys have some questions, you can just toss them out there. I'm going to read an article about, dark triad personality traits and, the pros and the cons. And then we're going to take a dark triad personality test, find out, how dark you really are. And then I'll just open up the floor, to other people and stuff like that. So let me know. And I'm just waiting, for people to show up, things like that. People listening to this, they'll be yelling at me and shit like that. It's like, you have to get right to the point, man. I don't have this kind of time. It's like, you don't understand. I was just going through the comments here. Yeah, I'm in Arizona, which, in desert time, it's like hell sometimes. And that's from Cinco de Flame. That's a cool name, too. There you go. Enclave Harden says, I eat red pills like candy. Just need more red pills. Well, you're getting them. You know what I mean? There's more and more MGTOW content producers out there putting stuff out and, coming at it from all points of view. And that's perfectly cool from the way I see it. It's like people think like, oh, they have to come up with some unique sort of new theories and shit like that to make a video. It's like, no, you don't. You can just talk about the stuff as you see it from your point of view in your own voice. And that'll reach out to people that would not hear it otherwise. Believe me, right? Like if you're in France and you speak out on this stuff, it's going to the people in France mostly. And they're the ones who are going to be able, to understand the language and the subtleties of what you're talking about even better. So the more the better, right? That's how I see it. And there are some new MGTOW content producers, and they're coming at it from all different points of view, all different types of personalities. It's great stuff. It's also very competitive, right? So this is a hell of a time for me to be doing new stuff. So I need your support. We need your support here at the Howard Dare channel, right? Unless we do this some way, we will eventually disappear, no matter how successful we are. So, and I don't want to see that happen. I'm focused. Well, just trying to reach out to men with a positive message on a regular basis and then give them a place to come into as well on a regular basis, consistently with improving quality, and reaching more and more men because there is this need for it. It's kind of like setting up a triage center in a battlefield, right? It's like, well, what are you doing? That's a crazy idea. It's like, no, it's not. It's a pretty good idea. It's like, I might not be the best person to carry it out, right? But I'm here, so not bad. Non-luminous Flame says, Howard Dare, both of my parents were both borderline or worse. Yeah. That's the whole thing that that's part of the question. It's like, I don't think you get to be, like this perfect sort of healthy person in a corrupt world. Like, I don't know how well that would benefit you, right? So if you're completely free of these dark triad personality traits, man, you're dog meat. You're not going to get by at all. You're going to you're going to lose those traits really at a very, very early age. So it's not like, oh, these things are bad. Getting back on subject. Yeah, hit the like, subscribe. I'm sure that super chat is working. Yeah, I do like the bitch series. Andrew suggests to do more on the bitch series. I will, because I think that men need to be, ready for the whole idea of just the random, wild, crazy bitch encounter that turns physical. I think all men kind of need to have it in the back of their mind, that this could happen, that a woman could just become physical with me. And even though you could answer, physically very easily, chances are that would be like the worst thing that you could possibly do. So it's like men have to be prepared for the idea of a crazy woman or like a crazy man, like an Antifa, or a social justice warrior, right? Like that one little boy who's screaming, "You're a white male." And it's like, so are you. So you have to be ready for that type of, hostile, aggressive, in your face confrontation from these types of people, right? like the little Chinese girl who, goes chest bumping against the guy. And as she's doing that, the other guy just comes in from behind and just whacks him, and just takes him down. I mean, they're doing that on purpose. They're like causing a confrontation. This is Antifa tactics. And then another one of them is sneaking in and acting as if they were, just random act of retaliation, but it's all set up. And you can tell that it's all set up, right? So, damn, as a free person, as just a normal free individual, you have to be prepared for the idea that you're in the middle of a political demonstration and all of a sudden, and you're on the wrong side. You know what I mean? Like you're wearing a red hat. So it's like, holy shit. Now a bunch of masked college kids are coming after you. Yeah, so I definitely will do some more on that. Well, yeah. It's a podcast, people. I'm, trying to get people to hang out here. So go ahead and share. Did I share? No, I did not share. You bastard. Did you share? I'm sorry. I'm talking, trying to get, there you go. There's the echo. That should give you an idea. Well, it wasn't long enough for you to even know what I was talking about. Give you an idea as to the exact amount of delay. There's very little delay. Probably like 2 or 3 seconds after I say it, you're hearing it. Live now. There you go. I'm sharing. No, I don't mean like that. I mean, I'm actually, putting links out there for the podcast so that I can get more people in here because it feeds my personality. It feeds my narcissism, right? Until my narcissism gets up to a certain level, I just don't get enough, feel good chemicals. I just, it's horrible. There's no dopamine. I need my dopamine fix, right? And I'm developing a habit for doing podcasts and being successful at it. That's when I get my dopamine hit. And it doesn't really matter, And what I'm saying to you is that it doesn't really matter that you can get that same dopamine hit by dating a fat girl that's lying to you, that you're paying money to, right? Once the dopamine hit starts kicking in, boom, you just start associating her with it. And what I'm saying is that the lower the man's confidence is, the weaker that he is physically. And I literally mean the weaker that he is, like the antibiotics in his system, the antioxidants in his system, how healthy he is. The weaker he is, the more susceptible he is to thinking, oh, the only way that I have access to these feel-good chemicals is by paying this fat bitch to lie to me. Well, boom, and she knows exactly what she's doing. She's addicting him to, what he wants. And she at the same time is conditioning him against what he doesn't want. So it's like, well, you need to make more money. Otherwise I'm going to leave you. There were a lot of guys interested in me that made a lot more money. So the guy just gets stuck in this really horrible trap. And it's partially of his own making. You know what I mean? It's like of his own metabolism. It's like somebody who gets addicted to bad, cheap food, right? But it's the only thing that makes them feel good. So men get addicted to, fat, dishonest women that lie to them, right? And tell them that they love them and tell them, that they're, well, you know what I mean? They have to find that sense of validation, those values in some other area other than turning to a woman like that, because they do become addicted. Yeah. And it's a theory. The weaker he is, the weaker his immune system is, the more likely he is to call it love with one particular woman. So it really would be love sickness. And the woman kind of knows it. That's what she's doing. That's why she's pouting. That's why she says, you don't care about my feelings. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ramble and go off topic, but it's just the way it is. It's the nature of the beast. You can't control the wild podcast. Like, what am I going to do? Make people talk about, what I want them to talk about? I'll do it, damn it. I'm reserving the right to mute anyone's mic and to just take over at any given moment, especially if I'm recognizing any sort of heavy blue pill simpish behavior, to just say, ladies and gentlemen, this is Howard Dare interrupting the podcast to say this is the type of behavior that we need to avoid. And then unmute his mic and say, okay, keep telling us about your girlfriend and how she broke your heart. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just expressing, my inner thoughts here. I think I was being criticized for that, but I have a theory about that, right? I'm getting more critical trolls lately. Now, I'm still using their criticism to improve the production value here at the Howard Dare channel. And you are privy to that. You get to, see that happen. But I am sure of, I'm getting a little bit more hostility, from the general population, especially with these podcasts, right? Because damn, we're not messing around, It's like, I think I did like over 10 hours last week and I had to delete, like 3 or 4 hours. So it's like, oh, well, maybe he's just playing around at this, maybe he's not serious. It's like, no, we are quite serious. We are reaching out to men, and we are here on a regular basis, and we are talking about things that matter, and we are improving, and we are bringing other men into the discussion, right? And fucking trolls are just kicking up like crazy, coming in at your host, Howard Dare, and they're attacking him, and they're like, that was stupid. You need to get to the point. And it's like, you have no idea. You have no idea who you're, well, they have no idea who they're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't. No, I'm a really nice guy. I'm a really nice guy. I'm fair-minded. I try to be. I lose my temper once in a while. My feelings get hurt once in a while, and I respond, in a kind of like volatile manner. But for the most part, no, I'm pretty fair. I try to be. And I recognize that I need to, encourage that behavior. But you can't be tolerant of all people at all times. Right? As I said, you can please some of the people some of the time. You can please all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. And I'm afraid that's what men are kind of like getting roped into doing, so they can, so they can get their feel-good chemicals, so that, they can say, wow, you're a good man. It's like, we're going to take all the tax dollars from your country and sell out the future of your country and not support any of the important infrastructure of your country. We're going to take care of men from another country that hate your guts, and they have values that are completely antithetical to the values that created your civilization. So it'll destroy your civilization. Is that okay? Is that okay? You're a good man, aren't you? Sweden says yes. Germany says yes. Right? Any country that gives power over to women, they're bound to say yes. So it's this giant national shit test, right? It's the women of a nation cuckolding the entire nation, shit testing the entire nation, and the entire nation just saying, oh, okay, honey, whatever you say. And her saying, well, I say you're unfit for any sort of a genetic future. That's what I say. And she does. That's what she says. And when I say she says it, what I mean is that those are her actions. That's her behavior, right? Birth rate's all the way down. You know what I'm saying. It's true. It's correct. Okay. So let's get over to this article on the dark triad personality test and characteristics. And I just came across this and I thought, I would share it with you guys. Okay. And it's from Noam Spencer, PhD. This is over on Psychology Today, and I'll point to it in the description below. And here's the article. I'm going to read the article, and I think I'm going to talk about the article as I'm going along. Okay. Because okay. Confused about successful jerks? Get to know the dark triad, a primer on traits that most people reject, but some embrace. See, there you go, people. These are not all bad traits, right? Especially when you're in a competitive, dishonest, corrupt system. Okay, here we go. Imagine 2 types of people. Type 1 is selfish, dishonest, hostile, cold-hearted. Type 2 is generous, honest, friendly, and warm. Which one do you like better? Which one would you pick to be your boss, friend, or partner? Which type would you want your child to be and to befriend? Which type would you want to see succeed? My guess is that you and most people would choose type 2. And there's the paradox. If most people prefer type 2, why do we see so many successful, well-connected, and powerful people who are decidedly type 1? One way, and this is true, right? This is, what a lot of guys would call the bad boy syndrome, why the women like the bad boys, right? And not the nice guys. And this is why nice guys finish last. And this is why women don't like nice guys. It's related to this whole situation. Moving on. One way to understand this paradox is through the concept of the dark triad. The dark triad is a term used in psychology to describe 3 adverse yet functional subclinical personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Narcissism consists of dominance, motivation, a sense of entitlement, and perceived superiority combined with intolerance to criticism. You see? Now, I was extremely open to criticism earlier, people. This is me, when I was talking about, criticism. Okay. Machiavellianism includes facile social charm, deceitful behavior aimed at undermining others, and a reliance on manipulation. Okay, I don't have too much of that. I don't really work very hard to undermine others. I really don't. Moving on. Psychopathy shows itself in low or absent empathy, high impulsivity, heartless social attitudes, and interpersonal hostility. Taken together, the most powerful tendency underlying all 3 dark triad traits is a knack for exploiting others. Well, they say that like it's a bad thing. You have to be able to exploit others. Now, doesn't necessarily mean in a negative way, but it certainly means to your advantage and perhaps to their advantage as well. But certainly to your advantage. Yeah. Now, I don't lack empathy, but I am highly impulsive. I don't have a heartless social attitude, and yet I do have interpersonal hostility. So it's a mixed bag, Okay, carrying on. From an evolutionary perspective, otherwise socially dark traits may be selected if they confer an advantage. Psychologist Peter Johansson and colleagues argue that dark triad traits facilitate success in short-term mating. Subclinical psychopathy is associated with a lack of neuroticism and anxiety, which may facilitate the pursuit of one's goals through adverse conditions. Similarly, narcissism is associated with exaggeration. I'm sorry, people. And Machiavellianism is associated with being socially manipulative, both of which may aid in reaping benefits for oneself at the expense of others, especially in initial periods of acquaintance. Right? So these traits, they can confer an advantage, certainly in the early part of, meeting with people and social interactions. It stands to reason that just as they confer an advantage in the mating game, the absence of anxiety, coupled with a knack for self-promotion and a facility for social manipulation, will provide advantages in other competitive arenas, including business and politics. Exactly. There you go. And, I would point out to you guys, and this is a recurring theme in a lot of my videos, that this idea of saying, oh, you have to be a good guy. Oh, you have to sacrifice. Oh, you have to take care of others. Oh, don't you feel sorry for others? It's a manipulation. You're not supposed to feel too much of that. A little bit of that towards the people that you care about, that's fine. But this idea that, you're going to take care of everybody in the world, it's disgusting. And the man who pursues it, rarely does he, he can't really be strong. He becomes a servant. Okay, moving on. Indeed, research has suggested that narcissism correlates positively with salary, while Machiavellianism has been linked to career advancement and satisfaction. Some evidence suggests that psychopaths, are present in business leadership positions in a greater possession than their population base rate. No doubt, right? Yeah, these traits do confer a competitive advantage. And if you're in a corrupt world where people are cheating and lying and manipulating, and you were to just come at it with all of, these good traits, you'd be ripped to pieces every time. Every bet you'd make, whenever you lost, people would expect you to pay. But whenever you won, they would say, oh, we were just kidding around. Okay, moving on. In other words, the ability to put your own interests first, manage people's impressions of us, and pursue our goals with confidence may provide a route to success. Life is hard, and a measure of inner hardness is adaptive. Okay, so yeah, get strong, adapt. This isn't, some situation where we're all equal and we're all friends and they're going to take care of you as a man. Don't even have that thought. Get a little tougher. Understand they're trying to, they tricked you. They cheated you. And now you have to come back and build yourself back up and find your way back, and you've got to use some of these traits. That's how I see it. Continuing on. Alas, success achieved using Dark Triad comes at a cost to both self and often more acutely others, as Dark Triad traits are associated with problems, including unethical behavior, white-collar crime, lying, deception, and cyber aggression. Right? They're required to say that, ladies and gentlemen. They have to say that. In a recent review of the literature, 2013, Adrian Furam and colleagues wrote, all three of the Dark Triad admit prejudice against immigrants and, more generally, proclaim a social dominance orientation. All three are rated high in ruthless self-advancement. That's some really vague-ass bullshit. While they positively correlate with one another, each of the three Dark Triad traits also predicts different specific behavioral tendencies. For example, Machiavellians are more likely to plagiarize essays and avoid risky bets. Narcissists tend to be aggressive after an ego threat, and psychopaths bully others and are more likely to carry out revenge fantasies. Okay, that last paragraph really sounded like it was written by a woman. You know what I mean? It sounded like it was complete conjecture. Yeah, it really was. Interesting. It really did, it like a drop in, like you have to drop this into the whole article. Okay, continuing on. A 2012 meta-analysis of studies of the Dark Triad, DT, by Ernest O'Boyle and colleagues at the School of Business and Economics at Longwood University in Virginia examined the implications for job performance and counterproductivity work behavior, CWB, in 245 studies published between 1951 and 2011. They found that reductions in the quality of job performance were consistently associated with increases in Machiavellianism and psychopathy, and that CWB was associated with increases in all three components of the DT, the Dark Triad. CWT, right. Just rereading. Something else worth mentioning is I'm sure that they were studying workers and not exactly business owners, because I would think that the entrepreneurs would even have a higher, rate of the DT personality traits, Dark Triad personality traits. Okay, continuing. In their review, Fernham and colleagues assert one or more of the Dark Triad personalities invariably emerge in analysis of counterproductive behavior. They are evident in notions of toxic leadership, snakes in suits, and bad bosses. Such leaders typically derail somewhere down the line. Again, that sounds like a very feminine statement. You know what I mean? There's conjecture in there. There's criticism of these traits, questionable traits, as if there's this lack of appreciation of the environment in which they are. It's kind of like, oh, look, that rattlesnake wasn't nice to that other rattlesnake. Oh, look, that scorpion didn't give its food to that other scorpion. That's like, well, no, scorpions are not supposed to give their food. It's like, oh, that robber did not, lay down his gun and give all of his stuff to the other robber. It's like, well, they're not supposed to. So it's almost like this kind of naive, childlike innocence attitude towards it. That's kind of sickening, I think. Moving on. More recently, 2016, Andrew Harrison at the Cincinnati University College of Business and colleagues James Summers and Brian McEnany of Iowa State evaluated the effects of the dark triad on fraud intentions and behavior. They concluded psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism affect different parts of the unethical decision-making process. Narcissism motivates individuals to act unethically for their personal benefit and changes their perceptions of their abilities to successfully commit fraud. Machiavellianism motivates individuals not only to act unethically, but also alter perceptions about the opportunities that exist to deceive others. Psychopathy has a prominent effect on how individuals rationalize their fraudulent behaviors. See, that's what I was doing when I was saying we live in a corrupt world, so you have to have some of these traits. So there you go. Accordingly, we find that the dark triad elements act in concert as powerful psychological assonance to fraud behaviors. Early indicators. Yeah. Okay. And now dark triad traits may be measured in multiple ways. One or more popular instruments is a 12-item questionnaire nicknamed the Dirty Dozen, which was published in 2010 by Johnson of the University of West Florida and Gregory Webster of the University of Florida. Below are the questions. Items 1 through 4 measure Machiavellianism. Items 5 through 8, psychopathy. And items 9 through 12, narcissism, which are rated on a scale of 1, strongly disagree, to 7, strongly agree. The higher the score, the higher the dark triad tendencies. And we'll read through these questions. Just give me a second to check on a few things and remind you guys to, please like, share, comment, subscribe, donate, hit the share button. I'm pretty sure Super Chat is working. I'm not sure, but I'm positive that my whole PayPal link is working. That's on like all the videos because we need your support. Like I won't be able to continue doing my videos without it. I just won't. I mean, I'll do it and I can do it, but not very much motivation, and then when you consider that I want to like step up the operations and things like that, and there's costs involved and there's a lot of time involved, the podcasts are actually less time intensive than the videos, right? Like I did a video this morning, as I mentioned, and actually I didn't spend too much time on it. I should have spent more time on it. That was the problem. About 2.5, 3 hours for a 10-minute video, but I had to delete it. Right. So you really can't skimp even, you know what I mean? Like you might have to do 2 or 3 edits on the initial recording of it. And that's what I needed to do. I needed to double check it and then redo it. And I didn't. I just edited it and moved forward. And as a result, boom, have to delete it. So. Yeah, I felt like the initial study that was talking about the traits was written by a man. And then there were like these drop-in paragraphs that were like condemning. I don't know. That was like casting these traits in a masculine light. That's what I felt it was. So let me check in on you guys in the chat. Sorry, guys. There's going to be these pauses from time to time while I'm like trying to do 2 things at once, and I don't want to like electrocute myself because it could happen, right? I could just like, yeah, it's happened. Hey, Grizzly MGTOW's here. Thanks for stopping by. I was check out Grizzly's recent podcasts. They're really quite good. I was checking those out and I was hanging around. We've got a lot of new MGTOW content getting produced. I'm looking through the comments. If you get involved with the wrong type of, woman, a narcissist, she can really destroy your life. You're lucky. Like if men think like, oh, it's just going to be like pump and dump. They're just going to get together with some woman and then it's going to be like this great experience. And then they're going to move on. It's like, no, she's going to ruin your life. She's going to get what she wants. And if she doesn't, she's going to come after you, and she has all the tools to do it too. So if you are, getting in these relationships and just having this casual sex and then getting out of it and thinking that this is the way it goes, it's not. You got lucky. That's like, you ran out in traffic and played around and you didn't get hit. It's like, it was very thrilling. So you're going to go do it again. It's like, no, that's not a good idea. Yeah, it's the attitude of modern women, and how little value they place in men, and the society places in men. So they're willing to be very destructive towards the men, and they don't care. I was talking about institutional aggression, where the women are just perfectly willing to make up lies about men in the court system and just throw it out there, and it's like nobody cares. They even know that she's lying, and they just let her get away with it. So, if you want to talk about, dark triad personality traits, think about what it must mean to be a woman. You know what I mean? In a situation where people are just like saying, yeah, whatever you want. Oh, you're accusing him of a crime that he didn't commit? Oh, it's okay. We'll believe you. Ew. So imagine what kind of entitlement and personality that creates, right? So it was as if they were trying to portray these traits as masculine. And it's like, oh, yeah, these guys use it to get ahead in business. I don't think you guys appreciate. This is why it's so hard sometimes to talk. It's like, oh, you're trying to make money there. It's like, no, you don't understand. You have to make money to live, to buy food, and to pay your bills. The only person who would shame you for not making money is somebody who doesn't pay their own bills, i.e. not really a man. And that the boys get sold this line of, oh, you should just be sacrificing. Oh, you shouldn't be looking out for your own interests. Oh, you should be holding open the door. Oh, you should check your privilege. Oh, there's people who don't have it as good as you. All of these things to take away yourself, to just destroy your self-image and the male self-image. And it's like, oh, well, we're all the same and everybody's going through this. No, they're not. They're doing this to you. Okay. And you're letting them do it to you. Because you want to be friends. You want to get along with them. You don't want to, understand and realize, oh shit, you're completely fucking alone. That's it. Right? This is the message. This is one of the main messages of MGTOW. Right? So it's like even dangerous, like, when the person associates too strongly with MGTOW as a group. It's like, no, these are individual men going their own way. That's the true value here. And then those men who have successfully done that, then they come into MGTOW. And they share their experience and their knowledge. This isn't men who can't go their own way coming into a group of men and finding, and just hiding out there. Right. So that's, like when the boy's coming in and he's getting all upset and he's yelling at me and shit like that, and trying to tell me, well, I haven't been playing the guitar for very long. Okay. Well, not seriously. I don't go to a teacher and tell them, how to play the guitar. I don't do it. They've been playing for 20, 30 years. They know how to play. I listen to them. Anyway, so let's take that personality test so you guys can find out, if you have the dark triad personality traits. And score of 1 to 7. I'll take it 2. Just add up our scores here as we go along. Okay. And, 1 is you strongly disagree with the sentence, and 7 is you strongly agree with the sentence. Okay. So number 1, I tend to manipulate others to get my way. I'm giving that a, okay. Number 2, I have used deceit or lied to get my way. I'm recording my own scores. I don't know if I should share them with you as I go along. Okay, I've given myself a 5 on both of those, okay? I have done those things, right? I do those things. I'm not terrible with it, but I've done it and I'll do it again, and I know I will. Number 3, I have used flattery to get my way. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm going to have to go along with that. I have. Maybe not too much because I'm not too good at it. No, I'm pretty good at it. So I'm giving myself a 5 there. I tend to exploit others towards my own end. Actually, no, not so much. I got to go a little less on that. I don't want to hurt people. So, but I do it. Of course I do. Let's just say 4. Being hard on myself there. Question number 5. I tend to lack remorse. That's not true. I actually have a lot of remorse, guilt, and shit like that. So I'm going to give myself a 3 on that. I tend to be unconcerned with the morality of my actions. This is number 6. That's not true. I actually care a great deal about the morality of my actions, but at the same time, I don't judge the morality of my actions by the same criteria that other people use to judge theirs. In other words, I'm not looking for group approval. I'm looking for sustainability in a free market with free men. If my actions are consistent with that, I consider them to be moral. So I am very concerned with the morality of my actions, and I'm going to give myself a 6 on that. Number 7, I tend to be callous or insensitive. No, not true. Not true. Not, I care. Not too much, but I suppose people might see me as callous and insensitive. So let's go ahead and say 5. No, let's say 4. Number 8, I tend to be cynical. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if you should call it cynical. Right? I don't know if I like the way that they say that. 5. Number 9. I tend to want others to admire me. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's definitely a 5. I tend to want others to pay attention to me. What? Me? No, never. That's a 6. Yeah, number 11. I tend to seek prestige or status. Not so much. I'm really not too concerned with that. A little less. Say 4. Number 12. I tend to expect special favors from others. I think I did when I was younger, but not anymore, right? Not so much. So I'm just going to say 4 on that one. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Okay. Total score. 14, 17, 23, 27, 27, 3, and 2, 32. 5, 37, 37, 41, 47, 47. Okay. Out of a total of, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, how many do we have as a total here as possible? 7 times 12, 7 times 2, put on the 4, 3, 1, 7 times 1, 8. Okay. 84. Sorry about that. Out of a total score of, possible 84, which would mean you are just a total fucking psychopath, narcissistic, Machiavellian psychopath. Okay. That's what 84 would mean. It would just mean you are totally dangerous in that regard, even unto yourself and to society itself. I scored 51. I got a 51, which means I'm more dark triad than average, or at least I'm 50%, right? I don't know how you want to characterize all of this, but yeah. Let's say I'm not in the upper group, but I'm not in the lower group either. Now, I tended to score low on the middle group, which was that Yeah, let's cover that again here. Questions 1 through 4 measure Machiavellianism. Items 5 through 8 psychopathy, and 9 through 12 narcissism. Okay, so I was kind of high in Machiavellianism, a little low in psychopathy, and a little high in narcissism. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, we could have guessed that. We certainly could have guessed the narcissism part of it. Now, I wonder if that's a weakness. You know what I mean? Like that leaves me susceptible to flattery and things like that. Yeah, I think it does. And I haven't really looked at it that way. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We were supposed to get the low score. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So I was actually pretty high in Machiavellianism, a little low in narcissism. Wait a minute. No. I'm sorry. 1 through 4 Machiavellianism. Okay, so I was high in Machiavellianism, 5 through 8 psychopathy. I was a little low in psychopathy, and I was high in narcissism. Yeah, and scoring high is bad, and scoring low is good. Yeah, just got to make that one little clarification because I get those things confused sometimes. And in a corrupt world, maybe you do want to score a little bit higher, and I think that most men, and especially MGTOW men, will be comparing these traits to other men. I don't even think they have the tools and recognition to fathom the depth of the psychopathy of the female mind. I think they have no idea, right? Like, I don't even think we could. I think we would have to develop a new type of test to test the female. No doubt. No doubt this test, is designed to, seek it out in male behavior and to then shame it, right? Completely unaware of the fact that we live in a gynocentric system which doesn't even like see women, behaving badly and actually encourages it, unrestrained female sexuality. I mean, that's part of your problem, right? That's why civilization is falling apart. Unrestrained female sexuality. And to the degree that a free country, restrains female sexuality is the degree to which they're prosperous and they move ahead. And if they don't, they collapse. So it's like, now some of it, like, some rights to women and decent treatment to women. Okay, that's reasonable. But the idea that women get to do whatever they want just because they're women and men are like these, work slaves. That's horrible. Oh, I got to go do something. I'll be right back. Give me a minute, people. Sorry about that. Go ahead and check out if Super Chat is working, or check out if my PayPal link is working. I'm pretty sure it is, right? So it'll help support the Howard Dare MGTOW efforts. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That's how a condenser mic picks up sound. Let's see. Okay, I'm back. You know, it occurs to me that I probably should have invited you guys in before I left. that might have been a good idea. And I do that, you know what I mean? I invite people in and then I just walk away. It's just the way, you know, that's how we roll here at the Howard Dare channel. I know it's crazy. I'm going to put the link out there. All right. So like I said, I reserve the right to, you know, mute anybody's microphone in the pursuit of MGTOW information and knowledge. So there you go, which is to say, like, I just might, you know, feel like I have to say something from a MGTOW point of view that everybody needs to hear. And then I'll just, you know, say it and then I'll just unmute. Okay. There you go. You've been warned. And don't come at me with any, you know, Jewish conspiracy formulas, right? Because you're just going to have to like talk about that someplace else. I'm not going to, you've got a lot of work to do. Not really hear about that, you know, hear about certain aspects of cultural Marxism as it destroys individualism. You know, that's a large part of what we're talking about here is defending the rights and the freedom of the individual. And if you can do that, men will be safe. And if you can't do that, men are screwed, right? So individualism. And on the other side of that is collectivism. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to take this small percentage of your pay, you know, so that we can take care of these other hungry people. And it's like, well, that's a nice little theory there and sounds good. You know, you're not going to take very much, are you? There's not too many of them, are there? It's like, no, there's very few of them. We're going to take very little. And it's like, oh, okay, that sounds great. You know, now it's like, no, you're the only person working and there's a million people that are hungry. So we're just going to take everything you have. And there's no future for you even, you know what I mean? It's not just like we're going to take everything you have. We're going to take everything that you might ever become or be. We're going to mortgage that off to, you know, the next 200 years. Sorry, I was just getting some coffee and, you know, doing some errands around the house. Had to take care of a couple things. You know, having a house, you have to like maintain the thing. Like you've got 3 or 4 hours a day that you just have to take care of things around the house. Otherwise the house falls into disrepair. There's no way around it. So there's, you know, a certain amount of work associated. It's not hard work, but if you don't do it, it's going to be a problem. Man, as things come up, leaky faucets, stuff like that, you have to take care of them or they're going to turn into bigger problems. And, you know, I'm not always an expert on these things. I don't always know, you know, how to do these things that I'm talking about. Like I'm learning them along the way. Female nature is included, right? Because I've just been screwed over by my dealings with women, right? And I talk about the things that, you know, that I recognize, which is this addiction to the hormones that they elicit. And it doesn't matter if she's lying. It doesn't matter if the man is paying for it. It doesn't matter. Oh, we have a guest. Wonderful. Antwimo has stopped by. Thanks for stopping by. So hopefully, you know, we can talk about dark triad personality traits, maybe how women control men, you know, because that's what they do. And I also want to talk about just improving men, you know, getting stronger, getting better from all angles, right? So if there's a way for men to make money, I want to hear about it. If there's a way for men to get healthy, I want to hear about it. If there's something men need to avoid to not get sick, I want to hear about it. You know, if there's something that women do that, you know, allows them to control men that men don't see, I want to hear about it. But as far as, you know, the individual stories that just go on and on where a person is just like, you know, getting out their emotions and their views of the world, I want to be able to turn that towards a little something, you know, constructive. And you can jump in here anytime you want, Antwimo, and if you just want to hang out, that's cool. It's not like we've got too many people. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Why am I not hearing anybody? I think we have Misanthropic Altruist just stopping by, but I'm not getting any audio, guys.
Hey, what's up, Alex?
Hey, MA, thanks for stopping by. That's the first audio I've gotten all day.
Right on. I thought I heard an echo there. Maybe your speakers are just awesome. Who knows?
It could be my sound system because I'm like set up to do all kinds of weird stuff, and sometimes it just backfires on me. You know what I mean? Like the wires just get all confused virtually.
Yeah. So dark triad personality test and discussion. I'm not going to take the test. Fuck that. That's not interesting. But I have studied sociopathy for a number of years independently. You know, I don't got a degree or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And you've got experience with people that, you know, have exhibited these traits and shit.
It's interesting because the women, I mean, I don't think I've met a few neurotic women, but even they managed to find a way to also be narcissistic in some way, even if they didn't put that narcissism in their looks or something. There was something there. So
yeah.
that's not a, that's just like, that's the interesting thing. And we've discussed this before at some length. You know, a lot of these tests, they're taboo to you know, there's diagnoses that you won't catch a woman having, like schizophrenia isn't passed out, or they don't seem to attribute that much. Bipolar, that's a dime a dozen for everybody. That's like the candy. You know, they just give it to everybody. Oh, you're sad sometimes, you're happy sometimes. Oh, rather than being a human being, you're bipolar. Here's drugs.
Yeah, they love to categorize all sorts of human behavior so that they can then, you know, recommend something for it and categorize it and talk about it and understand it, you know, or at least pretend to understand.
Borderline personality disorder for women, that's just natural. There's nothing. There's no aberration there. There's nothing interesting there. Like, oh wow, like actually, it's that for a blue pill. Like, if you were to read that,
yeah,
that would be a great red pill introduction. Just apply to every woman you've ever known, and to some level, they all have that condition, so to speak. I think it's just a natural female condition, which is not inherently evil. I mean, some of us like to get histrionic to use that word, but it is what it is. So
I agree.
The DSM-V, the latest one, did us a favor because it's in its effort to get more convoluted and more in line with streamlining drugs for new disorders, because they've broken up so many of the old ones into mini ones.
Exactly.
Maybe it's doing a favor to both, you know, the learned men and the laymen. Maybe they'll actually catch a little red pill if they dare to explore that, you know, field.
No doubt. So. No doubt. Well, it's definitely a help to the pharmaceutical industry, you know, just to have another disease.
Which is just confounding all these problems. I mean, there are so many, you know, SRIs and uptake inhibitors, and I mean, there's a variety of drugs where, you know, supposedly have estrogen in them for everybody. Like, that's, you know, whether it's conspiratorial or this, that, and the third, I think the evidence that none of these drugs are particularly healthy for anybody, I think that's kind of just, it's established. It's established as fact. Avoid it if you can take it. So.
Exactly. And yet the medical knowledge is, oh, we're going to give you a set of chemicals that are going to induce these certain feelings and, you know, and chemical reactions within you, and you're going to have these horrible side effects, you know, and they just keep pushing that sort of methodology when a better methodology might be, hey, don't get sick, keep yourself healthy.
A lot of our particular medical field, was that avoidable in the market that we had, the open market? I mean, it almost seems like it's the natural inclination for at least this version of a quote unquote open market. I don't think it's truly free or open, but I don't want to get into politics on it. But like, I think it was inevitable, like even early indoctrination into how we relate to medicine. I can reflect when I was a kid, and, you know, for Pepto-Bismol, like, here's the thing. Pepto-Bismol is like one of those Cokes, you know, another name for, you know, soda or soda pop. Like, the way that they've marketed these things into our lives, they become synonymous. Like, so these brand names have become, you know, like, all so present in our life is, you know, for such an early age. we always think something external is going to fix us, and half the time it's placebo. How do we know that half the time it's not a placebo effect? Because we're so indoctrinated that these external little things, whether the chemistry or science is sound or not. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's a rabbit hole of a.
Yes, and this is how we control. This is how we control people. You know, we habituate them, we familiarize them with certain types of behavior. In other words, stickers, you know, you can tell a little boy or a little girl, stickers are really nice. Just a sticker of your favorite cartoon character. And then you put them in school and you say, you know, and if you're a good boy today and you do good, we'll give you a gold sticker. And all of a sudden, you know, the kids, they're associating achievement with getting a sticker. Okay. And it's true.
Especially
I mean,
the scratch and sniff ones. I don't know if you had those in your day, but the scratch and sniff stickers or the scratch and sniff.
Yeah,
stickers.
well, those were a lot of fun. Those were a lot of fun when you could get a hold of those. But you know,
those were awesome.
Stickers of like, you know, STP oil, putting it on your bicycle or something like that, or Gatorade, you know, or Monster Energy drink. You know, it's like people get themselves a tattoo, the Monster Energy drink. You know, so.
What? Because that's kind of like how it started off, and then as time went by, then we got into like branding was a big deal. Like, and now with, you know, obviously this deep into the, well, we're still in the infancy of the internet, but like nonetheless, branding is everything. It's almost like every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry understands something about branding, propaganda, and marketing. And it doesn't mean they use it effectively or to their advantage or they help anybody, but they have some sort of awareness for it. So it's definitely an age of information and disinformation, you know? So hook, line, and sinker with, you know, so something, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Anyway, so it's going to talk with you here, Howard. I probably a belated, what is it, apology. Owning up and being accountable for me ever being an asshole to you, because we've had our time, so I think I'll bring that up now. But I do want to report that I've been sober for a bit and it's going well, and you know, so that's the thing.
Well, you know, nothing that I have ever recalled, you know what I mean, and nothing that I just wouldn't let go, MA. You know, it's not important. We're cool. We've always been cool. You know, and I understand situations and getting things done.
Well, it's self-medication. It's self-medication. It's understandable, but it is a sign of weakness, right? And so it's not so important that I may have made an ass of myself to other people. You know, a lot of what's important, how destructive has it become for my own psyche, for my own journey, right? And it was absolutely it was, you know. So, but we're on the subject. We're talking about, you know, drugs and stuff like that. Self-medication. You know, it's not hard if we're all indoctrinated into like, okay, there's a boo-boo, here's the Band-Aid or Pepto-Bismol or an aspirin, right? We're never taught to tough out pain, not really. And that used to be a thing, supposedly, you know, more of a boy thing, but it is lost. Learning to deal and confronting with pain, I mean, you're going to need that somewhere down the line. You might not always have an available aspirin, right? So what the fuck are you going to do then?
Yeah.
You're going to get old, and you're going to age, get old, and get really sick at some point. And so you're going to want to kill yourself if you've never allowed yourself to feel physical pain. And this also goes for mental anguish as well. So
no, it's a great point. You know what I mean? And when you bring in the idea of associations and branding into just this whole aspect of it, people want to feel good all the time. And brands and advertisers want their products associated, you know, with feeling good all the time. So if we want to talk about topics that might make people question how they feel, like politics, like the news, like economics, the advertisers don't want to associate their brands with, you know, anything that's creating those feelings, those associations.
Well, a lot of those brands, they have before they even, like, they didn't come out of a vacuum, right? They're emanating from a culture that is already selling most of the population on this idea of perpetual happiness, which I believe has never been part of the human condition. This is a ridiculous idea. However, it seems a ubiquitous goal for so many people on the planet that somehow you can reach this, ongoing state of bliss. It's
Mhm.
bullshit. That's not what life
Of
has
course.
. Ever been about for any species that we know of.
Well, they become gluttonous pigs that become weak and ineffective in their environment. They become like giant land whales
And
because
when
they
you
want to feel good. They don't want to experience anything painful. They don't want to deal with anything difficult. And whenever they do experience anything painful, they take a drug, they take a pill, and they don't deal with the initial cause of it.
and see that's such a disservice, and people can actually end up missing out because when it comes to something like this is duality, like pain, suffering, and happiness, or joy, pleasure, whatever. There's a contrast that everybody seems to miss. And it's really illustrated on a hard, laborious labor or project.
Yeah.
To get something that you envision done, and maybe you put some blood, sweat, and tears into it, literally, right? And at the end of that accomplishment,
Yeah.
you're going to have a natural high. Guaranteed, you will have a natural high, right? And we're missing out on that whole process. If we can apply that to so much other than just task projects or laborious work, I think we'd all be better off. But it seems like we easily get distracted from this very natural kind of understanding of things.
I agree. We avoid that pain, and therefore we avoid the peaks and the valleys. We just want the peaks. We don't want to go into the valleys. So the peaks are never as high as they should be because we're avoiding the valleys all the time.
Yeah, if you never allow yourself to go thirsty, fucking everything's just gonna taste kind of bland. Like even the best, beverage on the place of the planet. If you're just constantly quenching thirst before you even develop a thirst, how would you even? What's the real difference between, fucking stagnant water and just an outstanding beverage of some other variety? There will be no difference because you haven't allowed yourself that contrast between.
Right. So we apply that to life itself, and we say, what is a meaningful good life? What are a meaningful set of good habits, to guide you through the day versus just fulfilling all your whims and all your gluttony and feeling good and then becoming obese and developing heart disease.
Yeah.
How do we find that balance? Where do we make these sacrifices? And we have to be connected with our own dreams and our own hopes so that we can, I believe that that's one of the ways to go. Right. And then maybe commit ourselves to larger goals and things like that. But we don't want to get trapped, in taking care of other people. I was taking care of, like a brother-in-law of mine, an older guy, and he was taking less and less care of himself. So I had to check him into the hospital so that they could, take care of him. And they kept him there for about a month through the rehabilitation. But then the insurance ran out and they sent him home to me, right? Back to, like I'm his roommate, but I was also helping him. But the care was just too great. Like he needed like 20 different medications and 3 different insulin shots throughout the day and 6 different blood measurements and things like that. And I had already not been able to, look after this guy. Like his care was already too great. So that's what I've been going through lately. And, I've finally gotten him checked back in to rehabilitation in the hospital with the idea of moving him into a group home because he doesn't have a place where somebody can take care of him given how much care he needs, right? But I was feeling terrible, stuck in that situation, looking after this guy who wasn't really looking after himself. So you have to avoid certain situations.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I'm taking care of 2 essentially dying parents. They're really up there in age. They have a plethora of health issues respectively, and
I know.
it's difficult. See, here's the thing. Like, it always goes back to accountability and choice. So I did put, I'm getting something out of this. So what I get out of it is, and I think part of it is sort of blue pill, but I'm working through is that, in my day, I was a bastard son. I was
Sure.
bad. So there's a bit of penance involved with caretaking them. There's the understanding of mortality that I'm not going to have a chance, and I don't want to have those regrets.
Yeah.
Honor there, and and also maybe I'm not supposed to admit this, but maybe I'm trying to gain a little bit of karma so that maybe my daughter will do the same thing when I'm an old ass man. So it would be nice. I'm not banking on it, but it would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah. it would be a nice thought. You know what I mean? if they're willing, better that they don't have to do it though.
So Trav reminded, I guess, us we got 3 people in the room, and we're narcissists that love to talk. So we got to take a moment, introduce the new guys in the room, and if they have mics or not. So.
Good idea. Thank you. Because they don't realize that we've done this before. We've had these conversations before, and we can just keep doing this for a long, long time. Yeah. So I think Andrew is in here now. Yes. How's it going, Andrew? Thanks for stopping by again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you been following along in the conversation, what we're talking about and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can talk about anything you want. It's cool. And
I've been in 2 earlier podcasts.
Yeah, I know you have. But I still can't figure out what the hell your avatar is. It looks like it's
it's my headset I'm wearing right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I did figure that one out. No doubt it's a nice headset. No doubt it was just the only picture you had handy. Is it a nice
It's a Razer Kraken, so it's not bad.
Looks pretty good. We have Aunt Twemo.
Yeah, I'm also Aunt Twemo. And Twemo doesn't have a microphone.
Yeah, he never has. He's never spoken. And we have Little Miss Independence here. Also known as Roddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, Miss Independence. Why did you pick that as your avatar, if you don't mind me asking?
I got it from Backpage.
Backpage. I'm sure
you peruse the back page.
I certainly do. Do you?
I never bested with Backpage. I've been closer to pimping women out and when I was an asshole in my blue pill day, but yeah, I'm past all that shit. So.
That's cool.
The idea of a prostitute. I'm not feeling it. I've known too many in my day. You know how they think and what they really feel about their job, and it just kind of fucking ruins it for you, So I'm good.
Well, yeah, sometimes I cruise around and try to find some that are just hanging out on the street.
And what do? Do you steal their money?
I try to figure out if they're addicted to drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have coke on me, I try to trade it in 10 or $20.
Yeah, were you here for the earlier part of the Dark Triad test? The Dark Triad personality test that I was doing about 20 minutes ago? Did you take that?
Yeah, no, I didn't take it though.
But did you hear it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you probably would score pretty high on that then.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's a noble.
A psychopath or what?
I don't know. Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, I'd have to take it. Yeah, dude.
Yeah. But it's a noble pursuit.
Yeah.
As a MGTOW, you could go about turning your ex-girlfriends into whores if they contact you, right? Because that's really how you feel about it. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, this is just some hypergamous woman. And it's like, oh, what is it? You need $100? I actually know somebody who does this, okay? And it's actually quite funny. So basically, the thing is, whenever an ex-girlfriend contacts him, he gives them the option of Little Miss. Okay, that's cool. Thanks. He gives them the option of oral sex for $100, and that's it. Like if she says, I want to borrow $100, he's like, look, you can come over here, and if you give me, the oral sex, I'll give you the $100. But that's the only deal that we're gonna have. Like you can hang out, right, and watch some TV or something like that. We could even do something else for a little while. But if you want that $100, that's what you have to do, and that's all there is. And most of them agree, and they really appreciate it too. You know what I mean? They say thank you. So he basically turns his ex-girlfriends, into whores.
But yeah, with all the MGTOW, and it's kind of hard to get stuck in a friend zone, hanging out when you know what you want from her, and that she's going to play this part in the relationship to get the resources. So it's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it really is like, taking the mask off the whole situation and just addressing it as it is, right? Because she wants the money. She wants to borrow money from an ex-boyfriend or something like that, right? She wants a free handout from a guy. And it's like, well, okay, fine, then do this, and that's the deal. That's exactly what the deal is. So there's actually something
Definitely.
rewarding about being able to deal so frankly and openly and honestly. And degrade the shit out of them too. I'm sorry.
I try to be nice. I mean, they're giving me what I want, so just try not. But yeah, they're street walking whores. Anyway, they've dealt with somebody much worse already today.
Yeah, no doubt. But you don't sound very old. You don't sound very jaded.
No, I'm not really. So, and I've never really had a lot of experience courting, because I'm a who has no idea how to teach me to be.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't work where you're at. You know what I mean? In the situation, probably wouldn't work at all. Like if you tried to court them.
Yeah, no. And now with all the MGTOW, you can see through the bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So the man would actually have to feel like an idiot, to go up there and to try to court the woman and bring her flowers and go out on a series of dates,
Well, if you do have any,
when I was blue pilled.
If you do have any social wits now, that's not even necessary, and then you begin to realize there's not a whole lot of difference between most women and a prostitute anyway. So it's not necessary. If you do have a little bit of game to you, and then if I can skip the movies and spending a whole lot of money, of course you do have to have a certain attributes, and she needs to have some sort of semblance of idea that you're either mysterious and or possible provider. And as long as you can suspend her disbelief or on that type of shit, you're good to go. But that's PUA shit, and it's kind of like neither there. I don't know. To me, it's a waste of time. But I'm older. I'm grumpy, 37. I've gotten a lot of puts in my damn over it. So I need to constantly remind myself that it's really easy for me in my position to say that. I've quenched that thirst. But I can tell you one thing: as you get older, and your sex drive kind of fades a little bit naturally, that shit is dope. Utilize that shit as soon as it starts to happen. You can get a lot done when you're not thinking about pussy.
Yeah, I could believe that. And I go through phases of having game, usually around harvest time.
What the fuck is harvest time? Please explain.
Just like I got some bud. Some money.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought maybe it was like some theory on female nature and the eggs or something that I wasn't aware of. I was like, what?
I thought even springtime, just springtime, harvest time.
Yeah.
For the fall. Yeah.
I find it easier to bring like a nugget to the table and present it. Say, hey, you want to smoke? And it's like, oh, this is really good. It's like, I like you. Blah.
Well, it's not
and
unusual.
then you can buy alcohol at a bar or something like that, but I prefer.
Yeah, bars are like dangerous. Well, it's not. Yeah, you're better off if they're actually luring men in to pay for women's drinks. I mean, it's a bit of a scam the way that they're ladies get in for free and shit like that. So yeah.
They're gonna have to change the model with bars and clubs soon, because like the last couple of times I've been in a bar or a club or something, I've noticed that, and I've heard from women directly complain about not being bought drinks. So even though it's ladies' night, ladies drink free that night, whatever, because it's always piss poor quality anyway, and they know that shit. They showed up because they were hoping men would buy them drinks so they could get fucking, and it's not working out no more. Like, even blue pill guys are getting a little bit more cheaper these days. They're like, yeah, fuck that. Is it really worth buying that bitch a fucking $7 drink? Fuck that. So
yeah, I've never done.
It's interesting to see how things are. They're gonna have to come up with a new marketing plan. So
exactly, as female sexual nature is, exposed to the men and to the masses, they're going to become less enchanted. They're going to become disenchanted. They're not going to want to buy the women drinks. As women assert their, sexuality and their rights more and more within society, the men are going to be like, buy your own fucking drinks. You can ask me to dance. You know what I mean? I don't care. And that's what's happening. And of course the women are going to get more and more upset.
Well, there's the women that will adapt, and then there's the women that'll get upset. So there's the women that'll, and sometimes you'll have both. So I've known women, just a few years ago, so it's not too outdated, that they would get fucked up before they went to the bar. So to those kind of women, it wasn't really about the free drinks as much as they were purposely lowering their ambitions because they were on a mission for attention and dick, basically. No other way to put it. There's no, like, all these excuses. Oh, it's ladies' night. I just want to have fun. Okay, then why can't you do that at home? Why do you and your bitches need to be seen and amongst men if it's not about dick? You're a lying son of a bitch, or you're a lying bitch in this. You know what I mean? So
true.
Fuck out of here.
So true.
Well, I don't want to hear this, but it's talking to this girl on Instagram saying, blah. She's like, you little white guys are. She's just being racist against white guys in favor of black guys. So I said my part, but like she's saying like, world, and I can give away my pussy or something like that. She's like,
yeah. How long were you in that? How long were you in that
free
conversation? No, seriously though, how long were you in that
It's
conversation?
kind of it's just a flame war between comments.
Yeah.
She said her piece. She's like, oh, you're mad, white boy, huh? Because it's like you're white too, and you hate white men for whatever reason. The white race. She's trying. She wants that attention anyway from the reaction.
Well, why? Like,
black
all right,
guys.
not to get too racial, but like, actually, we can leave race off the table. Women know that's a button for certain people. What she was trying to probably do, if it was online, was just get attention. And the longer you're in the conversation, the more that you're giving her what she wants, even if it's negative. If it's in real life and
Right.
she's woofing that shit right to you face to face, she's trying to antagonize you to step up your game. Otherwise, she would just not even give a fuck and go do what she wants to do. So depending on the context of how those kind of conversations go down is what you can extract on what the motivation is. It's always attention in one way or another, but yeah, if you meet a bitch in real life that's talking that shit, if she needs you to know that her contempt for you or whatever, there's no real contempt. There is, but what she wants you to, quote unquote, fight for her. She wants to see, are you different? It's all fucking mind games, man. It's narcissistic bullshit.
Yeah. Because
it's a
okay, you
shit test. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to cuckold
She wants the
any
attention.
little guy who comes near. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen anything like that.
What I said was that she just again, yeah, you date black guys and that's fine, and I see that all the time. But she's going out of her way. Like, you could just do that and not make a huge deal out of it.
Well, no, they got to make a deal about it. They have to do that. See, the thing is, I find this funny because they'll see some women, and I was thinking about the whole mud shark thing. I think that's what they call them, mud sharks. Like those white bitches who only date black dudes. And it didn't make because if you think about it, technically that doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would you be just saying that shit out loud? But then I was thinking back when I was having a conversation about lesbianism. And sort of like this falsity of a fake scarcity, or now it's even harder to get, or you're going to have to bring something really special to the table. And it almost seems like maybe it's just that part, or maybe just a lot of the white dudes just look and say, well, obviously you're not up to par, bitch. And so what
I mean, to be fair, and sisters do the same shit too. They'll tell that to a brother and antagonize the shit out of him. Oh, this white boy, he can do shit for me, you can't. Like, they'll all do the same thing. They're gonna use race because they know that we're tribal. Tap into something, and it will tap into you if you're a weak.
Oh yeah, it does. You see a lot of dudes, they get pissed off about that shit, and it really starts hitting on those instincts a lot.
Yeah,
of course,
because you think you somehow own the entire collective fucking race or culture of an entire people like the women of that. Get the fuck out of here.
But
Like,
that's
if
what
you
you're
really
doing.
think that you're entitled to a certain brand of pussy, you're an idiot. So
The woman is demonstrating her lack of respect for the man. Okay, it's a social demonstration. It's a cuckolded nation. She has contempt, so she says, "I'll have sex with these other guys in this other place. There's nothing you can do about it," and she laughs at the guy. It's also it's a hormonal exchange. It's a dominance display. It really is. You know what I mean? Like, no man's looking at that situation and saying, "Yeah, I came out of that feeling good," and the woman's not looking at that situation saying, "You know, I came out of there feeling bad." No, she's asserting her female sexual power, and she's saying there isn't jack shit you can do about it. You have no power sexually. You're not an alpha. And then she's strutting away. And it's like nationwide, the country, you know what I mean? Like, all the women in the country are willing to do this to all the men in the country. And they'll come after any man on any weakness. So she'll go to the white man and she'll say, "Yeah, I only sleep with black men." And she'll go to the black man and she'll say, "Look, black men don't earn enough. You know, I only respect white men." They don't care. They're intentionally playing that. It's horrible.
Wait, I'm looking at it as what is the desired result from it?
It's just the assertion of her sexual power. Female sexuality dominates. This is a matriarchy. She asserts it. She wants to demonstrate it. She likes to, you know, she likes to feel it.
I don't know. To me, it seems like it doesn't really do shit. I mean, yeah, those guys who react to it.
It doesn't do shit depending on your mentality, you know.
Well,
I mean, imagine being a young guy. Imagine being. I mean, here's the thing. Once again, I think we should always be mindful that these young guys, in some ways, it's harder for them. You know, it's because it's you know, I don't know, but
I mean, it can't help a lot of these young
imagine being 19. Imagine being 19 with all this Antifa, all this shit in the media that's trying to divide everybody. You know, and if you bought into any of it, like if you were a white guy that fell in a white guilt, or if you're a black guy and you got the impression maybe I am inferior, any of that bullshit got into your head, and then a woman exercises that to fuck with you further, man, that'd be crazy. Man, I can't even imagine how hard it is for some of these young guys.
It's horrible. It's horrible. The rate, their testosterone's going down faster. They're not dating as much. They're just not going into relationships as much as they used to. It's a very, very bad trend. Like, you always look at it and you think, oh, the 19-year-old guy, he just wants to sleep with all the women that he can get in contact with. And it's like, well, not anymore. Not so much. You know, we really are. They really are wanting to stay home, play some video games, check some other stuff out, hang out with their friends.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted by something. What the fuck were we talking about again?
We're talking about affirming the social hierarchy, the way women are fucking expressing themselves as being in charge here.
Oh, yeah, I can't stand that shit. That's one of the funniest things. It was a question I asked a while back when I first came around. I was like, why the fuck do women walk around like they're the goddamn authority of every goddamn body, like they're the moral police and all this shit? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's incredible. You ever see a woman walk up to a group of big, strong men like she can kick their ass? Like, hey, you guys, let me tell you what you got to do. Like, she's in charge of them. She is. And they can't lift a fucking finger to her.
Nah, I've seen some shit where, yeah, that can happen. It can go bad. It can go really bad.
Yeah.
If those dudes don't give a flying fuck, believe me, it can go real fucking bad.
Or if she goes too far, or if she embarrasses them, yeah, it can go bad. Well, I'm glad you're here, SFM.
Oh yeah, I just got out of work. You know, and, I tried to listen to it on my phone, but it wouldn't come up for some weird reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, YouTube is probably like fucking you over on the mobile side of things.
Oh no, it happens with some people's streams. Some people's streams will come in okay, and the other ones just like has an issue loading.
Damn it! Yeah, increase the power.
It's all about the codec, and if you're using something other than YouTube's bullshit. So.
All right, so what are you MGTOW motherfuckers talking about today?
We're talking about why you're a narcissist, SFM.
Oh, bad childhood. Moving on.
No, we're talking about the dark triad personality test. I guess Howard took a test. He found out that he's Machiavellian, right? You know, not quite psychopathic, which is good. It's good to know that you're not gonna, kill people. That's cool.
Yeah.
Bit of a narcissist, which everybody on YouTube is kind of by default a narcissist, if they have a channel at least, right? There you go.
What bullshit? Technically, all people are somewhat narcissistic. It's just whether the levels are healthy or not.
I mean, we throw the toxic and then distinguish regular narcissism from toxic narcissism.
No, I
We
never
can
really
make that
understood
distinction.
narcissism like that, so I'd get schooled.
Yeah, no. Narcissism in and of itself, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Narcissism culture is a fucked up thing, and we live in one. So, but and how those two relate, whether you're as a person you're a narcissist, and you also live in a narcissist culture, I think that kind of creates synthetic sociopaths. Not natural born sociopaths, but synthetic ones. But nonetheless, they're just as harmful to themselves and everybody else as a normal sociopath would be. Sorry, is that too deep? I don't
know.
Oh shit!
I'm just winding the fuck up. Don't start patting yourself on the back too goddamn quick.
I'm a narcissist too. Like I'm just, and Howard, he was like, "Oh yeah, I accept that." I mean, as long as here's the thing: if you're narcissistic about your narcissism, then you're an asshole.
I don't even know what that
means.
Kind
of like, okay, yeah, I'm a narcissist.
If you're not aware of it,
recognize it. Yeah, well, I mean,
if you're aware, that you're doing it. Yeah.
But we live in a very peculiar time, so maybe for certain men we could use narcissism to get some of our balls back, and I think if you use it in that way, it's all right. If you're going around trying to use your narcissism to directly fuck people over, then you're an asshole.
Wait, how would I use narcissism to fuck somebody over?
You would tell them that they ain't shit and that you're important here and that they should do what the fuck you say and shit like that. And
I'd never do that.
Yeah,
I'm not important. That wouldn't make any goddamn sense. Yeah. Hell, if you want to be honest, I'll tell the whole fucking human race are not goddamn important.
No, you are important though. You are important, SFM. You represent a particular branch of MGTOW, and I'm sure you're starting to recognize that it's going to grow and that there's going to be this huge, responsibility. Well, something that only you can do or do it well. And you're quite good at it. So we're glad you're here. And, I'm not just saying.
No, pretty soon Ellen's going to take over my channel. I already emailed him the password and everything. I don't know how he's going to do that because, artists don't really have the flair for that, but all right.
Man, I haven't seen Lewis around in a minute.
Oh, he's doing good, man. School started back up. He's doing that. He's been doing a lot of drawings and shit. He's like focusing on him, you know what I mean?
Good shit.
Yeah, it's always good to hear that, Like I tell guys, like, you want to leave and shit like that, nobody's going to be mad at you. Believe me. We just want to hear some positive shit from you, that you're doing some good shit with your life and that you're still on your path. That's what really matters.
Well said.
Yeah. We don't want to hear nothing bad. Like, come on.
He's a young man too. A lot of young MGTOW, they're they've got a lot of things to do. They've got a lot of places to go. They've got a lot of things to try out, a lot of experiences, and they just need to keep this knowledge in the back of their mind so that they don't like fall in love with some stupid bitch and sacrifice their life, just to make her happy.
And if you want, what you can do is you can add me on Google Hangouts, and every once in a while you can just have me yell at you for like a fucking hour. You do that?
Works for me.
I mean, I'm just saying it's an option.
Well, yeah, and you fucking charge like $50 an hour too.
No. I just want to hear you cry once. That's it. Just cry one time. No bullshit.
It would work, man. It would work.
What the fuck? No, but I stay out of the loop on so much shit. I don't know what the fuck's been going on in the MGTOW on this one single day that I wasn't paying attention. Should be some good stuff. Some people, I was listening to one video by a guy, Replicant Fish.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. It was a good fucking video. Was the last one he did about women don't want men to talk about or know about MGTOW or why they get so pissed off when they see the videos.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is, yes, women do want you naive as fuck to everything going on. They really like easy puppets, easy prey.
Oh yeah, they isolate you. You know what I mean? They isolate you from your friends, from your hobbies, shit like that.
Well, they try to make sure they're the main influence in your life.
Yep.
It's really how, like, a lot of these guys, when you see them, dare I say, fucking Stockholm syndrome with a lot of these crazy bitches. And the pattern of dysfunctional becomes so fucking normal for them that it's basically normalized behavior for them. They accept that and see it as life.
Yes, they become addicted to her abuse. Exactly.
Kind of fucking pathetic. The moment you notice something's wrong, you should be getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah,
say, no, but I'm in love with her. No, you're chemically addicted, and mentally, you are basically made into a, what's that word?
Slave?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You're made into a fucking slave. Shouldn't be doing that. It's a bad idea.
And it's not just that the man's in love with the woman. If the man doesn't do what the woman wants, she'll fuck him up. She'll hurt him. She'll hurt him socially. She'll hurt his pride. She'll hurt his dignity. She'll hurt his ego. So it's not just
a lot of those dumbass dudes who allow them privy to so much personal information and access to so many of your goddamn things that no one should be having access to but you.
Yeah. Never do it. Never do it. Don't tell women your secrets. Don't do it.
Number one, like if you're a guy and that bitch knows your social security number, you need to go ahead and smack the shit out yourself.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Don't let her
be together with it for how long? Like that doesn't mean any fucking thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Can I use your computer? No. Bitch. Don't touch my fucking computer.
I got like a cheap ass laptop. I got tablet. I got off of eBay in the fucking living room. You could use that.
Yeah. Yeah. Here you go.
Does it have Wi-Fi? No, it doesn't.
Enjoy it. That's solitaire.
Exactly. Like what the fuck? A lot of these guys are like, I'll hear something and say some really smart shit. These really intelligent dudes about keeping people at a certain distance, not letting somebody get right up in your shit, not letting yourself vulnerable to people. But then you see these motherfuckers eventually breaking down and crying because they let a bitch in their goddamn life and she's ruin every fucking thing for them.
She's everywhere. You know what I mean? She's on his YouTube channel. That's what they do. That's what the men do. They bring bitches into whatever the situation is.
The thing is that she need to be there. See, a lot of these guys, so all right, let's say you're a dude, you do the casual dating or whatever the fuck. All right, well, my thing is, if you're solely going after just like, a wham and bam with this bitch or whatever the fuck, there's a lot of things she doesn't need to be part of or privy to. It makes no sense. In fact, number one, you need to separate those things. I told the guy before, number one, why the fuck are you letting them know where you work?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? I don't get it. That's stupid. You realize, me personally, I'm happy that where I'm at, it's like fenced in, it's gated and all that shit. You can't just roll up in that bitch. It don't work like that. A lot of places ain't like that though. And my thing is, do you think a bitch won't try to ruin your job, all that type of shit, show up in the workplace, do all kinds of scenes? My thing is, when the people are there, they're going to be looking at you like you're an issue. You need to fix that situation. Well, a lot of guys will sit there, well, how the fuck do I do that? Anything I try to do, I'll probably go to fucking jail.
Well, he's not in charge anymore. He's not in charge of the relationship at all. He got lucky. That's what guys actually say. He got lucky. Right? Like he met up with some crazy bitch who was like covered in makeup. She was all drugged up and drunk and shit like that. And he lied to her a whole bunch, made a whole bunch of promises. So she slept with him. And then he says, I got lucky. And she's going to like follow him around and stalk him. And if he doesn't do what she wants and the way she wants, she's going to ruin his life, So he didn't get lucky. He actually like fell into a trap.
Well, yeah,
because of weakness on his part.
Yeah, and I keep trying to tell the guys something they really need to understand. If you really think that you're the one out, like a lot of these guys, I'm going fishing, I'm going hunting, all this shit. Like that's not. You may think that you swear up and down it's you. You're out doing this. You're gaming them. No, motherfucker, you got it completely wrong.
Exactly.
Remember Briefolk's law. The moment that you come in the site, that bitch is analyzing everything about you. And there's going to be a moment where she says, bam, benefit. And then she's like, well, how do I get it? Well, easy. He's going to give it to me willingly. And guess what you do? You eventually will give her your shit willingly. And a lot of guys are like, well, I got so much out of it. You did?
You didn't get shit. You didn't get anything out of it. You could have gone to a fucking professional. You could have gone to another city and hung out with, a different woman that you didn't even know and you would never see again. You could have gotten the same thing from her. Yeah.
And so a lot of these guys don't get that shit. I mean, because it's one of those things that's it's been promoted a lot.
Exactly.
You're not a man if you don't do that. You're not a man if my thing is that I understand what's happening. They're questioning your masculinity. Well, you can go tell them to go fuck off because it's bullshit. So basically, you're not a man unless you put yourself up for manipulation, deception, and someone completely fucking up your goddamn existence.
Well, exactly. Unless you're worshiping that woman and just doing anything you can to get together with her, you're not a real man.
And who the fuck's going to worship somebody who's actually inadequate compared to them?
Absolutely. What do you think the woman thinks about a man who worships her? Like she just sits there looking in the mirror for like 5 hours, putting on her makeup. And then a man comes up to her and says, I love you. I'd do anything for you. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She thinks to herself, I'm going to destroy this man. This man's an idiot. This man doesn't even deserve to be here. I'm going to take his resources and destroy him.
I keep trying to, I've said this phrase before, and I don't know why a lot of guys don't grasp what I'm trying to say. Nobody likes weak men.
Exactly. And even the women want them out of the gene pool.
Oh, no, yeah, women want to destroy weak men.
Exactly. They want to take their resources and destroy them. And they feel sick.
Well, men are expected to intuitively and, master the difference between certain kind of levels of sacrifice, right? So it's self-evident that if you want to get somewhere in your own life by your own terms and also with reality, sacrifice. Women try to co-opt this reality to their behest. So okay, you need to sacrifice for me, but the moment you actually sacrifice any of your dignity, I hate you. And men are supposed to understand and traverse this shit automatically. Yeah, fuck that. It's not even worth it. The self-evident things, like if you want something out of life, sacrifice, doesn't mean you have to sacrifice your dignity, integrity, and any of that shit. It just means you have to sacrifice some time or go through a little bit of adversity, which is
well, let's be honest, the whole thing about being a strong man with integrity, morals, and dignity, well, they're throwing that out the window. They're like, no, what? Nobody does that anymore. That's old school shit. Nobody's like that. Well, of course they want you like that, because then you'll go along with any motherfucking thing.
Exactly. That's the joke. They'll
test it. They'll test it. So
test it. I mean, look at a lot of majority of dudes out here. There's no reason to test shit. It's already there. You can see it. Morals, integrity, all that type of shit. No, they're fucking paper in the wind. They're wet paper in the wind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All she has to do is smile. All she has to do is compliment them. All she has to do is suggest that she might be available to them. And the man with the president of the United States, you know what I mean? He'll compromise himself just to get together with her.
Which I'd like to hold in my mind, a thought that maybe it hasn't always been like that. That there was a point where actually dignity, self-respect, integrity, and morals were something seen as a normal suit on a man.
Yeah, it would be nice. I would like to imagine that too.
Because they make it like, I don't know if anybody, I've talked about this before, the way people act when you say no or you won't go along with their bullshit. They act as if you don't have a choice, like you have to. Something's wrong with you if you don't do that. And I say, well, bullshit. Fuck off. I see people's faces when I tell them, they'll ask for something, I literally will just say no. I see their faces like something wrong just happened.
Yeah, they're shocked, like you slapped them.
I think it's called the word no. I don't have to.
You know, the interesting thing about MGTOW is that in what I found, and I'll on kind of taking a step back and then looking at it, is that it's interesting that although most MGTOW core philosophy is not particularly egalitarian, it's not at all. Themselves, they're not very egalitarian. But check this. This is interesting.
Individualistic.
So
individualistic, merit-based. Sorry.
But what's interesting is that, like, all right, so in answer of us waking up and knowing that we're disposable by women in society at large, we make the simple decision of making women disposable, and they can't fucking handle it. Not even a couple months of it, the idea of it, the mere mention of it, they can't even comprehend or process the mentioning of it. It totally trips out their wires because it's not actually natural. We're supposed to, roll over in our fucking need to provide and fuck that. When we defy that, nobody understands it. They're like, what? So making women disposable in your life and them being aware of that, you're going to get a whole bunch of different results. I would avoid engaging, because if you use this as sense of fucking power against a woman and keep her around,
no,
she's going to do some crazy ass shit.
Only a jackass would keep them around. What are you, high?
Oh, no, I'm not high. I'm telling you, there's a lot of cats that you are using the brand MGTOW, and they're using it as just another form of game, and they're playing with fire.
Number one, women don't like being rejected. You have to remember they do live within their emotions. Their emotions, they are highly unstable.
True. And
also they use a lot of that, even when it comes to a point where they're fully aware of exactly their heinous actions. The act of plausible deniability. And of course, everybody knows women emotionally are unstable, and they use that to their advantage whenever they can. But then, of
Yes.
course, we'll deny it when it's said out loud and saying that's an insult.
Absolutely.
Because that means that they feel like that's saying that they are on they're not up to par with a man's ability to keep emotions out of it and do logical thinking. Well, so I found it kind of hilarious. And my thing is, to a lot of these guys who don't understand, the whole act of you basically being assertive and you basically standing up for yourself, you basically not allowing someone to trample over you. Well, see, if it's another guy, cool. Everybody's like, yeah, you do that. You're a strong man. But when it's a woman, that's when it becomes a problem. Right.
You have to somehow become a servant and subservient to the woman. So you can be that type of a man. But if she says, "Excuse me, sir, will you lay down your coat over this puddle?" It's like, yeah, here you go. And then it's like, oh, okay, this is the chivalrous, civilized good man that can be accepted as part of society. And yeah, it's a hell of a stigma to put on a man, especially when you toss him into a corrupt world where women and other men are competing with him like fucking crazy. And then you ask him to be this honorable, upright, guy that's full of integrity in a world full of people that are stabbing him in the back. So
my thing is, because I had an incident with this, I can't call him an adult. He's supposed to be an adult, but his behavior sees that of a child, like a goddamn teenager as such. He can barely is competent enough to handle things himself and thinks someone's supposed to hold his hand. Well, I don't do that. And he didn't quite get that pouting and all that bullshit and throwing like a little tantrum or whatever the fuck. That's not going to get your way at all. In fact, my thing is, use your big boy words, speak directly. You're a goddamn man, and do some goddamn work.
Never learned how?
Nope, never learned how. And so I think it's kind of funny what's happening is that you see a lot of these effeminated males, bitch brain, all that. And, they only learn from the women, and they blame the men. I love that part. See, they blame us all the time. Well, they've taken away any of our ability to assert ourselves in a situation and do what we know to be correct, because there was nothing but consequences lying for us.
Word.
And so it becomes a huge issue at a certain point where the man sits back and it's like, well, you know what? Fuck all y'all. This is bullshit. I'm pointing out what the fuck is wrong. Y'all acting like I'm fucking crazy. And it's like you want me to go along so the fucked up shit can happen to me. And I'm saying no.
Yeah. But what if he loses hope? What if he's like, this situation is fucked up. I'm not going along with it. And I don't care about anything else in the world. That's it. I don't fucking care about anything now.
You gotta give a fuck about
let him in go to.
Yeah, see, my thing is, well, you don't have to give a fuck about something. In fact, I'm not even gonna tell you that. That's a complete lie. You don't have to give a fuck about shit. But my thing is, you do have to give a fuck about yourself.
Exactly. Something about, your own life. That would be nice if you cared about that and it was meaningful, and you could move forward and make progress and feel good about it. That would be nice.
Yes. So, of course, you should focus on yourself. I mean, hey, just because there's certain aspects of life that you found out weren't what everyone was lying to you about and all that bullshit, because your eyes don't lie. That's the craziest thing. But your brain will lie to you. That's the more even fucked up part. Your brain will do gymnastics to protect you from certain things. It will happen. And so, yeah, even though you notice these things, that's where the magical thinking comes on, the cognitive dissonance. Well, no, that won't happen to me. I'll do it right. Now, that won't happen to me. My personality and my earning potential, man, they're too great. There's no way in hell that'll happen to me. The thing is, you're distancing yourself from something that only took one qualifying factor. And that qualifying factor was, basically, you were born with that qualifying factor.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you don't get to dodge shit. In fact, the moment you popped out, your motherfuckers looking at you like, yep, I already know what's going to happen here. I already know the best use for this one. Hell, a lot of people talk about their purpose in life and all this other shit. And I'm like, well, technically you were given one at birth. You just didn't know. They didn't tell you exactly what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's the smile. That's why the women are walking around with the smile on their face. That's why the men are walking around, and no matter how hard they work, they got this kind of like confused, stupid look on their face. Like they don't know what the fuck is going on. And that's why. Because the men, they want to get together with the women and they want to please the women. And the women know this. And as soon as you know what somebody wants, You can control their behavior by controlling their access to what it is they want. And as soon as you find out what they don't want, you can even control them even more by saying, if you don't, you're going to get hit with this. It's the carrot and the stick. So it really is conditioning. And they've been conditioning men even from like an institutional societal level for the last 50 years, and in a negative way too. Like, if you don't do this, you're a bad man. And that's pretty much how we've been, treating men and boys for 50 years in government, media, education, pharmaceutical, everything. It's a hell of a message.
The craziest thing that I don't know if a lot of guys notice is what happens around MGTOW is what we're really battling with the most is just how to treat each other. You hear it a lot. A lot of guys are still like, they don't fucking know, because we're trying to distance ourselves from the bullshit that is of the everyday of being treated as the disposable male and the male competition, and we need to throw every other man under the bus for the bitches.
Yep. And
so you see a lot of that come up, and I find it quite hilarious, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. See, biologically and psychologically, you're still a man. That's still it. I'm not going to try to take that from you. None of us should be trying to take that from each other at all. And as far as behavior goes, well, just be your goddamn self, unfettered. What I mean is, do the hard work, get rid of the mental blocks, and see things for what it is. But still, don't act like you just reinvented yourself, like you're a whole different fucking person. Because when people say, I've changed, I'm like, how? Same name, same body, same mind. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, your perspective? Yeah, that might have changed, but all the other shit? No, it's still you. Personality still probably the fucking same, I'll be honest.
Yeah. They're taught to deny. They're taught to deny and be ashamed of their male nature. They really are. And they go against their own male nature to get together with the woman, to be in the group, to not offend anybody. And it works for a little while. For
a lot of guys who've never really been in like just any of those type of areas, just being around dudes and being yourself and all that shit. The last thing that needs to be on your mind is who I'm about to fucking offend. And I don't mean try to blatantly do it. I mean, if you're talking about some real shit, who's all that emotional? Who in there, if it's just a bunch of dudes talking, who's all fucking emotional and getting butthurt on every goddamn thing? Who can't actually have a discussion about the shit?
Not men.
So my thing is, a lot of these guys, they got it fucking twisted, and it's getting irritating as shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're just coming in, to MGTOW, and they were raised, by women, and they want to be the champion of the women. So it's hard. It's really fucking hard.
Why do you want to be the champion of the women? They don't give a fuck about you. What the fuck?
No, they'll you under the bus, man. They'll destroy you,
Really?
Oppress the women. Listen, I have 5% of my subscriber base is female, right? So there might be one or two women out there.
I don't like that shit when I see that, because sometimes I'll even get like comments or messages from them. Yeah. And I'm just looking like, what the fuck is this? Bitch, this ain't for you. Go away. What are you doing? It's not for you at all.
Well, it's worse because, you'll have a man come in here and play to the imaginary woman that might be out there.
My thing is, you're still looking for that special Walt. What the fuck are you doing around here? You have lost the fucking plot.
Yeah.
No, Waltz do not exist.
Yeah, you let that shit go. In fact, you're doing more harm to yourself thinking like that than you're doing good. Break away the fantasies, break away the bullshit, see life for what the fuck it is.
You gotta quit females like you gotta quit narcotics.
Yeah.
I think of it as some kind of recovery. I wanted to elaborate briefly on guys with bitch brain, because I come from that demographic. It's the red pill that sort of saved my life. It's my saving grace, to be honest.
Understood.
Me too. Yep. Please bear with me. I grew up adopted single mother. I was adopted at age 7. From 0 to 7, I was put through the foster care system, and I was destroyed a few times. Grew up evil, was destroyed again, and pretty much growing up, I could feel myself being cut down to a cuck. The term I had at the time when I was 15, 16 years old was controllable angel guilty conscience. I thought I was being molded into a controllable little angel. That was my word for cuck at the time, because the word cuck wasn't there to cover everything that we now know.
Mhm.
My mom had a boyfriend, the guy I call my dad, but I was more or less a nuisance to him as much as a son, and he was always angry at me all the time, and so he got me into construction. The work was good, however, I have autism, so there's that shit, which makes bitch brain more obvious, because I know some autistic people, and they're quite feminized. Like, there's this one guy I met, he talks like a woman, his voice is just annoying as hell.
Uh-huh.
I used to speak like that about my feelings. I would talk to females, to help sort my shit. I was like, oh, why can't I get laid? And then they'd give me some bullshit answer.
Yeah. Yep.
These red pill videos, Barbarossa, Tom Likas, Sandman, TFM, you Howard Dare, really straighten me out. Like, I can't believe it's a miracle, to be honest, because I would have been destroyed otherwise. Now, as for guys with bitch brain, sorry, I'm a little nervous speaking online here.
That's perfectly fine.
And the more I get nervous, the less I can think. So,
look, you're among those of like-minded. Believe me, you're all right. Go ahead.
Take your time. We do this.
Okay, so basically, in the culture of manly men, like say a construction site, my dad put me through the ringer in terms of training me for, working around hard asses. However, that had the complete opposite effect. It made me not want to participate in construction sites or much manly culture, because I thought I had no place in it, that I'll just be ground down and be made into everyone's little bitch. At the time, my mom signed me up for disability or welfare or whatever, Social Security. I'm able.
How old were you? How old were you at that time?
I was 18 when she signed me up. She simply didn't want me to be homeless. It was like a mother protecting her son, which is like, which is legit.
No problem.
However, I think that if I didn't have that and I went out and worked my ass off, and I was desperate to get laid, I wanted to impress females. I think if I, went that route, I probably would have been destroyed and become one of those bitter men who's paying out his ass with a kid.
Yeah. Like you would, you probably would have gotten married and already have a couple kids.
Yeah. So while I was on disability, I took the path of least resistance, and I'm not proud of this. In fact, I kind of think I deserve to be roasted. I sat on my ass collecting tax dollars and just living on that, but I felt ashamed. I went out and worked at times, and then there are times when my anxiety mental shit got the best of me, and I pretty much hid at home while fighting while trying to find work, and just job stress, work, all that shit, right?
Right. How was your physical health at the time? Were you like, strong and muscular, or were you like, overweight and, indulging your feelings?
Overweight and indulging my feelings. I did a bit of physical activity. I like to ride a bicycle.
Yeah.
I was kind of had my feet in both buckets.
Understood.
Now, I had some good friends that I learned off of, like my buddy Mike. He was an asshole alpha male, and I learned a few good things from him. And now that I know this red pill shit, I appreciate him much more than I did before. Because at the time I was like, oh, I thought being beta was the good thing. I thought the whole masculinity was toxic. And what cemented my belief was the constant fights between my mom and my dad. I don't know what kind of shit my mom pulled, but his response was way over the top. Like, basically, the relationship ended, and then she called him and said, yeah, I'm pregnant. So he tried to make it work. However, whatever shit they had, he was always pissed off. And whenever he spoke to me, I had like a panic attack and ran to my mom. Then my dad would chase me down and start screaming at me for not, talking to him like a man. Well, at the same time, I thought, oh God, I'm going to get destroyed. It was just like, I've been doped up on cortisol my entire life growing up, like seriously.
Were you on any other medications? Was your mother, getting you medicated at the time too?
Actually, no, she did not want me on pills.
Good.
She did not want me fucked in the
You're
head.
Lucky as fuck.
Oh, I know.
Good sign.
I know. Instead, I got a lot of discipline, a lot of cucking discipline. She was pissed off at me a lot of time because I was, annoying little autistic kid. And whenever she got mad, I got nervous. I couldn't think. Then she'd get more past, and it would be a snowball effect. And then whatever shit happened, you know, she'd tell me to get over it. You know, it's like every, you know, like
Right.
when someone says, "Oh, this, you know, get over it. It's in the past. It's not going to destroy you." I'm like, "Okay, fine, I'll get over it." But the negative effects still went through and stuck to my anxiety, and I didn't realize it was my anxiety, and I turned my hatred towards, you know, my parents.
How
Now,
old are you now? How old are you now?
I am 31.
Okay.
Fucking
Thanks.
And so, anyways, back to the path of least resistance. I pretty much chose to hang out with anime groups, and one trope I noticed, one theme is that a lot of the anime girls, obviously, they didn't like the fat guys. They wanted little skinny twink guys, you know, decked
I
out
wonder
like
why.
cosplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like skinny, muscular, whatever. And
Yeah. More
tried,
testosterone, less estrogen.
yeah, I tried to fit into the con scene. However, eventually I realized I was merely an excess male, volunteering at so many conventions and hoping that I could make some friends, you know, get people's attention. I made a few friends, but eventually I dropped off, and I had some I had an experience in 2014. I was at this convention, right? Still in my bitch boy days. And I was walking around in my costume. I was dressed up as a Minecraft creeper. I made the headpiece and body ghillie suit. However, I walked by some female I creeped out years ago, and you know I apologized to her prior and made up for it. Like long before this time, I walked by without noticing.
Ouch.
She sends her. She acts like a cute little angel, and she sends her boyfriend after me. And he, you know, the guy was an alpha male protecting his females. He told me it's like he told me straight up, you know, I was a creep and everything. He tore major strips off me, and of course at the time I fucking hated his guts with a seething passion. You know, being made a little bitch in front of someone when someone if you're an autist and you have bad anxiety, people can rewrite your brain like a hard drive with their words, and you're stuck viewing yourself under that kind of scope, and it's fucking mentally debilitating at times. However, what strips this guy took off me, I recovered with red pill videos. So, and then I no longer have a grudge against that guy, and actually that was how I started dropping out of the con scene when
Mhm.
realized that I was just not needed. As John
Yeah.
Calhoun would put it, I was an excess male. As
Well, sometimes things have to get pretty bad, you know, before
oh
we come
yeah,
to a realization and make those serious changes.
oh yeah, that was like what got me into the anime scene was a major blue pill event called the Glomp game. It's like where people form this huge circle. There's a pile of old soda bottles in the middle, and some people, you know, it's like spin the bottle and you go up and hug the person. It was called the Glomp game, and you know I was going through a low period of my life, and holy shit, all the natural high I got from all the female hugs, and that's what kept
Yeah.
me hooked in conventions until you know that guy ripped me
Yeah.
apart with his words.
Yeah. Any hugs you could get. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you know and it's like, and now all these, so I slowly transitioned out of bitch boy mentality. And
Good. Good.
thanks to you, thanks to these videos, it's like my saving grace.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
you know, I recently got out of a relationship where, you know, I thought the girl was a unicorn, and yet I tried to keep myself grounded with red pills, you know, purple pill, as some people would say.
And I tell men all the time, there's no such thing as a female unicorn.
Oh, I know. I thought,
Things have
okay,
never been female. Okay.
yeah.
Just
I
joking
mean,
around.
I tried to tell myself, okay, well, if my girlfriend fucks up, I will, you know, respond accordingly. That moment came and went. We were having a happy phone conversation one time, and she suddenly got really angry at me because she thought I was cheap. You know, I was having some money troubles. I fucked up with my finances and had to, you know, she lost her patience and pulled a big emotional spill on me. Of course, I took what I thought was the adult approach. I'm like, look, cut me some slack, okay? It's not the end of the world, right? However, that negative reaction, as much as I tried to block it with, you know, reason, logic, acting like a man, it still went fucking through. It still hurt like hell. The next day I went to see her. My mind just totally collapsed as far as she was concerned. My heart, you know, I went to see her and I didn't feel any affection towards her. I didn't want to touch her. I didn't want to hug her. I didn't want to fucking look at her. And then she started crying on me, and then my heart just went into ice age mode, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm fucking done. And Barbara Rosa's words went through my brain because I watched this video years ago. It's just as painful, if not more painful, to take the hooks out than to leave them in. So
Well, yeah, you saw, see, right there at that moment, you noticed what happened, right?
yeah,
You
I
saw
ran.
the amount of stressing
ran,
on the bullshit and
she
what it
was-
really was, and
when
so
she was-
you tore
when she-
away. You said no.
Yeah, when she was crying on me after making me feel bad the night before, I ran the red pill shit through my head, and that was the last day I saw her.
Good.
Yeah. So and I haven't even wanted to get back with her since. So
Yeah. Well, you recognize that, her behavior, it's the same thing that any woman would have done.
yeah,
That's
oh,
details might be different, but the overall
John's
strategy is the same.
John's videos from MGTOW is freedom. He asks his viewers to send him the stories of their life experience, right? He talks about it in his videos. However, when he talks about everything in his videos, he's telling me my life story. And so have you, and so has TFM, and Angry
Sure.
MGTOW, and so on.
Sure.
So now my present state is I screwed up in my 20s. I messed around with credit cards, went for the gratification of buying shit. And, I admit I have 15K debt, credit cards, student loans, and some other shit. And now I am getting back into working again. I work through a staffing agency, and they let you leave a site if you don't like it, and they let you stay at a site if you do like it. So I thought, okay, now that I'm working for myself, I feel less shame about it because it's less pressure than working to make a female happy. I can focus on paying down my debts and getting my SHIT back together. And it just feels a little more positive being on the job, and it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So
And not chasing after women, you know what I mean? Not considering your whole life purpose, just getting together with some painted whore.
oh man, everyone freaking talks about it. Like everywhere I work, guys like, oh yeah, they're talking about banging someone, or they're talking about having kids. And just last Friday, right, I ran into some old friends. This girl.
Oh, wait a minute. Ran. I don't mean to be rude or anything like that, but don't tell us, the blue pill stories too much.
No more blue pills.
Focus on the red pill knowledge that you got out of the situations.
Blue pills,
telling us the terrible blue pill situation.
just as dangerous. Just because I have a red pill doesn't mean I'm immune to blue pills. But anyways,
Oh.
somewhat of a red.
Actually, thank you for that statement. A lot of guys don't get it.
Yeah. And my experience with my girlfriend is the exact same. I try to convince myself I was well grounded. Nope. So anyways, my crazy friend, she's a good friend, all that. High school, so we call each other cousins. We never dated, we never wanted to. She prefers different guys, I prefer different girls. So anyways, I met up with her and her current boyfriend at the time, and some other dude we met at work, right? And she's hooking this new guy up with a psycho friend of hers. And she's like, oh yeah, this girl, she'll punch people out, she'll knock a bitch out, blah blah blah, she's perfect for you. And the guy's like, yeah, I got all my money, got all my shit lined up. And I said absolutely nothing because friends equals work connections. And I said nothing. I was thinking, buddy, you're gonna get your balls squeezed or round with a freaking big ass boot.
Yeah.
And I was, and I told my friend, do not match me up with anybody. She's like, I won't. You got debt. No one wants you. I'm like, okay, good. And I think
that's kind of insulting. You know what I mean? But telling him up front that she's a psycho crazy bitch who will physically attack people,
And this guy was like, ugh. I said nothing. I didn't want to disrespect.
No, he was like, I want to meet her. Sounds great.
She was showing him a picture of her, and I was just like, I had my beer in my hand. I was like, nope.
No, he was thinking the exact opposite. He was thinking she's damaged. She's fucked up. I'll stand a better chance with her.
Oh yeah, he was saying he had money and everything, thinking that he'd win her over. And she's like, oh yeah, you got your shit together. Her current boyfriend's a fucking drug deal. And I was thinking, yep, there's that one again.
Oh, that sounds good. Introduce a little bit of tournament mating in that bitch.
Yeah, also dropping the drug dealer, the connections with the people in her background, right? This is one of the red flags. The minute that somebody starts talking about that sort of shit, it's just one of many red flags.
Oh, love is one of the most dangerous drugs in the world. Out of all the shit we have the option to put in our bodies, these fucking hormones, stress, love, they're so dangerous. Love, I rank as far more dangerous than bath salts because of its subtlety and what it drives people to do, whether relationships work or not. Like last year, I was biking in a small town and I was waiting for the bus to get back home. Talked to these dudes and they said that some guy got stabbed outside the supermarket where I just ate my lunch, and this happened days before I was there. He stabbed some other guy to death because the other guy was going out with his ex. He saw them together and just fucking lost his shit. You know, pulled around, got out of his truck, and just
turn me
yeah, you know,
Yeah. I just made a video about, you know, the emotions and how strongly they influence people. And it's not that emotions are bad. It's not that women are bad. It's not that the hormones, you know, that cause these feelings are bad.
It's nature, and it runs contrary to what we believe things are. It's raw nature.
All right, I like this guy.
Unfettered.
Oh yeah.
Uncensored. Nature is not politically correct. Communists and nature do not get along. And history.
The question isn't whether or not, you know, these feelings are good or bad. The question is whether or not the man is in control of them and he can control them and benefit from them, or if he's going to go out and do something fucking stupid and try to, you know, shoot somebody or get himself killed or, you know, sacrifice his life. So these feelings, these depths of feelings, these strong emotions, they're fine. But if the man loses control and does something stupid and runs out and gets himself hurt, then they're not good. So you're not going to get rid of these emotions. You know what I mean? But you learn to work with them and control them and recognize them and use them to your advantage. That's how I see it.
Yeah, well, you know, in terms of my idea of my emotion control, I consider myself a low level, so I keep my distance from things that cause my emotion to mess me up.
Yeah, that's being smart. Exactly. You stay away from the things that you know are going to cause you serious trouble. But you know, you get better in time with experience and knowledge.
Yeah. I know it's great. I lost track of what I was saying. Anyways, I escaped from
problem. You were going on about, you know, how horrible it is in the blue pill world and this bitch and that bitch. And to be honest with you, I can't really let you go that far with it.
Yeah, I took up so much time. I took up so much of your live stream already.
No, that's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. You know, I have no problem with that. It's that everything needs to be focused on MGTOW and red pill knowledge as opposed to blue pill damage. You know what I mean? People want to just go over, you know, the bad things that happened in their life. Let me ask you this. You spoke about Barbarossa. You spoke about the year 2014. When did you start watching MGTOW videos? And, you know, what were the first few videos that you watched? And who do you like to watch now?
Well, I think I picked up on some anti-marriage videos at the time. It was about 2015, late 2014, early 2015 when I first saw the acronym. I think I saw Barbara's channel long before the MGTOW came out. I only watched one or two videos. It didn't quite grab me, but you know, some statements did. You know, I was just reading, you know, like all my life, I did not even want kids or marriage. Well, maybe marriage, but never kids, right? Before I even went red pill, I got a vasectomy because I wanted to get laid without the fear of pregnancy, right?
Right. And let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a personal question. How many times had you been laid before that? Before you got the vasectomy, how many times had you been with women?
8.
8 times? That's a lot. That's a lot for most men. You know, I don't mean to be personal, you know, just checking.
I got laid on average once or twice a year, and I was perfectly fine with that. Actually, I got used to it, and
that's pretty good.
Not like when I was 19. Okay, when I was 19, right? When I was in my teens, it was all about getting laid, and virgins were to be shamed. And I thought I thought no woman would want a virgin, and that's why I was desperate to get laid, to get some kind of sexual experience to put in play.
Well, I don't know what you were so, you know, ashamed of or upset about, you know. Seems like you were quite the player, actually.
I only met low SMV women online. You know, some were fat and gross, some were somewhat decent. However, I'm through with that shit. I'm just tired.
Let me ask you this. When you did have these encounters, and you don't have to go into detail or go into anything embarrassing or anything like that, did you feel better about yourself or worse about yourself? You know what I mean?
I felt worse about myself. I remember I didn't know what those feelings were, so I internalized it as the guilt trip from the shame of having sex and all that. I even like sent a message to Sandman like 2 years ago, and
Cool. Yeah.
he responded with a video, saying it could be postcoital tristesse or the ideological shit. And after with my girlfriend, I didn't experience much of that postcoital tristesse, but now, well, when I got a rebound after we broke up, I just felt like shit after because it was like a much older lady, wasn't that attractive. That they have ways of hiding all that fat, and then when it all comes out after you're horny, after it's done, I was just so shut off. I haven't wanted to get laid since.
That'll do it. I mean, some of the makeup videos that I make, the before and after pictures, it's like you see the woman with makeup and you're like, yeah, she's pretty hot. She's kind of cute. And then you see her without the makeup and you're like, oh my God, that's horrific. That's horrible.
Actually, I've seen some women with makeup and I thought they look more disgusting with makeup. They put on that foundation, that eyeliner, that nasty lipstick. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is that shit made out of? I don't want that on my hands. I don't want that on my face. I don't want that on my lips. Like when I was dating my girlfriend, I hated when she wore lipstick. I was like, ew, what the fuck is that shit? It's disgusting.
Well, some men like that look.
I sure as hell don't.
Well, it's better than the natural splotched up faces and shit like that. The reason why the women wear the makeup is because they're ugly, and you know why they wear perfume, don't you? Because they stink.
Ron.
My bar was very low at the time.
Yo.
Hey.
Could you tell me what the name of the... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What was the name of Sandman's response video?
Death of Men.
Best?
No, death. Like when he died, the death of men.
Okay.
And he sort of it's an old video. He's reading off a script that he wrote, and yeah.
No.
It's Salmon's. I think Salmon had one unscripted video, and I was like, he should talk more unscripted because, aside from that, Salmon didn't.
You can't do that because you got to remember. Well, I'm not talking ill of the guy. I'm just saying he's got his own agenda and his own thing. So speaking unscripted doesn't work out for what he's trying to do.
Yeah, well, he does it from time to time. He'll do like an interview or a conversation, but not too often. Yeah, but most of his videos are scripted, and he gets it all right. He doesn't make stupid mistakes.
One of Sandman's most influential videos I listened to is 2015. I was riding my bike, had the video on my iPod, and it was the first time I heard the explanation that women don't love men for biological reasons and everything else that comes with that. TFM's video, She Will Never Love You, further solidified that in my brain. And and I was like, holy shit. I mean, somewhat it was subconsciously obvious, but it didn't become actually obvious until then.
Yeah, men know. Yeah, men kind of instinctively know that the women don't value them. They value the work.
And then I wondered if sometimes if this shit runs subconscious in women, if the switch just shuts off in their brain, whether they plan to or not, If some,
Well, I'm sorry, what did you say?
If that switch that makes the woman turn, suddenly turns her from being in love with the guy to being absolutely sick of him, it's like a switch that goes off. For example, I was cheap too long, and my girlfriend eventually got freaking sick of it.
Well, she was already sick of it in the first moment you did it.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, they're just not gonna just see. Some can immediately jump ship based on the options.
Yeah.
Others have to wait it out, and they have to sort of like try to attrition you into changing your behavior. And if you don't, then they just build the pain up.
They build up the pressure because I fended off her in arguments. When she made a joke about putting me in the corner in front of her friends, I looked at her, I was like, I'll put you in a corner. She didn't really say much, but I don't think she liked it very much.
Oh yeah, so then eventually, a lot of guys don't get it. Women, it's not an abrupt thing. They swerve now as an abrupt thing. It's not a fucking abrupt thing. See, in your mind, it's abrupt. This shit was already going on. This shit was already in the making.
I found out from her friends that she had been pissed off at me for about 3 months before I found out. I was like, oh shit. these MGTOW guys are right.
And also, number one, her friend telling you wasn't just by no fucking coincidence.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't talk to those people anymore. I like cut so many people out of my life around that time I left her because she knew them all as well, and I was like, "Fuck this group."
Well, a lot of MGTOW guys, I really wish they would understand something. When we're talking about a lot of these behaviors and shit, we're talking about fucking everybody. We're talking about people, period. So if we're talking about people, period, that means, guess what? You, people around you, we're talking about your asses also. When we talk about these behaviors, these mindsets, these mentalities, there's nobody exempt that's part of the human race. That's how it works. So when a lot of guys sit there and they say, well, yeah, I had to cut some people out. Well, duh, what do you think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen when you started realizing this shit? When you started realizing how you were viewed, how you were taken advantage of, all that. You thought you were going to be happy with somebody playing you right in front of your fucking face?
No.
And then sitting there denying it like you're retarded?
Yeah.
Because nobody who gets here, I haven't seen a retarded motherfucker yet. That hasn't happened.
Right.
So yeah, my thing is, that eventually you're gonna cut some people off.
Oh, it wasn't the first time I cut people out of my life. I cut people out of my life several times throughout my life. And there are people I really shouldn't have fit in to begin with, so there's that.
Well, the woman does not respect the man right from the start. The man, by chasing after the woman, is not really respectable in her eyes or his own. So the man, and she's shit testing him the whole time, right?
Yeah.
And the man's failing the shit test, and eventually she's like, I'll put you in the corner. You're like, what the fuck? How did it get to this point? And you're looking at her and you're thinking to yourself, shit, she's not even pretty. I don't even like hanging around her anymore.
Yeah.
And she's got this horrible, hateful attitude towards me. And the next thing you know, you're looking at her and you're saying, like, please don't leave. I love you. And you're like thinking, what the fuck did I just say?
Sorry,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, when you say it, the way you say that shit.
Actually,
yeah, well, I've said it before. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck did you just say? Let that fat, mean-spirited bitch go. Let her get out the door,
You better hope you can get her out the goddamn door.
Yeah.
Guys don't understand. It's getting more difficult. Once you let these bitches in, they're making it so they pretty much can plant themselves in your life. So there's nothing you can do.
Exactly. Oh, I live on my own, and she never lived with me, and I told her she was never going to live with me, and she did
You're
not.
a smart man for that.
I actually, based on all the red pill stuff, I actually expected this kind of course of action between us. So,
well, so what you're saying now is that you went into this after you already had red pill knowledge. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, I admit it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Just making sure.
No, wait, you're pulling a high, guys?
No, he's not pulling a high, guys. He's pulling, it's okay. It'll work out. It'll be okay. I know what I'm doing.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there
you
go.
That's what a high guy is. Hi, guys. Yeah, I know I watched the Barbaros and say, but look, hold on. Well, you don't have to call me that. Listen. All right, look. So I thought I had it figured out.
Let's not do that here and now. Let's not do that here and now.
No, I'm sorry. I'll just explain it. There's a joke about that type of thing. I'm sorry, but no, you're cool. You're cool, dude. You're really cool. I really enjoy you opening up, sharing, and being this honest, because it's not an easy thing for a lot of dudes to do.
No, it's not, and you're welcome to do it. But it's partially my fault. I'll say it again. The horrible blue pill experience that each individual man has is not what we're here to rehash, but we're here to just get the gist of it and then glean the red pill knowledge from it. Because if we stay within the experience of the individual man, then we just kind of fall into that trap. We become like gossiping women, and we're not. We are MGTOW. So we extract the knowledge out of what the hell happened here, and then we move on.
I kind of meant to give that to you so that knowledge could be extracted, but I think I played a little much. Red pill wise, I'm just working on paying my debts off.
Cool. You should focus on that, paying your debts off. And then after that, don't rush, but, figure out what it is, with the rest of your existence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What in there that you want, that you following a certain path would have you content. You wouldn't feel like waking up as a burden. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
And you've made mistakes in the past. You know how bad that is, and you know what can happen. And in paying off your debts, you might want to really consider the whole idea of making extra money. Okay, a lot of people just think like, over time I'll just get this paid off, but there are ways to make extra money, especially online. And if you're working for somebody else, and and I don't mean to be cruel about this, I'm just saying that there are ways to hustle it up. You know what I mean? Like if you'll just dedicate like 5 hours a week to working on eBay and cleaning out some of your old stuff in your life, there's money to be made. And
oh yeah, I got a Athlon X4 860K and an old GTX 750 Ti on eBay, SFM 24-6. If anybody's interested.
Yeah. Click on the link below. Click on the link below. I'm selling my old computer and my old graphics card. Here it is. We'll put some video pictures of it out. So there's ways to do it, and you can just do it as part of your life. And it's just something that men need to do because men are getting closed off in the economic field. Men don't realize this, okay? When a woman's like acting ape shit crazy and all upset in the workplace, you might think it's just like, oh, the little lady has a personal issue with somebody. Isn't that cute? No, this is a woman marking off territory, kicking men out of the territory, opening it up for her friends, for her sister, for her friends.
Oh, it's like virus particles getting into a cell and then blowing it up.
Well, yeah, that's one way of looking at it, and
that's a good one. I'm stealing that. In fact, he never said that. I said that first. Nobody heard me.
SFM 2017.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how we play that.
Like, in fact, you know what, HD? Edit the stream later.
Yeah. Oh, there is shit I have to edit. Yeah. What about that stream from the other night? You know what I mean? Just screaming at like you this, you that, F you this, F you that. It's like, it just goes on and on and on. That's it.
Well, my thing is, that's the thing I always wonder, are some guys really, because if they've ever, I can't remember the name of the stream I did, but It was a great example of how a Fight Club is actually supposed to work.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was me, MGTOW, and a few others, MGTOW, Andy, and a few others. I'm like, it got heated. We started disagreeing on some shit.
Sure.
And then after that, some people, it was just like either misunderstanding like that. We went through it. There was some yelling, but a lot of shit was just logical, all that shit, and to the point and everything. And at the end, it was like, okay, this is what the fuck I was saying. This is what the fuck I'm saying, and bam, you know what I'm saying? It went down like that. And like literally at that point, everyone came to understanding a certain shit. Like, this is where I stand, this is where I stand, this and that. And nobody was all butthurt and stormed off like, you guys are asses. Like,
so it's basically like a forest fire, and then next year, much better trees grow.
Well, no, it's a male discussion. It's men literally like really talking that shit out, like really getting to what it is. And you may disagree, but my thing is, if you run off and just, you guys are bullies, this is bullshit. No, well, see, no one's insulting you. I'm talking about the idea or the concept you presented.
Yeah.
I'm getting all emotional.
Yeah.
Well, everything gets, dragged into this personal level. Like I can pretty much, see the person sitting there with their arms folded and their lips pouted out, as they're typing their shit. And it's like, this is not constructive. I have no good reason to indulge in this. I can also see somebody, just talking about their ex-wife, the horrible experiences that they had and how unfair it was and how, their brothers didn't treat them fairly either, and just going on and on about it. I can see that one too happening.
I remember this is one of my favorite ones too, because that was me, Vic, MGTOW, MGTOW Indian. Was Adam there? No, I think Adam had dropped out around that time. And literally, we were bringing up the whole discussion of feminism. And the whole point about first, second, third wave would happen, and was it even necessary, or is it actually destructive? Can all three of them be branched into the same thing? And like we really that was a point where there was a disagreement, but everybody, we had it out exactly how it goes. Like, you bring your logical points and all that shit.
Yeah.
And it was a really great discussion. That's how it works. A lot of guys, they're lost on that. So you put your emotions in it and stop thinking logically and stop responding logically. That's where you fuck it up. Stop getting hurt like someone's attacking you. It's not attacking you.
Their emotions are in it. You know what I mean?
See, what you're saying is like this. When you present an idea or a thought, well, someone's going to analyze that thought. See, my thing is, So many people add it to themselves. They get emotionally invested in that. Stop doing that. There's a difference between an idea and a goddamn belief.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know how to separate those things. That's why we leave certain things out of a lot of discussions that I do for a reason.
Yeah. Well, the person's coming.
Where those things go.
They're coming in emotional, like they just got yelled at by their boss, who happens to be a woman. Their girlfriend just told them that, they like men, with bigger dicks or something like that. So they're full of emotion. And then they come in here and, we're talking maybe abstracting about how feminism, communism, all the isms have certain character, traits in common. And we're arguing about it. So no, it's very hard for the man to come from, that heavy emotional place into that other conversation of detachment with its own.
You got to practice that. Honestly, if you're a man and you want to have conversations and discussions like that, well, yeah, you need to. Number one, you should be practicing that anyways.
Yes, agreed.
Do you want somebody to be able to literally get you just all pumped up out of nowhere?
Exactly.
Fun. Because my thing is, you have to pay attention to what they're doing. Because if they're doing that and it's just out of thin air, they're doing this. That's because they want a certain reaction. There's going to be a usefulness in that reaction from you.
You're so smart. Yeah, you're so smart. That is the element of control. That all of these isms, feminism, communism, that they have in common, globalism, is that they are trying to control and manipulate the individual. So there's these connections between all these things. And
I don't know why MA is being quiet, because we've had plenty like that.
He was letting the new guy speak.
I'm waiting for my just the right moment to pounce. So
what the fuck?
Like a jaguar.
Yeah, we're not doing that here, man. We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that here.
Well, why do you someone going to pounce on you or Howard? Like, I'm just waiting.
What the fuck? What
Big
the fuck?
Alligator. I haven't picked out my prey yet. I'm just waiting.
What the fuck?
Big cow python.
Well, yeah, it sometimes can happen like that. Sometimes a lot of MGTOWs, they do want to have a little fun. I'm guilty of it as hell. Everybody knows that shit. Fuck it. We all know how it goes. There's an asterisk next to any fucking discussion I do.
You know what? I don't like low-hanging fruit anymore. I'm so done with low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? I'm so done with feminists, autistics. I don't care anymore. I want high caliber. They might be con men or bullshit artists or whatever, but I want something more better. I want so that we can elevate the male discussion. Not just
but they don't come around here.
Well, there's 3 of them in the room right now, at least. Howard, high caliber. I'm high caliber. You're high caliber. I mean, and we've already fought amongst ourselves. It's boring. We need fresh meat to elevate the discussion. What I'm saying.
Yeah, but then they just call us bullies and shit like that.
I love low hanging fruit.
They were never high caliber then. Like, if it's that easy for them to be, oh, you guys are picking on me, that's a bitch. That was low fruit. So.
Well, maybe I haven't had any fucking actual. Real.
I don't think they make them like they used to. Oh,
no,
shit, that was kind of mean. Was that mean? Howard, was that mean when I said?
No, I believe in collecting all the low-hanging fruit every day, early in the morning.
That's not what I mean.
That is good. I like that one.
As a habit. Just do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Actually, you know what? HD, edit this. You never said it. I said it.
Okay.
SFM 2017.
Damn right.
There is evidence, rumors. Is my mic working? No.
Yep, it's working.
That little Miss Independent.
High-powered bankers kind of had the idea to bring feminism to get rid of the traditional family, give women a platform to hate on men, and collect taxes from both women and men. High-powered.
What?
You get it?
All right, number one. That was already a thought in the first place. That
Look,
as far as taxes, if you can get women to be like a majority stake in the workforce, also just like men, then yeah, you're gonna have more taxes. It's the dumbest thought in the world, because when you understand how women really work, no, they're gonna use up a shit ton of the taxes that they're putting in.
Yeah,
that's what's happening now. Like what?
Yeah, MA, are you there, MA?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, you've got to help me out. You've got to respond, to this question that he just put forth.
What's up?
Okay. Go ahead, little
What's the
miss.
question?
Go ahead. Go ahead, little miss. Ask the question again. Or make the statement. Can you hear me?
Yo, I'm in a place where a bunch of people are sleeping, so I would have to go into another room, and I'm cooking.
Just type the goddamn question. Just type the statement.
Is that why you're whispering? I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, okay. See, I knew this wasn't going good. Sorry, MA. I just needed your help, in responding to the question, but he can't ask it.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
So you guys,
It's important. It's important how he asks it. Yeah. You got it.
So a bunch of high-powered the rumors going around is that.
And I got to go get a drink. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
So, misanthropic altruists. So the rumors going around are that a bunch of high-powered bankers are the ones that they basically were helping to promote feminism, because that would also mean that the collection, along with male taxes, would give them more, revenues and whatnot. So your thoughts?
I can't get over the fact that you actually sound like Prince. I want you to put the lane.
What the fuck?
Yo, do Erotic City. That's my joint right there.
Fuck you. Well, he said high-powered bankers doing stuff and, women taxes, getting more revenue, tax revenue.
And all the shit was, man, bitches are voter based and they have consuming power. Boom, that's it. It's a no-brainer. You always make fucking uneducated and, dependably stupid people your voter base or your consumer base. I mean, these are kind of basically the modern rules of government and corporations. Boom. What's up? I don't know. Maybe you fucked it up because you did it in Prince mode. I'm going to make a Red Pill Radio with all Prince songs. Nobody will like me ever again. All right. That's what everyone took a piss. Never fucking announces it anymore. Motherfucker. Oh, what have I told you guys? There's dead air. You can't let dead air.
I can't think of much to say, to be honest. You guys I don't know, you guys know more than me.
What happened?
Man, fuck you.
What? I stepped away for a second. I don't announce
I told you
that
about
shit.
that rude shit. Howard announces it. You never announce it.
I don't need to announce it. Just keep talking.
Bastard.
What the fuck would I announce it for? That's going to disrupt the conversation. If you don't hear me talking, let me just keep talking. So, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll enjoy it more. Because you'll be more curious. Like, wait, is he just listening and waiting on some type of response? Or is like, what's going on? It makes it intriguing.
No. It's Cheetos, Gatorade, or pissing. That's all it is ever with you. So.
Look, number one, stop selling trade secrets like that. That's fucked up. And number two, number one, I don't know why the fuck. Hey, it's number two, but now it's number one because I'm starting a new lining of questioning. Why the fuck aren't you? Where are your talking points at? Why every time I come somewhere, I got to be the motherfucker with all the talking points? You used to be great at that shit. You used to be like a fucking excellent motherfucker. You'll come in, yeah, but have y'all thought about this?
Half the time I was sloppy, drunk, and emotional and shit. I'm just kind of more chill back now,
Oh, so I got to do it. This is all on me now.
I think you have hypertension, so you don't need to be drunk to do that high energy shit. I have to. No. Maybe with enough coffee, I can get to that level, but I haven't had enough coffee.
Don't fuck yourself up with caffeine like that. It's just,
Well, it's better than booze. I mean, here's the thing. Like, Yeah,
Well, they
me and
technically have the
Booze,
same kind of, well, not the same, but it's similar reactions in your body with your blood vessels and all that shit. So, I mean, you kind of want to limit yourself on both.
May I add 2 cents? I learned recently that sugar is sometimes used to create stress hormones and cortisol, and I don't know if that makes people more tense.
It does, actually. And both
and then
things,
alcohol turns into sugar in the body, so that makes sense too.
yeah, it
That's why,
helps with anxiety.
that's why brilliant motherfuckers just simp out sometimes when they get drunk. I ain't said a thing. So there you go.
Anyways, I'm just gonna leave that alone because I'm
Man,
not.
fuck you. You want to go?
Well, you want to?
Where's the beer? Oh shit, I don't have any in the house. Damn it, give me 15 minutes now.
What the?
Yeah, do a beer run in the middle of a live stream. Take your phone.
Oh, that's been done before. We've all done that shit.
yeah.
Walk
That's
to
like,
the liquor store with the live stream going, hey, what beer should I get, guys?
No, you don't have.
No,
you already know.
some of us have actually taken we've taken the fucking Hangouts mobile and we would buy liquor while we were talking and shit.
Where the fuck do you think I was?
That shows how little time I spend on live streams. I usually just watch pre-recorded.
Well, no, there's some. You got to remember, live streams. They're not all the same. You got some that are really high uppity. They need to be all precise and eggheady and shit. Then you got some that are more freeform and relaxed.
So,
SFN?
which kind of would this be the freeform relaxed? Would this be the
Well, because literally once you add me and MA into the mix, it's just like, all right, well, you're gonna get some eggheady shit, and then you're gonna get just some straight up belligerent shit. So
Howard Dare, he used to run cast, and he's kind of like he has a kind of like a talk show personality, right? He's got the radio voice and all that shit. So he's on that, and then he fucked with the dark side, and he's never returned.
Totally, he was in podcast prison, and he just
the dark triad.
Yeah, man, how are those stitches when HD like cut you with that bottle, man? You feeling all right?
Yeah, I got one last question. As far as these live streams go, should an autist like me just listen and stay in the YouTube chat while you guys hash out the more serious things, just for future reference? Because autists, we tend to mess things up.
Number one, do you know IPG, indispensable?
No, man, fuck all that shit. Here's the thing. So you know what? Whatever the fuck you are, an autist or whatever, nothing is more annoying than self-defeatism. So if you're autism, understand this. There's a whole bunch of you motherfuckers. And you motherfuckers armed with some dignity and masculinity will own the world one day. So, I mean, don't shit on the autism thing right off the bat.
Yeah, APG is one of my favorite channels, literally. I love hearing this shit, and I love talking to him.
I got the different impression than I should have gotten then.
No, I don't think that you don't come in with a chip on your shoulder, like automatically you're just going to be batted down or some weird shit. Like, it's not going to fucking happen.
Yo.
You know how many different people I've fucking talked to and all that shit, man? It's perfectly fine. Come in and speak your opinion. All that shit is all good.
And so, wait, do you think that your mom told you have feminism and all these problems and shit?
Me?
Yeah.
Feminism?
No. My mom didn't give me feminism. Unfortunately, what I used to do was in high school years, I went to this local university. I went to the library just to stare at maps for hours on end. It was a hobby of mine. There, I ran into feminist rallies, and that's when I was first exposed to the social justice bullshit.
Yeah, you wanted to get laid, so you wanted to get close to the women there.
Yep.
My mom made me like her own personal experiment, a clone replica of my father, and she would just every few weeks it was a different diagnosis. Like, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with your biological parent? I'm gonna use you and drug you up and
Munchausen's.
So I don't know if I have half the conditions he created.
That's shaving cream?
I was going to say coffee. Coffee beans being poured somewhere.
Oh, that was me pouring water.
No, I was completely off. I'm sorry.
Oh, you were closer than I was.
Well, I had no idea my kitchen sink tap sounded like fucking coffee beans. What fucking universe am I in?
My ears are failing me. Honestly, I failed the other day. I thought it was somebody, but I was wrong. I thought I had the voice analysis right. I was off. I'm losing my skills, bro.
No.
I've been working too much, and I ain't been MGTOWing enough.
Take some fish oil. It'll help your brain.
I take a black seed oil. Thank you very much.
Give me some, please.
Don't worry, MGTOW. I won't fail you again. Even though it turns out I actually was 100% fucking right. These motherfuckers didn't catch it.
Told you.
Yeah, I told all you motherfuckers.
No,
Now I've been fucking up. Okay, because I'm just putting out too much content and trying too hard and shit like that. So I've had to take down some of my content. I put it up, and an hour later, it's like no, taking it down.
What about
Podcast?
that 7-hour live stream video you had? I never watched it, but I saw there was like 7 hours.
Yeah, bitch.
Watch that one.
A lot of it's just a lot of it's just violent exchanges.
Oh, you're gonna bring up that one time? The one time.
Hey, you were calling people high.
Dark side.
You sound high. What the fuck are you talking about? You sound high.
And then
I've
you
listened to
came off
HD's cast. A
all-
lot of pieheads. Come on here.
which is fine. But check out that stream because I mean, it's worth listening to. It's like I don't want to listen to this, but then I just keep listening to it.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. The quality will improve. You know what I mean? It's my fault for not being an effective host.
That was one night, and also I'm not the one who changed the title to Fight Club. Y'all can't hold that shit on me. Have you seen any of my fucking streams?
No,
Do you
it's
know
not.
what happens?
It's my fault. It's my fault. I accept full
It
responsibility.
happened.
What if I want to accept full responsibility? Am I allowed to do that?
You were there.
No.
You
Yes.
know what? That would be dope if we could get men to do a pissing contest when it came to accountability. The world would improve like overnight.
Number one, I was fully held responsible. It was all my fault.
It was my fault, goddammit. I'm responsible.
Bullshit.
No,
I was
don't do it.
there.
Don't do it.
And you know what? I could have handled it differently, and I didn't. It's my fault.
It's like in that
New topic.
Look, I'm doing it even now. Okay, I'm abdicating responsibility, right? Like I know what's going to happen. Like I'm doing things, and people are listening to this podcast and they're thinking, "What the hell is Howard Dare doing? What is he doing? Why is he stopping this?" And it's like because I know what's going to happen. All right, I know that if we mix the sulfur and the potassium nitrate and the charcoal together in a certain combination, boom, it's going to explode. Right, so it's my fault. It's my fault.
What's probably happening is that SFM's going to start yelling at someone. If he doesn't, I'll start yelling at him for no apparent reason. And that's how it
Well,
usually
number one, I don't need to yell at anybody. Tell you the truth. I mean, my thing is just don't act like all of a sudden you can shame the shit out of me or something like that. I'm not going to defend my fucking self because yeah, the fuck I will.
He's not just going to yell at somebody. He's going to yell at anybody who tries to shame him or MGTOW. And I know that. So I'm using it like a screen. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, come on into the Howard Dare and MGTOW chat. and it's SFM is here. So like the person comes in and they're like, hi, my name is Joe. This is my first time on a chat. And SFM is like, don't bring that shit. I'll rip your fucking. Sorry.
Well, no,
Maybe it's
thing
my
is,
perception, but
a
I
lot
feel
of
like
guys.
the online MGTOW scene has been a little bit more chill lately. It's a little hostile, which is
Look,
ebbs and flows.
And also, people don't blame me for making it hostile. It's not me.
Oh,
Dude, a
it's
lot
not.
of times I'd rather have great conversations.
No, I was just here's one clear thing.
Yeah.
It got less hostile, which means that when you just ignored your detractors and your haters, they didn't have anything to talk about anymore. So they just went away, basically.
They
And
should
dude,
have something to talk about without me being around, period.
And now now we've got MA into the mix, right? So, now we've got the potassium nitrate component coming in.
yeah.
I'm still
All I'm
doing it.
saying is that Filthy Pigeon didn't really come in shaming MGTOW. That's all I gotta say.
What? No one ever said he did. What the hell's wrong with you?
But you were like attacking him every time he tried to talk.
No, number one, with me and Filthy Pigeon was doing what I was doing was a lot. Some of the things I was saying to him, nobody knew because they didn't know the whole history behind a lot of that shit.
Exactly.
And so really the conversation was going on between me and him, and no one was really privy.
It was a routine.
That's what that was going on.
Sure.
So yeah, I don't know how anybody didn't catch on to that. Maybe someone really just need to get the intuition game up.
You never met him before.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, sure I didn't.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing. We're mixing up the MGTOW, the components. And we know.
And also, all those guys who stick their nose in the business, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Sit your ass down. All right.
Thank you. Exactly.
Is
They
my
try to
avatar?
judge me on so many things in so many different situations, and they're like, "As Vim, you've never even dealt with him. Why are you?" I'm like, "Yes, the fuck I have."
Why
You
you
can
being
gaslight all they want to. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
All right. Well, yo, is my avatar the post-feminism now?
it's a little it's better.
Been that. Yeah, it's been that since I came in here. It's been that same thing. Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of different people. They gaslight. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But the thing is, yeah, I'm not stupid. I catch on pretty quick.
Yeah. Very quick.
So yeah, my thing is, when it comes on to situations like those, for those who don't know, because you've never really watched my stream, the longest shit. I know some people don't watch, but whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. Is well, yeah, I know what's going on. I'm not dumb, and my thing is, the person who I'm talking to, everyone else like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Well, yeah, you don't, because it's not for you, jackass.
Dude, no, let's end it. But you guys were talking about, he was trying to make like a hypothetical question, and you were saying,
You're talking about the
no,
past.
you're wrong, and it
Don't
wasn't
fucking
about
worry
the
about
psyop
It's like you're fucking
thing.
stuck in the past or something like that. It's like maybe you got, I mean, don't worry about it. We can move on from it. It's not a
Let's
problem.
do it.
Yeah, you're the one that keeps bringing it up. Let it go.
There's a commenter on the YouTube live chat. They ask, does Howard ever talk about hybristophilia? That's
hybristophilia. The funniest thing about that is
yeah, his name is Rolling Libs 1012. That's the YouTuber's name. He asked the question.
So hybristophilia. Actually, I loved when Barbarossa hit on that, and also with the articles he did on that too. Oh, go ahead. I guess the question was for you, so I need to shut up.
No, it's cool. No, I haven't done a video on it yet because it's one of the silliest sounding I've ever heard. You know what I mean?
No, hybristophilia actually is supposed to be centered around a female's attractiveness to attractiveness to the violent male, the violence to male violence. Attractive male violence. And my thing is, well, one of the things was because I remember reading the articles and watching the videos of Barbarossa, and it was kind of simple. I'm like, well, yeah. My thing is, yes, she does want to wield him. That's why she likes it. It's quite simple. Why do you think proxy violence is always going to be a woman's favorite option? Because my thing is, she can't cause as much damage herself as that male can. And all she has to do is feign submission to get him to actually be her tool to dispense out whatever authority she wishes. Even if it's not real, she could just make some shit up. But he will, and since see her so submissive to her, and that he will believe everything she's saying because of those chemical highs. But yeah, that's how it goes.
You're right.
Well, women also get off on turning a hard rock guy soft just for them. So like if there's some supposed alpha motherfucker stomping around who puts everybody in check, but he's soft with her, she feels like she owns the shit out of him.
See, it also has another practice too, because within it is actually practice. It is learning the key points to get sort of an archetype for that goddamn mentality. Sort of like a profiling block to be able to use those same actual methods of manipulation and bring into submission of the male, which he doesn't believe he's submitting, but yes, he is. And then being able to, again, grab that archetype, that personality block, and use those manipulative methods on other men who displays those mentalities and those attributes.
Yeah. She's using him. She's just using him.
Yes.
Yeah, she's collecting. Yeah, him. Now, we can come at this from a different angle as well, okay, as I was talking about earlier, with the idea that the dark triad personality traits confer on evolutionary and biological advantage, okay? The women want men who are narcissistic, who are Machiavellian. This is the exact quality trait that confers the advantage in the early part of the relationship. Okay, this is why bad boys get all the women. Yeah, they do, because they're lying and they're misrepresenting and they are, not going to keep their promises and things like that. And these are the dark triad personality traits, and they're going to breed a lot. They're going to breed a lot more and a lot sooner. And that other type of person. So,
and also because I won't be able to make presences on HD's streams all the time, Today was just a day where it wasn't that horrible, so I got a little bit of extra time. But I really want a lot of you guys to understand, like, yes, your perspectives, your views, your opinions, all that shit. Yes, there's a reason why he's having it, so you can just hop in. My thing is, MGTOW, there's a lot of guys around. Everybody doesn't always make videos and stuff like that, but your opinions, your perspective, your views, your stories, all that is greatly appreciated. You gotta remember, there's a lot of guys around, and a lot have been through some hell, some shit, all that. And my thing is, sometimes just one guy telling another guy, well, this is what happened, this is what happened. That one guy can say, well, holy shit, that sounds similar to what happened to me. I'm not a fucking wrong. There's not something wrong with me.
Yeah, just one guy. Just one random guy.
And so a lot of you guys, again, in fact, I'm not going to bring up where this one guy said it from, because that guy is a complete dickhead. But yeah, a lot more MGTOWs doing a lot more shit, just jumping on streams, doing videos. Yeah, that's greatly appreciated by everybody. We all like it. Some people hate to use the word community, shit like that. But my thing is, yeah, if you think someone's not around to be able, to lend an ear or something like that, believe me, yeah, it is. Yeah, they are. Literally. It's all the time. You should see my private hangout windows.
Yeah. Yeah. They should. Some of them maybe will, but it's an interesting balance, letting people express themselves, tell their stories, share their stories, connect with other people, connect with other men, reinforce, strengthen this knowledge, which is the aim of what I'm doing, versus just indulging the shit out of, complaining and bitching and moaning and finding fault with stuff, as opposed to looking for a solution.
Skirt.
Yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. And I appreciate everybody stopping by at the Howard Dare channel. And I'm pretty sure that Super Chat is still working. And I'm pretty sure that my PayPal chat is still working. I don't know. I haven't tested it out. But I appreciate everybody stopping by and hanging around. I don't know where we're going to go with this. Going.
Well, talking about hyperbistophilia, to tell you the truth, that's not a long-winded subject. It's pretty easily understood.
Well, you can even come at it from all these angles. It's like it's I don't know.
I'm sorry. A lot of guys get it really quick and really fast, and they're like, I don't need to go into that anymore. It's pretty understood, pretty easily known.
Well, I mean, look at it in the context of a civil society, a civilization, if you will, right? If a woman can get her hooks into somebody who does not have high morals, what that conveys to her is that by any means necessary, that guy might provide and protect her against the conventions of civilization. And here's the thing, that's not very morally respectable, but it is what it is.
Well, that's what the woman wants. She wants it to be you and her against the world, and then it's just, the world and her against you.
Yeah. Well, they use you and dispose of you, of course. Your utility, which a lot of guys don't understand what that all encompasses. See, when it comes down to using the term utility, that means anything you are able to provide through your physical or mental actions. Yeah.
That means your suffering, if it gives her pleasure, is on the table.
Yep. You are actually a tool. That's why I use the wrench analogy.
Yeah.
Because, it's a wrench.
Muscle.
You're the tool, period. As in a tool, you are a utility. As in a tool, you are to be used for any task as needed, and then discarded or placed away, like set somewhere, to be used later on for when that task is needed to be, completed again.
Like a fucking cereal box placed on the shelf.
That's why you use cereal box analogy.
We can meme it. Men are Swiss Army knives and women are boxes. There we go. I like that. MA.
HD just stole my goddamn analogy. I saw it happen that fast.
Howard Dare, 2017.
Motherfucker! They have no clue what's going on right now. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, did you guys see the video I found on Tommy Sotomayor? It's this waitress puts a hot dog up her pussy and then serves it to the guy.
I'm gonna fucking mute you. How old are you? Can I ask you that?
I'm 28.
All right.
28, and that's what you thought was.
All right. I'm not gonna talk about. Yeah. I'm not gonna.
I just thought today it was kind of funny.
Women put inside of themselves. You know what I mean?
That has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about here. That is just a person
Yes.
doing a disgusting act.
But
Yeah,
it
well,
was like the guy said
yeah.
it tasted.
Now you're gonna
fine,
fucking tell us the story. Now you're gonna give us the fucking details.
and
When
then
I was asking you to not even tell the story in the
the
first place.
manager tasted it, the dishwasher tasted it, the cook tasted it too. It was fucking funny.
Well, you're a smart guy and shit like that, and I don't mind having you on the podcast, you know, sharing your ideas from time to time, but at the same time, I don't like just listening to your fucking stories about women and shit like that and crazy ideas.
Yeah, that right there was not necessary to bring up. You bring that shit up to the CDC and the health department.
Well, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, welcome to the MGTOW podcast, and let me talk about what the woman is stuffing inside of herself. You know, it's like, no, I think you need to be, you know, it's like, I understand, you know.
That's not building on the conversation, honestly.
I
Because
didn't know
we
what to
started
talk
with
about.
well, it's okay if you don't know what to talk about. My thing is normally that shit. I don't know why videos like that are what comes to the forefront of your mind of something to talk about. That's
Well,
weird.
that's because no, I mean, you know why, you know what I mean, and it's cool. I mean, I think Tommy's great, I really do, and whatever he hangs around comments, I appreciate it.
No, the thing I'm talking about is trash internet videos.
Well, yeah, you know
not
why,
subject to speak upon.
but it gets the view. I mean, that's why he's putting it on there, and that's why he's watching it, and that's why he's now talking about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I understand everything like that, but at the same time, it's like that's not what the fuck we're doing here in MGTOW. I mean, we could really fucking care less. You know, as a matter of fact, don't talk to me about that. So it's cool.
He already talks about it, I guess. I was gonna say we could talk about it from like what was the female is she should be held responsible or something. What makes her able to do that?
No, I think a more interesting aspect to talk about it is why the fuck you're fascinated with it, and none of us really give a shit and are actually disgusted a little bit by it. I think that's more interesting.
Oh,
Like,
somebody wants to talk about beta bucks.
well, this is, you know, I think it's really interesting why a young man wants to talk about something like this and can't stop talking about this, even though this will now be like the fucking third time, you know, that I've said, don't fucking talk about this shit. And he still can't stop talking about it.
He's fucking older than me.
No, you've got to stop talking about the women. You got to stop worshiping the women. You got to stop fucking presenting a woman's point of view. You know, like
I'm
this.
sorry, I was
It's
raised by
cool.
a single mother.
No, it's, you know, yeah, I know. I mean, I can, well, I don't know. I don't mean to be insulting or anything.
No, after a certain time, it's not a goddamn excuse.
Well, it's just like the kid, well, you know, the young man wants to talk about, you know, his experience with women. You know, it's like, please shut the fuck up. It's like the young man wants to talk about his experiences with death and war. It's like, come on, guys, shut up. It's like the young man wants to talk about his experiences with divorce and child custody. It's like, shut up. It's like, no, he wants to talk about women's pussies. And it's like, okay, that's enough, you know, or
What do
something
you
like
want to
that.
talk about?
I don't care
Normally
what the fuck I want to talk about, as long as I don't talk about anything that you want to fucking talk about.
Normally, the conversations actually flow quite naturally upon what is on a person's mind.
Oh, that was so great. That was the first smart thing he did. He took off before I ejected him.
Is basically to go on certain aspects that maybe like a lot of males are dealing with during their day-to-day. Certain actions or behaviors, not of those kind, that you really want to see more of an insight to or have different opinions or perspectives on.
Yeah. Well, this is the perfect example. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, what do you want to talk about? If we don't talk about women and their vaginas, well, what do you want to talk about? It's like, I can talk about 10 million things.
There's something I want to bring up because I had to deal with this before and I didn't realize that it was a thing. So if anybody's ever dealt with some cramping or shit like that, because I'm getting older now and I'm starting to understand, I just can't go from that warm-up start, just getting straight into physical activity without like some of the stretching or, you know, just warming up. I actually have to do certain things beforehand. Otherwise, you know,
yeah,
as you get older, when you start approaching 30, of course, you still have some of that mindset of being invincible.
Yep.
And just, yeah, I'm one of the strongest motherfuckers in the world. Motherfucker,
Yeah.
you know the things I've did with these muscles? Bitch, are you serious? Do you know what I could do?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, time is actually the ruler of us all, no matter who the fuck you are. And so eventually, yes, you do need to start. Number one, also stretching within itself is not enough. A lot of people think of stretching, well, you got to remember, you're actually just deceiving your body and then being pulled the fucking apart. What you really do want to do is actually light warm-ups and things like that.
Yeah.
Just a little bit like, a lot of people look at the jumping around, they think it's foolish. No, it's not foolish. The jumping around, moving of the limbs, warming your body up in a sense, loosening up. Because stretching is not loosening up, it's actually tightening up.
Good point. Good point. You know, I sometimes use high intensity training where I just burst, you know, like do a sprint for like, you know, 20, 30 yards or even on the bike. But yeah, you need to stretch out a little bit. You need to warm up. Like if you just come cold and then you just hit high intensity, you can rip a muscle real easily. Don't do it.
I've talked to some guys before we were talking about. I'm like, yeah, like sometimes I'd get home and I'm like, damn, why does it feel like part of my shoulder wants to rip the fuck off of me?
Yeah.
So you really do need to pay attention to that as time goes on, and also make sure that as far as like balancing a diet, you really sometimes it can get hard. If you work like hours like I work, yeah, sometimes you'll want to eat for convenience. Don't fight everything in the world to do that. Try to find any time to get you like some good fucking meals, some good shit.
Yeah, the number one difference in health, you know, in later life is whether or not you cooked your own food. If the people cooked their own food, they usually had, you know, healthy later lives. If they ate out at fast food or even expensive places, they were usually sick when they got older.
Well, yeah, don't do that shit.
Yeah.
My thing is, take the time. Like I take the time. Sundays, you'll hear it when I go on the Travcast or something. Like, yeah, that's all I was spending my time doing. I was making all my meals and everything like that. Like I still got some cabbage with some fish, you know what I mean? I got some fucking pork and beef steaks with some veggies, you know what I mean? Got some onions, got some green beans and all that stuff in there. You know, I want the veggies and I want the meats, you know what I mean?
You need the natural antibiotics.
Yeah, I try to stay away from some of the other shit like the pastas. I try to leave those out.
The white bread, yeah.
Oh, leave bread the fuck out completely. I mean, I've heard so many different shit bouncing back and forth from bread and then wheat bread and then all this. And like, well, but people aren't digesting wheat properly. It's coming a problem. I'm like, well, then I'll leave it all out then. How about no bread? Fuck it.
I lost weight from cutting bread and dairy out.
Yeah,
that actually works. My thing is, a lot of people don't know this. You only need dairy when you're young. When you're young and growing up, that's when you really need dairy. As far as in your older years, you technically don't really need it. What you're really looking for is like the calcium.
Calcium can be obtained from other sources than dairy. And speaking of dairy, milk kind of fucks the brain up. It makes it hard for the person to think sometimes.
I never understood the thing with milk. Like, why the fuck are we drinking, you know, milk from another species? I never, even as a kid, that's gross. It's just fucking gross.
Well, see, as a kid though, it actually really helps you.
Yeah, super protein, super fat.
But yeah, you right there, you added in two things into it. But when you get older, there's a cutoff point where it's not necessary anymore. Like, in fact, it just really does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe people act like cattle because they drink too much fucking cow's milk. That's I don't know. It was a bad joke, but it makes sense in my brain.
No, it's pretty good.
Horrible joke.
No, I understand.
It wasn't good. Stop lying to him. It wasn't good. It was a bad joke.
Fuck you. Howard, when you left the last time, he came out in an impression. I think he was trying to talk like one of the other guys, but he ended up sounding like Prince, and you missed it. It was hilarious.
No, that's the whole thing. I knew that's what was going to happen. That's exactly what I was asking you to help me out with.
What the fuck? You know SFM was going to imitate Prince?
Pretty much. Well, no, I didn't know SFM was going to imitate Prince, okay? But I knew some shit was going to happen. And I wasn't sure what it was going to be, but I knew it was going to be pretty good. So there you go.
So somehow, number one, imitating Prince, I don't think that's what the fuck happened. It made his ears just fucked.
Yeah. I mean, I have a better idea of what happened. So, you know, and who was imitating who. Yeah.
Well, I was imitating the one dude that was here.
Exactly.
I thought how he was talking was weird.
Oh, it was, yeah, it was a little fucking weird. Yeah.
Sorry. Try to get mad and say that you can't just tell people they're high. I'm like, well, you sound fucking high. Why are you talking like that?
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago too. So obviously, you know, it's like hurt feelings from.
And then he tried to bring up some shit that I obviously had no clue what the fuck he was talking about. That pissed me off too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, well, you know, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, in the podcast, you know, everybody's welcome, and they're gonna talk about their experiences and what they're thinking about. And what they're thinking about in many cases is women and worshiping women and shaming men for not worshiping women. And look at all the stupid fucking men because they're acting like men. And wouldn't it be great if a man acted like a woman, and women would love men who acted like women? It's like, please just shut up. You know what I mean? Stop talking. Listen to the MGTOW talk, and shut up. But it's like, no, let me tell you the story about the woman and what she did and how I felt. And it's like, oh, fuck. So it's my fault. It's my fault. I got to figure it out. You know what I mean? Got to set up a standard, what we're doing here and things like that. Like in the first part of the podcast, I spoke about the subject, the dark triad, had a little fun, spoke about it, made it very structured. And then in the next part, invite people in, we'll talk about whatever and just hang out for a while. But that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty good at that.
Derailed me. I was totally cool talking about the dark triad.
Go ahead, man. I'd love to hear about this dark triad personality test. Is that what it's called?
No, I'm just being passive aggressive. Yeah. I'm gonna find some story about something involving vagina and then talk about that. So,
yeah, moving on, please.
Really, MA? What a smart ass.
Now I'm not gonna enter some random words and pussy in my Google. Yeah, I'm not fucking.
What the fuck?
Google starts fucking with you when you fucking with your search strings, man. You gotta be careful with that shit.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta watch what you put in there. True.
No, you do. Like literally,
The funny thing,
streams where something I'm supposed to look up. I'm like, I'm not typing that in. I'm not typing that in at all.
They record searches. You know that, right? It's like someday they're going to be like,
have an idea of what's going to pop up when you type that shit in. You're like, nope, it's not going to be what I'm actually looking for.
Midgets and horses and fucking ponytails, yeah.
Google.
It's like, no, fuck that. I'm good.
I looked up some random phone number that I got a call from. And it came up as child support, and I'm like, I don't have a kid.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I don't know. I kind of stick to that duck.
Oh yeah, for a lot of guys who don't understand this part, a woman literally can put your name, depending on the state, a woman could literally put your name down and shit like that on whatever benefit she's getting and shit like that, or even if the nurses are complete bitches on a birth certificate. And see, there's a certain amount of time allotted to you for you to show up for the DNA test. See, if you never get any wind of it, well, guess what? It don't matter anymore. You financially are the papa.
Yeah. It could be like fucking 10 or 18 years on, and they'll come to you for like back child support. Like you owe $50,000.
So if you don't go ahead, number one, have your mail-in address and shit in order. All right. I don't want to hear any grown-ass goddamn man talking about his shit wasn't forwarded or went to this address. No, it should be going to your address. You should always have your mail. You don't know who's getting in contact with you. You don't know what's going on. What type of shit? Because literally, I remember somebody had called me one day, and they said, did you just get out? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just get out. It's like, yeah, I was just looking up, and you just got locked up for, like, I forgot, it was some shit. I don't know what the fuck are you talking about? No, I've been at work. I've just been working. What the fuck you mean? And so apparently what happened was, which again, I asked them, but they never really said why they were looking my name up like this. And it was some dude, basically similar name and shit like that. So when they looked up my shit, basically this motherfucker popped up as a warrant and all this other crazy shit. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with me.
Damn.
That's creepy.
Well, no, it happens sometimes. You gotta remember, a lot of people forget it's people doing a lot of this shit when it comes to logging somebody in and names and all this shit. It can get fucked up pretty bad.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's just always something that you, number one, just, I don't know, it's more disturbing now with the name and how somebody's able to look up a lot of shit about you.
Yeah. Men are losing their fucking privacy, their identity. You can just like enter a man's name and destroy his reputation. Like in universities and shit like that, like they can just accuse a man of a sexual misconduct crime. And it's like, you have to presume that he's guilty and shit. It's horrible.
It's all a form of predation. It's a form of power trip. It's like a predator going after a prey at this point. That's exactly the way I see it.
No, well said. It's like them fucking limiting the hunting territories of the men, so the men become poor, fucking jobless, desperate economic creatures that have to beg from women and beg from the street.
If I may
So
venture,
that background noise. You got to stop with that background noise. You
Me?
know, I don't know who's doing it, but I'm just saying we're all wearing headsets. So when you're, hitting the microphone and shit like that, we are hearing it.
okay, all right. If I may venture one more metaphor, I was thinking about one time about how humanity itself emulates an entire virtual animal kingdom, whereas the alpha males are, say, the lions, and the beta males are like, I don't know, hyenas and antelopes, and you get the idea. How much sense does that make?
I do. I get the idea perfectly. There didn't seem to be one trace of autism in there at all.
It kind of blows our idea of mass social cohesion out of the water in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough, but I don't know why you would, relegate the individual men to the individual animal species. You know what I mean? Like, and then set it up in this predation factor when you could just say, like within each group and species, there are these levels from alpha, all the way down, to the bottom.
Ah, okay. It was just an
That's
idea.
possible.
Came
I mean,
at it.
well, it's a great idea. I mean, we are a mirror. We are the microcosm of, the macrocosm,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, no, I hear you. And those are natural environments, and they still evolve naturally. So they're building and they're getting stronger. But we are not. We are not a natural system anymore. We have stepped out of evolution, and we've turned all the resources of the technology, men's resources, to serving the women's interest. Biology and their fucking instincts and their fucking hypergamy, and yeah. It's a savage garden that we're in. You know what I mean? It is a jungle. It is a virtual jungle, a modern day jungle. And the man is like, he's prey. He really is. He's going to serve his whole life as a servant to the woman, and he doesn't even fucking know it. Right. So even like the young girl, she's like 14, 15 years old. She's smiling because she knows, what kind of power she has over men, even from an early age, over very powerful men, and it's built in. It's built in.
Speaking of humans not being a natural system anymore, I just posted a link in the Google Hangouts to a YouTube video by a user named Kurzgesagt. It's like an animated educational video series. The video I shared was called Human Origins, What Happened Before History. I've seen this video before, and as we were talking about this,
yeah, that's great. But I'll bet you didn't post it on the chat section. You had to post it in the Google Hangout section, didn't you? Right?
Give me 1 second. I'm putting in chat.
No, you won't be able to.
No, you're not a mod, so just put it here, and then, let me check the video first.
Yeah, by all means, yeah, of course.
Well, unlikely. There's a reason why it would block you from putting up links.
Yeah, I even tried to delete the HTTP part, and it was like, nope, you posted too many links. I'm like, damn you, mother.
That doesn't matter. No, that's not it. It stops all. Well, yeah, there you go. It stops the links. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not something that you generally want to do. You can't leave them in messages either, because we don't want you. We don't want you redirecting.
Oh, I wasn't trying to redirect. I was just trying to share something.
We're trying to share knowledge. I know. And this is something that we've got to learn to address here on the Howard Dare podcast.
Okay.
Because it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like somebody was trying to present a whole bunch of fucking charts to us the other day about the MTBI personality types. You know what I mean? And it was like, no, just let me explain this to you guys. And it was like a 90-minute.
I'm a big fan of that system because those that seem to roll the most have just come up with this new age hyper snowflake type bullshit. So I don't know. Maybe it's the way that I've seen people interact.
No, my thing is what they're trying to explain is something that, number one, you kind of have a grasp, especially if you're MGTOW and you understand a lot of this shit. You already have a grasp of how manipulation and basically profiling works. And they're trying to explain it as it's something different when it's fucking not.
Yeah.
It's the same shit. People have been doing this shit for damn near ever.
Well, it's like a kid coming in and talking to his parents and saying, let me explain to you how a nuclear power plant works. And it's like, no, kid, don't waste my time. I don't need to hear it. I already know. And it's like, no,
but you could use it, though. You could use it.
Let me tell you.
Do you think I haven't stayed alive this long because I wasn't using something, not by that name, because no one gave it that stupid ass name. It's something that's already been there. They just gave it a name so it's quicker to reference.
It really seems to resonate with the last couple of the folks, because it somehow legitimizes them feeling so out of place and unique and special and all that shit.
Which is bullshit.
Because there's so many fucking different ones to choose from, rather than like, hey, You're a decent person. You're an asshole. You're moral. You're
You just
immoral.
use the
Basically.
word right there. That's a problem. Choose from. So you're going to choose how you already are. What?
Well, yeah. I mean, fucking identity politics is here. It's not going anywhere anytime
Well,
soon.
then it's actually bullshit. Then.
It is bullshit.
Then it literally serves no place here at all. You don't get to choose. I remember I was talking to I think it was Trav, and the summation of your identity is through experiences and shit like that. So in a sense, part of it isn't chosen, it just happens. Being able to choose your identity, technically, when you think about it, doesn't really make sense. Because even when it comes to identity, a label or something like that, normally the label or identity is given to you, but in a sense, you and your identity is something that has been built over time for your existence.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. You know, but there might be a difference between somebody building up a classification system and then somebody trying to get lost in that classification system versus somebody trying to say, I want to define myself as male, you know, or female. I want you to address me as Z, you know, or something like that, because this is against the fundamental law of nature. You know what I mean? This is saying what I am is not what I am. It's what I define myself to be. And,
well, see, my thing is, when it comes down to identity, you more acknowledge who you are than you really start defining. See, the acknowledgement comes with self-understanding.
True. True.
There's no one just pointing it out to you like, yeah, this is what you are. You're like, all right, cool. No, that's not how it works.
True. True that.
You an acknowledgement of self. And guess what? You can't put it on a chart, jackass, because that's not how it works.
Well,
it'd be nice.
Yeah.
But it's not how it works.
Yeah. It's an experience. It's a journey. And it's a struggle. You know, so the idea that you could start out with all this knowledge, it's quite absurd. You're starting out with all the knowledge that's been taught to you and that's been given to you and that they wanted you to have, and they wanted you to have it in a certain way so that you'd process it. And it will enslave you, and you're going to need to process it and understand it and break through it. And that's a problem.
Well, no, that's the thing I pointed out. That whole thing, because that's just a question I asked. Couldn't that be held in more of a manipulative standard, like a manipulative aspect, as in to literally get people to go along with that bullshit?
Oh, hell yeah.
And that's what he didn't quite understand. I said that, like, number one, MA knows what I'm talking about. There's a lot of salesmen around. A lot of guys who have sales experience. We're in the sales field. We talk to those dudes plenty of times. And they'll tell you, yeah. Some of them, now they don't like it as much. Some of them see the skills as valuable as they are. But yeah, there's a lot of things of making a person or convincing a person to feel or think a certain way. Because you really want them in that mindset.
Hell yes. No, they don't want MGTOW, okay? Mainstream media, you know.
No, because it's like going up to some dude's house and you pulling that chart out and saying, well, yeah, this is you.
Yeah, it's like, fuck you. Sorry. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, and this is what you're going to do if I respond like this. This is what you're going to react like if I say this. What you're going to do if I do this. And guys, look, you don't get the fuck out of my goddamn house.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to slap you in the face is what I'm going to do.
He's like, all right, that's on the chart right here. It's like, motherfucker, I'm not buying anything from you. Leave me alone.
Yep.
You don't know. Again, the thing is, like, I know you better than you know yourself. Really? So you're that mystical motherfucker?
Yeah, that's the myth. You know, we've spoken about this. You know what I mean? Like how detached the egghead intellectual can become. You know, and just he becomes detached from his own physical experience. So he gets in these mental arguments. It's like, as if like we're talking about something when we're not. We're talking about his hurt ego. That's it.
I don't give a shit. Number one, my thing is, if you don't understand how your ego can be a detriment to you more than it can be a benefit at times,
yeah,
you really need to do some more self-reflection.
Yeah, I learned that just recently.
So my thing is, that's the thing that I get pissed off about. MGTOW is kind of like they're trying to make it into this like weird thing. Like, yeah, it's a support. Just come in, come on. No, everything's cool. Everything's accepted. Everything. And I'm like, wait a minute. So like this dude's marrying a donkey. That's cool too. It's like, well, yeah, you can't tell him what to do. I'm like, well, I can't tell him what to do, but I don't want his ass around me.
Yeah. And don't tell me
none of that donkey American bullshit.
No donkey stories.
Exactly. What the fuck? And then they say, "You're wrong. You're mean. You're evil. That's not how it works." And I'm like,
Got to express myself, bro. Got to express myself.
But you express yourself over the fuck there. Don't bring your ass around with that bullshit. Doesn't make sense. Ain't nobody fucking donkeys around this bitch. What's wrong with you?
And I could see the suffering, and I loved them.
What the fuck? And one thing after a while, it's like, all right, who's gonna keep going on with this? Who's gonna go along with this free love garbage bullshit? They're literally hoping for like goddamn, like basically it's supposed to be complete anarchy. It's supposed to be basically a default back to zero, but it's not really back to zero. It's just nothing but back to debaucherous and garbage and hedonistic bullshit. And it's like that's not what we're after. When you want to rebuild dudes, that's not what you're trying to rebuild because that's not something that was there for most dudes in the first place.
Yeah, it's
a strong man isn't like, well, yeah, she doesn't like me, so I'm gonna go with Cindy the donkey over here. It's like, what the fuck? Dog, that's not what we're doing. It's not
we're gonna go with this cougar. No, I'm going with a cougar over there. I'm going with her mom.
What the fuck? Like what? Wait, hold up. All right, number one, you obviously didn't learn about the whole self-respect thing. That didn't happen. You need to be re-educated on some shit. Because her
mom was hot. Her mom was hot.
Okay, that's not the point. It's not the point. The point is, you self-respect, morals, integrity, you've been broken down, now you're building yourself up, and you're not building yourself back up. You're like, fuck dying bitches and shit like that. That serves no purpose.
Yeah.
At all. Missing the point. Completely missing the point. The same guys that come around and they think that they're being built up to go out and just, game a bunch of bitches and fuck any bitch that's walking around. Like, well, no. Well, P-Way, that's over there. And I think they had like $5,000 classes too, so you can go through that.
They charge a lot for their seminars.
And my thing is, you're not learning anything that should cost you money at all. Because as far as talking to women is not hard. They're women. You understand that?
Yeah.
And also, you're not here to learn about female nature so you can go out and get you something. You're here to learn about female nature to protect yourself. And I understand you were lied to about a lot of shit. So the moment you start jumping on that P-Way bandwagon, well, you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go get me some so I can feel better about myself. You're an idiot. External validation will do nothing but hurt you.
Some shit just has to be experienced. I mean, it's just like a child. If you teach a child, hey, don't put your hand in the fire, and it insists on putting its hand in the fire anyway, one way or another, it's gonna fucking learn. So,
yeah,
it can take heed of your warnings, or it could go through experiential fucking lesson and know what it's like to be burnt. It's up to the person. So.
Well, it is up to the individual. But my thing is, again, well, then you go to those guys and you talk to those guys who share same sentiments. I don't. As far as it goes with you talking about gaming these bitches, or you're going to find a way to get in there safely, well, you have fun doing that. I'm not going to advise you to do that. I mean, you want to do that, you go do that. But don't act like I'm about to be a support group for you on that. Because no.
Well, yeah, there's the danger. If the man is doing it mindlessly, if he's just following his instincts, if he just feels like I got to do this, this is the right thing, this is the manly thing to do.
Well, he's already set himself up for failure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's set him up. He set himself up for complete failure. He's not going to get to where he wants to be. He's not going to be happy. He's going to be taken advantage of. He doesn't even know why.
That's exactly the aspect they're taking advantage of you off of. And my thing is, a lot of guys swear up and down there, control their instincts and all this shit so motherfucking much. I'm like, well, no, you're not. This is the reason why I make the joke. Hi, guys. Because you're
anything that requires. Here's the thing.
Guys.
To do the gaming thing, right? It takes such a fucking so much concentration, so much fucking energy, and what do you yield out of it? A pat on the ego that you're able to fuck?
Wrong. Actually, look into the Coolidge effect. Look into the fucking Coolidge effect. You're actually driving yourself down a rabbit hole of turning to a complete fucking simp, a fucking addict on those chemical highs more and more.
Yeah, but what's interesting, the lengths that men caught up in that shit will go. If they applied the energy elsewhere, fucking sky's the limit, and they really don't understand that concept because they're so strong.
There's a lot of MGTOWs even see that shit happening. You see them, like the ones who are still around, and they say this shit. Yeah, they live great lives, and the shit is cool, and they directed their energy in towards doing something that was basically made life more palatable for them.
Absolutely.
The main thought was them, and they're perfectly fine.
Yep. That's what a lot of MGTOW talk about. They talk about now that they've, come to understand MGTOW and female nature, now their life is, getting back in order. They're not dedicating themselves to chasing after stupid women, but building up their career, building up their health, building up, their hopes, their dreams in life, and not feeling guilty about it. So it's working.
My thing is, it's gonna keep working as long as my thing is, there's some guys that come around, they want to hijack, they want to do all this stupid shit. They want to just try to, I being MGTOW means I can do, basically what they're saying is blue pill shit still, while I guess still learning stuff. So in a sense, they're not learning anything.
No, that's exactly right. They're coming from a female world where they don't learn, they feel. And they're coming in and they're saying, hey, I don't feel good about this. And we're saying,
I have a saying, and there's been lots of questions about it. Fuck your feelings.
Yeah. We don't care. We know how you feel about this.
My thing is, your logical brain, your problem solving, your abstract thought, that's way more important than you being emotional about still doing what everyone else is doing.
Yep, got to get that.
That's what it comes down to, that conformity, that you still feeling like you're part of the group. Well, what group?
Yeah, exactly. Because I get comments in my comment section all the time, and they refer to me as this guy. This guy thinks that he's talking to a bunch of idiots. He doesn't know that the best thing to do is to take women and to spank them.
You realize you'll go to prison for that. What the fuck is wrong with people?
No, that's right. You know what? In fact, next time you go to work and you get a female boss or any female you work around, just spank the bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll make it out that building perfectly fine. Believe me, you'll be perfectly all right.
No, yeah. Don't do that, guys. I'm sorry.
Don't be a fucking retard. Don't listen to these, because there's a guy who made over 60 goddamn videos by now.
As a matter of fact, the next time you get pulled over and you get a ticket for speeding, you track down where that cop lives, find his daughter, and spank his daughter in front of him. That'll solve all the problems in your life.
Believe me, he will not put a bullet in your head. I will not have it.
You just gotta spank it. Put a bitch in check. Put that bitch in check.
Yeah, that really has been working out, hasn't it?
Yeah. Exactly.
My thing is, a lot of guys don't get it. See, here's the thing I laugh about a lot. Is if you think everyone who is in the sense of gaining off of your servitude and just getting you to fall full in line with your instincts, if you think they haven't thought about every avenue a male might take to try to get around that or game the system, as so to speak, well, yeah, they have. Why do you think the laws keep changing? Why do you think the behaviors keep somewhat in a sense for their goals improving? Because my thing is this isn't anything new. This has been worked on and worked on and worked on and worked on through years and years and decades and decades and decades. None of this shit is new. That's what a lot of guys really need to grasp and understand. This isn't new.
Well, it's new to them. You know what I mean? Like every person who's 15 years old thinks that nobody else in the world has experienced more than they have.
New to you means old to somebody else.
Yeah.
That's literally what it means. New to you means old to somebody else.
No, this has been going on for a long time, setting the men up, to be servants, to be slaves, to not have a voice, to not be able to fight back, to be weak, You know, and here we are online in virtual space, and we're trying to gather together. We're trying to share knowledge. We're trying to, you know, help heal up some wounds. We're trying to inform and instruct other men and younger men to not get screwed up. And they're coming after us. They're shutting us down. You know, they don't like it. And yeah.
It's like for the fuckers that try to call me and say that I think I'm psychic. No, I don't. I just know where the male mind goes because I'm in a fucking male, you idiot. I think I've been thinking about this shit, thinking about all this shit. I didn't just pop up fucking last year. I was sitting around lurking for like, what, fucking 2 years before that.
Yep.
So, yeah, of course, I did the hard work, the introspection, the thinking, all that shit. So when you go ahead and you want to say some little insult or something like that, you damn right I know exactly where you're going with it.
Damn right.
And also, my thing is, I'm not a fan of the mudding of the waters. I want to break it down to exactly what it is. I don't like playing around with things.
Nope.
It's not fun for me.
That's right. I do that shit. SFM doesn't fuck around.
I have no reason to.
No.
I break it down to exactly what it is, and I go off on that. I go into that, and I might build on that sometimes to see where people's minds are at, but other than that, no.
Right. Exactly. I do. I have every reason to go into it and to drag it out. You know,
well, that's because you're the one who talks to all the new MGTOWs. I'm not. I took myself out of that position. I'm not there anymore.
Reaching out. You know what I mean? Like a lighthouse, putting out a message, like a lighthouse. I like that.
You come and you talk to HT, you know, have like a fun conversation, all that. You don't come around talking to me. Not unless you really got some real shit you want to say, and you're not sitting there fucking around or being all trolly and shit.
Yeah, and chatty and friendly in general. That's what I do.
Is that self-admonishment? No, that's not what we do here. What the fuck?
Yeah. No, I was being honest and complimentary to myself.
You go to the HDs and other channels like that and shit like that. Then eventually, if you're ready, then you can come hang with the guys, having real conversations about real shit, getting deep into it.
Exactly.
You think you're gonna walk into my fucking arena and it's gonna be all cool, and then you just bring us some shit, and we're gonna all sit there and, you know, pat you on the ass all day, and, you know, just shower you with baby powder and all that, and hold your fucking hand. No, I'm not.
We're gonna do a MGTOW like a virtual poker deal. That'd be cool. Not real. It doesn't have to be real money. Just, you know, chatting, playing poker. That'd be cool.
Let's talk to MU about that shit, not me.
Who?
MU.
Man, you address everybody by their initials, and I can't keep up with all these fucking shit.
That's because number one.
MGTOW universe.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Dumbass. See, you already knew, so why'd you have to ask?
Because there's fucking MAs. 4 of them appeared when I left, and I get confused. PM.
There's no. What other MAs? Where's there another MA?
There's other MAs. There's way too many. Way too many MMs. Fucking M&Ms are everywhere.
No, sorry, shut up. But anyways, the MM thing, I've been trying to address that, but nobody listens. They just keep doing it. Like, no, there's only one MM. There's MGTOW music, but actually he's monk music now. As far as other MMs, no. The other guy, he doesn't get a fucking initials. No, he doesn't get that. In fact, he gets an insulting fucking misname.
It's true. It's true.
You only get an acronym if you actually, you know, you're cool. If you're not about bullshit. It's just how it works. You get an insulting name if you just come around on some bullshit. You're misleading men. You're on some garbage. Yeah, then you get an insult name. Like, I know some people are like, well, what about AM though? Well, AM is a nasally bastard who's never going away. He's gonna stay his nasally ass around. That's just gonna keep happening. So that just, fuck it, it happened, whatever. I want to smoke some opium. Well, you go do that.
Oh my God. Don't smoke opium. It's fucking crazy.
What the fuck? Opium?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Oh,
Gotta do
the
it.
troll's gonna smoke some open. Yeah. Good luck with it, man. Have fun.
Got to
Believe
find
me,
it.
I will not stop you. You go ahead.
Opium and back pages. That sounds like a fulfilling life. That's the good shit right there. So.
Yep, you will be perfectly fine. In fact, it's highly curable, just like herpes. Well, I mean, my thing is, what he's supposed to talk all this shit, and we're supposed to just be like, "Oh no, please don't." No, you're sitting there, you're talking shit, you're mad because you went and tried to troll, you got caught on that, and yeah, fuck you.
Trolls used to be more subtle and entertaining. God damn, the quality of everything's going to shit.
It's true.
Yeah, and the thing is, we were alive too long. That's what happens. We should have died earlier. We stayed alive too long, and now we have to deal with it. So yeah, that's how that goes. So my thing is, let's go. Somebody got tired of it, but all right. Let's hit onto a certain point that's going on lately that I find really hilarious. So the new influx of newer MGTOW has been going on, which I said the time span of how that goes on and all that shit, and especially some of the behaviors that we'll be seeing more pop out now around the season where everyone wants to put a bitch in it and shit like that. So what are some of your predictions for some of the things that are gonna pop out more?
Oh, we're gonna get more young men that come right off the bat, authoritarian and as if they're expert on this shit, and immediately having Patreons. Not even fucking some subs, and they have Patreons. That shit is hilarious to me, but I see it catching on more and more.
Well, someone's in the room who apparently has something they really want to talk about. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the bathroom because apparently some people think that I go too quick on people sometimes. And so maybe I'll just let them speak while I'm not around. And so maybe that they can really express something that they really feel like they must express.
He's talking to you, Backpage. Go.
I have to get some coffee, so I'll do the same thing. I'll be back in a minute or two.
I'm here. You can yell at me. Dead air. GTA Star Wars. Getting the Millennium Falcon. Huh? Is that a fucking mod or something? I don't think he's gonna talk.
Well, that's sad. So then I'm just going to boodle myself then.
Transhumanism. Oh man, it's highly unlikely we're gonna make it that far to enjoy anything cool about transhumanism.
All right, is your mic working now then, Roddy?
Yo, just wasn't even gonna say anything.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Well, you got MH banned me out of chat for a timeout, so I just came up here to not say anything.
Don't you want to say something? It's actual.
That's a dope tactic.
You think I'm trolling, but I'm not really trolling.
Okay, if you're not trolling, then you're a simp. It's as simple as that, and that's fine. Do your
Oh,
thing.
let's just take it easy on him. Maybe he has actually like a real backstory and point on exactly why his behavior is as such.
No, his backstory is that he trolls Backpage for hookers, and he likes stories about hot dogs and pussies, and he uses it because he knows in that shit. So he'll keep saying the same kind of shit to troll. So and it's fucking easy. It's real clear to troll. So.
Yeah, I didn't come to talk about that because I got a not warm response. So, I got nothing to say. Yeah, I like finding prostitutes.
Okay. There's a market for that.
Oh wait, what was that, Roddy? Oh, you can't speak anymore? Yeah, good. Shut up. My thing is, I don't know where that little weird ass mindset comes from, but you can go ahead and sit your ass down with that shit because that's stupid. So we're talking about actually having a male discussion, a conversation that hits on the actual topics and things like that that affect males and actually builds on certain things, even if it's off the cuff, which all mine are off the cuff any goddamn way. And you want to come in and basically say how important it is for hookers and Backpage, and that's somehow beneficial and blah, blah, blah. Shut up. No, my thing is just hearing, just the voice, the mindset,
Exactly. Just hearing the voice, the mindset, the ideas, the desires, the stories, the day-to-day events. That's right. That's all there is. You know, the pages that that they visit and what they talk about and what they watch and the stories that they tell. That's all there is. There's not any of the larger ideas. There's not any of the understanding of the implications of these actions. It's just this base following of the instincts. It's just the most simple explanation for everything that appeals to their feelings. And it's like, you think we don't know this? You don't think that we don't know exactly what you're going to talk about?
See, as the years gone by, trolls have had to diminish their motives and payoffs. So just to derail, something a little bit is good enough. Just to kind of annoy people is good enough. They're not here to. So here they like the trolls used to. Like they were trying to elevate discussion, point out hypocrisy, absurdity, something like that.
Exactly.
Now they're just like fucking flies on the wall.
Exactly.
Kind of they're not even trying to step up their game. I mean, you could be a troll and challenge a fucking room. Enrage people and see how they feel those ideas, but that's not what they do anymore. So.
No, they are characterized by a lack of self-knowledge, and then they just basically indulge their own personality and feelings, and they think they're actually performing the troll function, but they're not. They're
number one, let me hit on a different aspect that I don't know why nobody's hitting on this. Number one, this is a conversation of grown-ass goddamn men. And even though I know as far as lifespans go, I'm not the longest one here speaking. But as far as somebody telling me, well, you could just get a prostitute. That's new news, really? You're just giving me some life-changing information? You're not. There's nothing in there that is saying, oh yeah, well, shit is horrible, but hey, you could do this thing that people have been doing for how fucking long?
Yeah, in other words, you're getting advice from somebody who's never been to war, that's going to war, that might not make it back out of war, versus talking to somebody who's been to war and who's made it back out of war and is in really pretty good shape.
You got nothing to fucking say to me. That's a fact. We're talking about hyperbistophilia, other shit like that. And this is what you bring up. I'm talking about male psychology, what's going on through their lives right now. Males going through single mother househoods, all that shit. And this is what the fuck he brings up. That's really supposed to be like just some point that you just hit on every time that has an aspect relating to exactly how there can be some absolvement of some of the pain for a lot of these guys. That's really
exactly. That's the point they bring up, or points similar to that. And the point is that I've made about this is that they don't have ideas. They don't have a point to bring up. They are part of the group collective. They identify themselves as their place in the group, and then they feel out your place in the group, okay? And then they attack you if you are not part of the group. They don't have ideas. They simply share their experience. So when they come to MGTOW and they say, hi guys, what they're doing is they're going to share their experience, and to the degree that you match up with it is to the degree that you will be friends, and your position in the group will be cemented. But to the degree that you disagree, like you say, no, the bitch can go, make me a fucking sandwich. To the degree that you say that, okay, they're going to be like, they're going to derail you. They're going to act like shit around you. They're going to act like a petulant child around you. They're going to try to find fault with you.
Wait, they think they get to keep being around me doing that?
Yeah, they're gonna keep coming around you and be like, this is the most important thing in the world, my feelings. You spoke too harshly with me. You hurt my feelings. You didn't.
No, well, obviously they ain't never actually lived life.
Well, I wanted to.
Life isn't fair, right?
I wanted to tell you the story about how the woman put things, up inside of herself.
I don't give a shit about that.
You know what? Let's just talk about sex robots and pocket pussies for the next 3 hours.
No, the fuck we're not. The fuck? That's boring as shit. I don't give a fucking flying fuck about that.
Well,
one thing is, if you're into pocket pussies and sex robots, that's your business. I don't give a flying fuck what you do with your dangle.
Robo pussy.
Robo pussy.
It's a funny word, but still, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't help anyone.
Actually, this might be interesting. I don't know if you guys. This has been catching on, and more. I don't know what world you want to call it. It's not really MGTOW, but like the Stefan and the Stefan Molyneux cats, they have been going. There's this campaign they're doing, like an anti-porn campaign, which I find interesting. And I'm wondering if it's taken off a page of maybe some of the monks' attitudes toward, porn and shit like that. But I just find it interesting that it's actually picking up steam. I'm seeing a lot of articles and shit about it. Apparently, porn, and I'm not dismissing it out of hand, but the theory is that porn is, purposely trying to make everybody fucking deviants and crazy, so they can control us more through.
Actually, it goes down to just a part of, like literally, if you think about the effects of the Coolidge effect within itself, and then you add that to a person's mentality of somewhat building up tolerance, and in a sense, not even really tolerance, just something not having the same effect anymore, that they need something more and more and more. SL actually said it himself on a cast he was on with Element, and he said, well, yeah, see, with that porn shit, the desensitization of it, eventually you end up watching more deviant shit.
Yeah, you have to get the dopamine.
It's not doing the same. Yeah, exactly. It's not doing the same thing for you anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, until the whole dopamine system and the whole reward system shuts the fuck down.
See, Jay has anti-porn, the whole movement, they're not encouraging that it just be eradicated or censored in any way. Their whole thing is educated on how it's being used against them. That's the whole point of it's not even a movement.
If you're smart, you know that, like literally, it's and I'm not going to get into it completely, but as far as porn, that's not really a big deal to me. I don't really care.
Yeah, but
here's the thing: porn's not what it used to be. Nothing is like it used to be. It's not supposed to be because impermanence is reality. But like the quality of porn is going downhill. Like for the simple fact. Here's the thing: if you are looking at a 5-minute video and you have to scan for parts because you don't want to see the ass eating or whatever, all the new shit they put in there, fucking, what's the point? The quality isn't even there anymore, and people are like, so why are they forcing like that? Here's the thing. Yeah,
I'm sorry. You're disappointed in the quality of porn, but it's actually going way up. Okay, we're talking about virtual reality. We're talking about 4K porn. We're talking about
on different points than I was about to hit.
3D angle.
No,
so it's concentrated like it's never been concentrated before.
Here's the thing: like, what if your thing is just like straight vanilla? You go in there, but there's always a dude eating out the ass. That's always part of the foreplay.
What is happening with you? And like eating out the ass is a big subject now. What is going on?
We could have just said that porn is becoming more and more, shocking. Yeah, you didn't have to give me any description about what it is that
Well, I was going to hit on the whole point is, what's going on literally is it's come to the point where the only reason why these people are bringing those things up, or are they even trying to hit on those points, is because honestly. Well, we all know what porn really comes down to. It's basically you trying to get excited over something that, that's a natural thing, but they're trying to get your mind still on it.
Well, it's got to be more and more shocking each and every time.
And the thing is, also, I don't trust any of those motherfuckers who even talk about it, because in reality, They just want you to basically get back to the actual act. Now, my thing is, if you think that a majority of motherfucking people who are on those sides of they're concerned, I'm a leftist, I'm a rightist, I'm a this and I'm a that. If you think that their minds aren't on, you need to be reproducing, you need to be doing a reproductive act, well, you must not pay attention to human beings like that. Because, yeah, that is a lot of the primary focus of a lot of human beings' lives. That is the meaning for being, is that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're also focused on their tax base and bringing in, you know, all kinds of people to just tax and to just keep the whole system moving.
Well, how do you get more people?
Well, you can immigrate them directly, and you can have them right now.
How do you get those immigrants? There had to be an act first to even make those fucking people, isn't it?
Yeah, they go like rabbits on the other side of the world.
Yeah. So my thing is, literally the only reason why they're bringing them in is because the people who actually get more understanding of it, they're like, well, no, you're using that to fuck me over. The other people coming over like, this is a better opportunity. And then I understand they're only bringing them over because they know they do that at a far higher rate.
Yeah. And they're also, you know, they get so much porn and they get totally desensitized to what a real woman is. It's like, no, you don't look anything like that 3D virtual, you know, anime bitch that I was with last night. You know, you look like a normal woman. You know, it's like, I don't want anything to do with this.
Oh yeah, that's also a lot of things I was trying to hit on before, and nobody wants to hear when I talk about things like that. They're like, no, answer him, you don't talk about shit like that. It's not important.
Same thing.
Sometimes when I try to talk about it, people always just brush it off, or they just like, yeah, well, subject change, and I'm like, dog, I am human. Shit.
No, can't hear that from you.
So to wrap it up in a nice bow, MGTOW gives you a realistic perspective on women, and porn gives you an unrealistic.
My thing is, that's all I keep asking. A lot of these guys, do they know what the average bitch looks like? I keep wondering, because it seems like they don't. It seems like in their mind, somehow, there's nothing but like fucking in prime Holly Berry's walking around. I'm like, that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on at all. What are you, high? Yeah, they are high. They're chemically high as fuck.
Everybody's high. The whole world's high.
Everybody high. Everybody. They all got an 8-ball.
4K virtual reality porn. That's all I'm saying.
So it makes me laugh. Like, these guys are saying, like, what, you don't want to hit that? I'm like, well, no, the bitch is below my standard. And number one, she doesn't deserve to deal with me in the first place. What could she offer me besides her average ass looks? No matter how much makeup and all the high heels and shit she puts on. No, bitch, look what you look like versus what I look like.
She's going to send you to jail.
I can do. And also, yeah, what she's going to do to me, how much advantage she's going to try to take of me. No, I'm all right. I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need those problems. Guess what I can do? I can just focus on work. And it's something that's crazy because I told myself, like, hey, don't go in this career field and get stuck there and just focus on that. But I was lying to myself because I know myself more than anything, but apparently I like lying to myself. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I've been doing.
Yeah, it works. Men like to work.
Yeah. Well, I remember like that video always sticks with me, and I always love telling a lot of dudes, like, you got to remember, as the young man goes and works, he gets stronger, smarter, he gets better at it, and he keeps going forward and forward. And yeah, people know what exactly is going on. Mm-hmm. They asked him about that. He says he can recite that shit off the top of his head, no hesitation. He can show you better than he can tell you.
Yep. Literally like to move things, to just pick things, you know, up heavy things and move them. It's true.
Oh, hey, man, I love crushing shit. I'm going to flying fuck. My thing is, that's the only reason why I don't want to get older, because, yeah, eventually there's not going to be a time where I just go ahead and, you know what, I'm just going to devote this whole week to just, like, when I have a vacation, just devote this whole week to just, bam, just working out and all that shit. That's it. You ain't going to understand what's walking next to you. Well, eventually that's going to fade away. Speed, precision, coordination, all that, yeah, eventually it's going to drop off. That's the only thing that really bothers me. Other than that, it's like I really don't care. I mean, because as far as getting older, earning potential, you know, brain power, yeah, you're going to have that. You're going to have it like tenfold. They say IQ drops when you get older, but the thing is, what really happens is just the degradation of, well, I'm sorry, deterioration of your physical form. But mentally, yeah, a lot of people, a lot of guys, well, I'm not going to say people, a lot of guys stay in a state where they're able to literally all that's there, all the information, the knowledge, all that, they got it. Like, they may not be able to explain it in detail, but you ask them to do it, they got that shit. They know exactly. You run up there as a young buck just trying to do some shit, they'll tell you, like, you probably shouldn't do that right there. And you want to yell, and shut up, old man, I know what I'm doing. Well, he's going to stand back, and actually, he probably might walk off, and he's going to laugh, like, watch what's going to happen to this stupid fucker. And it'll be him and a couple other older dudes just sitting around looking at you. Watch this dumb motherfucker. He don't want to listen.
Most are going to fail. Most are going to fail. Most are going to fuck up. You know, and what you're saying is true, but only at the highest level. So if you are at your prime and you are at your best and you are at your peak and you're, you know, like in your late 20s, early 30s, after that, you're going to start to decline quick. You know what I mean?
You better start building some guy. You better start paying attention to that shit. A lot of these dudes out there.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't start setting up certain things in place, like understanding yourself, your body, your experiences, all that shit more and more, you're going to fail.
Yeah, you're going to go down a road throughout your 30s that you're not going to be able, that's going to be really hard to recover from if you don't get that shit in order real fast. You know, and when you're young, it's still going good. And at the highest levels, okay, you're going to drop off a lot. But if you're the average man who is not, you know, like a professional athlete or like a really gifted amateur athlete, the average man, okay, he can still be at really high performance rates, you know, into his 40s and 50s, early 50s at least.
If he pays attention.
And he works hard, you know, and he gets lucky and he doesn't fuck himself up too much.
Just see it for what it is. Like, dude, my thing, that's what I actually, it took me a while. I don't normally say it out loud, but I've been noticing it a lot. The thing is, a lot of guys, they just don't want to see it for what it is. It hurts too much, I guess. But my thing is, for the guys who really do get it and really see it for what it is, that pain isn't really long. It doesn't last long. You see it for what it is, and you're like, all right. The part of your brain that hits up for the problem solving and shit like that. See, even if it might have a slow spark in it because maybe you're depressed or something like that, when it hits, it's gonna hit really hard because you got to remember, your part of your brain is literally linked towards just you surviving and you being strong and capable and, you know, you existing. So it's not as big of a deal as you think. My thing is, here's where a lot of guys fuck up. And I'm not going to say the guy's name, but he said, yeah, you get one woman pregnant and, you know, she takes your kids away from you and does all this shit. You just go say, fuck them, and then you'll get another one pregnant and do that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
That is the dumbest shit in the world. You don't do that.
Yep, dumbest shit. What kind of piece of shit would do that? What kind of
That's
idiot?
the worst mentality you ever in your life. Because you know, I don't like to talk about my situation that much, but I'll just say one thing. Like, yeah, well, as far as I'll see them later on in life. How about that? And when they finally, you know, when we finally link up, if possible, yeah, they're gonna be angry. They're gonna be pissed. They might shoot at me a couple times, or might kill me. Might happen. I don't care. But you know, the thing is, it'll be a position where they actually get to understand a lot more things. And I will, well, I mean, I have some of the knowledge now, but I'll have more of the knowledge to be able to really help them the way they really need and help them recover from a lot of the bullshit they're going to go through.
Yeah, and they are. And they are going to go through it. And they are going to have a lot of questions. And this is real life shit that we're talking about. This is not just some guy copying an attitude.
No.
Trying to sound like a man.
This is real life.
Exactly.
And my thing is, nothing. Real life ain't nothing to play around with.
To deposit into the world, it has become far too easy to deposit in the world, and then get the chance to interact with that legacy directly. It's becoming, you know, fatherhood is
legacy.
becoming.
What the hell are you talking about? Who the fuck says to use the word legacy anymore? You out of date.
Well, there's different kinds of legacies. It should be a subject because you don't have to, you know, fatherhood is just one of many different ways to create a legacy. Some men
Exactly.
become upset with legacy. Some men don't. Me, I was fortunate enough to kind of plant a little bit of my legacy early in my life, and then I skipped a bunch of years, and now I'm doing the fatherhood legacy thing, and maybe something down the line I'll get another shot at a different kind of legacy.
Well, tell the truth, the whole legacy mentality is actually just a detriment to men themselves.
It depends on that depends on a lot of factors. I wouldn't make a statement like that at all.
Yeah, I will. My thing is the goal is not to be remembered, and the goal
legacy kind of goes into self-determination. You know, what are your dreams, goals, all that shit? What do you want for your own life? If that happens to be fatherhood, you're going to be in for a bumpy ride.
Deal with you being remembered or you leaving something on this earth. It should be within your lifetime as it goes.
That's what a legacy is?
No, it's not.
All right, then your understanding of legacy is off point.
Yeah, because number one legacy is after you're gone.
What about like historical significance, being remembered, like somebody like Newton or Einstein?
Well, the thing is that had nothing to do. Well, number one, do you think that while they were living, they literally said, "I will be remembered for fucking millennia"?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure a few of them realized, oh shit, this has never been done before. This is going down in the history books, and they probably felt some way about that accomplishment.
Yeah, I think Einstein was pretty sure that he was going to be like a super famous world genius, pretty much, you know, right after he became a.
Yeah, I don't think so.
World genius at a young age.
He was the rock star of scientists in his day. He did get props while he was alive. So.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is now. Do you think he
on the other hand, Tesla got a little bit of props in one part of his life, and then he became a recluse, and he rejected that legacy. He rejected that.
Have you seen A Current War?
That's not fucking important.
A Current War, the new movie about, you know, Edison and fighting with Westinghouse and fighting with, you know, Tesla.
Nah,
it's a new movie.
Good,
yeah, it looks pretty good.
I like those.
Looks pretty good.
Are you guys missing the point?
Sorry.
What's the point? You don't like the idea of legacy, and other men do. So, what is your point other than that?
Really, that's how you're gonna sum it up? Nice move, Dick.
That's the only way to sum it up. Here's the thing: like, it would be futile. You've made your case. You don't believe in legacy building. That's cool. Other men do. They simply do.
Yeah,
with or without.
It's more of a detriment to yourself than actually just doing what the fuck you're goddamn doing.
So, striving for greatness. Is that
it's not about that. My thing is the whole thing about literally playing yourself to thinking that there's something after your death of being remembered, that you're doing it, and literally there's going to be this greatness remembered. My thing is, no one cares. Either you're doing it because it needs to be done, or you don't do it at fucking all.
Okay. So it needs to be done. You know what I mean? That's why they build these giant castles and these giant walls and these giant bridges and these giant buildings. And that's why they find the cure to various diseases and find ways to, you know, build ships to go into space and satellites. And
it needs to be done.
Yeah, it needs to be done.
It's not about acknowledgement of legacy or someone needs to remember this or I need to carry on this. No, fuck that. It's about it needs to be goddamn done. All that other shit, you push it to the goddamn wayside.
How about like just surviving? You know what I mean? Like they just want to work. They just want to get their dreams fulfilled. They just want to build the world around them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole legacy, I don't even like that fucking word. Because I know a lot of it entails and how it entangles a lot of males' mentalities.
You got to hang up with the word, man.
Yeah, I have a hang up with a lot of words. You know that, motherfucker. You've taught me plenty of times.
All right. You got a big hang up with this one. I don't quite get it, but I'll let it go. So
no, you're not going to let it go, and you know you won't. This shit is going to come up some fucking day.
My legacy is to challenge you and your relationship with words. That's my legacy.
Well, there's definitely a biological component to the idea.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, because he knows why he did that shit. Because it made me laugh hard.
All right.
And it's funny.
There's a biological component to the idea of legacy, that the king will pass on his kingdom to his son. And if he doesn't have a son, that he is a failed king and that nobody will inherit his kingdom.
Who the hell is still working on that mentality?
Well, the people who imagine themselves big giant kings that want to pass on their empire.
No, they
Right.
fuck themselves over.
Yeah, in the Japanese samurai days, they would adopt another man at an old age. You know what I mean? Like the guy would be like 60 years old and he would have no children. All right. And he would be like, well, I'm going to be dying soon. And you're my first general and you were really good. So I'm going to adopt you, you know, different guy, different family, but you were a loyal man. And you're going to adopt my last name. And then you're going to take after, you know, you're going to take over all this shit that I built and this family.
Last names mean nothing.
Under the same name, but, you know, you're an adopted son.
Literally, last names mean nothing in our current time at all.
And if you could trace your last name back to one of the previous rulers, you know, like one of the famous royal people of Japan, like, you know, the Toyotomis or something like that, then you were like set. Then you could like be the lord of a big land, maybe even like, you know, big castles and shit. But they would just give it, you know what I mean? They would just adopt someone so that they could pass it on to someone that they cared about, their legacy. So there is this idea that you can play the individual man, especially with the woman, you know what I mean? With how much power she has in this day and age and how men are being led by the nose or by their dicks, you know, in this pursuit of this biological legacy when they don't really even have a king to hand over. But we still want to build those kingdoms, even if we don't have somebody to hand them over to. Which we could call
well,
a
progeny is being ripped away from.
True that. They are being ripped away.
So a biological legacy, which is progeny, right, is being ripped away from us. And so the argument really here is that SFM says it's a silly notion, even though it's integral to that we want, maybe not necessarily be remembered by something, but build something great within our lifetime.
Yeah.
I guess some men really care who thinks about what after they're dead, and some men don't. I don't think that's the important part. It's just striving for greatness. I think that's basically something inherent in men.
Well, what about caring about what people think about you? What about caring about what people think about you while you're alive? There's that too.
See, and that's an interesting one because if we look, if we actually study
motherfuckers, I've made both of those points already.
Shut up. If you look at the greats, you know, genius minds, great contributors or whatever, the interesting thing about that is that their progeny and their legacy rarely match up. And what I mean by that is that it's really difficult to balance, you know, being a good present father and also being whatever you excel at in your field, whatever that other legacy is. Balancing those two things is almost damn near impossible. Either you're going to excel in one or the other. And it seems the greats fell into the pitfall of kind of backing away from the family legacy a bit, you know, as far as the interpersonal.
This is something I want to
doubling down on building other kind of.
No. I want to handle this point because you both are supposed to be really number one. I will never sit there and ever say that you have no clue what MGTOW is or anything like that, or the information knowledge. I would never. I don't give a fuck how much of an argument we get into. I'd never say that to either one of you. But my thing is, so you not understand exactly how, especially with MA was just saying, and what I've said before, how that could be a fucking factor.
Yeah, how it could be used to control the man, and how it is used.
Everything about our base nature is used to control us. Every dynamic thing. It's only then when we strive for greatness to excel and ascend base nature, can we remove ourselves from the shackle of all that bullshit and foolery.
Yeah, well said. Rise above. Exactly. We overcome the obstacles that we're born with. We adapt or we die.
See, I don't really care if people remember if MA ascended to being something other than a fucking, you know, cretin. I don't care. But I want that in my lifetime to ascend, even if it's futile. Like, even if I only catch a couple moments heading out of this world, I'd be like, you know what? I dig it. Even that little bit of reflection is good enough for me. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? You just want to fulfill some meaningful life in your own life, if not in the greater scheme of humanity as a whole.
And
But
I'm
it might-
not charging, and I'm not charging the universe with the responsibility of validating my, irrelevant life. I'm charging myself. I'm bestowing my own meaning within the context of reality. So, and maybe that's delusional or subjective. I don't give a fuck. I'm responsible for my own life. I don't expect the universe to propel me into some awesome, thing that's going to happen by my own merit.
Well, that's very modern and very responsible and very independent of you. You know what I mean? Because we are still dealing in a thing where like every man is a king in his own home. Every man's home is his castle. So we still, just the idea of self-ownership and self-independence and self-reliance and not being part of the group. These are great, important things that confer great, value onto the individual and the man. And we don't want to lose those things. So, we don't necessarily mean like, biological legacy or being remembered by history, but rather just having, great power in our own lives, which is being stripped away from us on a regular basis as the group becomes stronger. That's all.
And even like, being the king of our own household, that's eroding and has been eroding for a long time. So in reality, you can only...
No, it's already eroded. Number one, actually, it's been disintegrated. That's not a thing. A man has no actual real power in his own house, no authority or anything. He's actually just a guy there that's meant to appease everyone there and give his resources and also bow down to their plastic authority.
Yeah. The state needs to get rid of eminent domain in some cases, because just the notion that what you think you own can be taken away from you by the state at any given moment, that's fucked up.
Well, number one, it just comes down to, I even had that Bluefield thought. Number one, you don't own shit. You can swear up and down you do, but in reality, no, you don't. Because in reality, it can be taken away from you like that. You never owned it in the first place.
But you can
Just
own
like
your
a lot
life.
of guys, they talk about their family. They say, that's my family. I'm like, well, technically, no, it's not. It's not your family. That's not your stuff. That's not your house. But they swear up and down, yes, it is. And I'm like, well, where'd you hear that from? And in the past, a lot of guys reference church, stuff like that. And I'm like, well, that doesn't mean anything. And they say, well, yes, it does, because God. And I'm like, I'm laughing like, well, yeah. Well, let's see how that plays out. Because the thing is, let that go, because in reality, a lot of people don't realize, like, when it comes down to that higher power, they're talking about that third party that introducing in our lives. Well, that's just other people. They're not actually introducing any other entity, because I always wonder when they talk about the ethereal, that they're not paying attention to the simple fact that when it comes down to them introducing the ethereal into being a part of their existence, in reality, they're introducing other people who say or somewhat seem to introduce the points of the authority of the ethereal that they are looking at.
Yeah.
When you're talking about ethereal, do you mean like esoteric or metaphysical? I think you might be using that word out of context.
No, I think he's just referring to
ethereal, that not of the physical plane.
Metaphysical.
No, and yeah, it's not interchangeable with esoteric. I think you mean esoteric. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm a stickler for language. I'm sorry.
Hold up, number one, motherfucker. I know the meaning of the goddamn word esoteric.
Okay.
Word police.
Yeah, I'm word policing right now. Ethereal does not mean, it's not, you can't trade it in for like, fucking magical woo woo or any of that shit.
Well, that's what the context he was using it in. You know what I mean?
No,
These people.
It doesn't really mean that. No. So unfortunately, ethereal got lost in the lexicon.
Let me Google this shit, because you're pissing me off right now, MA. Let's see what you're doing.
Just look it up, man. Just look it up. I mean,
thanks.
You don't need to tell me I'm right online. It's cool. Just look it up for your own,
for God's sakes, okay? The conversation was going in a particular place. You didn't need to be.
I'm sorry. It's my flaw. I apologize.
Well, okay. Well, let's just try to move forward. Okay. The idea being that people are trying to use the spiritual, the mystical, okay, the magical, the ethereal world to presume.
technically, I was right. Extremely delicate and like in a way that seems too perfect for this world, as in above.
To presume authority over the individual and to destroy the individual's rights. So when you take away property rights, when you take away freedom of speech rights, you erode the rights of the individual. And then you claim the authority of the ethereal, the spiritual, the metaphysical. God would want it this way. It's a way of destroying the individual. It is one of the tactics of the group. That's what they do. Another way they claim to do it is they say you have to do it for the future. You have to do it for your children. So it's this using of altruism and religion to destroy the individual, which destroys the man. That's all. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's not just the base nature, our base nature that's used against us. It's our better nature too. Like what you just said. Altruism is constantly used, especially toward men.
Well, there's a Fight Club now. Apparently, MA. Let's go.
No.
Let's move on.
No, we're not going to get caught up on semantics for this one word. We're moving on. He already called it as it is. Respect his authority.
Respect my authority.
We'll do a whole cast about talking about ethereal. It's actually been divorced quite a bit if you look at the
yeah, I know. They literally it's been thrown around all this shit. I can see somebody in the chat just.
So if you go back, I don't know, a while ago, yeah, it kind of was interchangeable with like woo woo esoteric shit. But now it's
again. I still don't know what woo woo means.
That's a different cast. We'll have our own cast about the woo woo.
Oh, it's been a long time, man. I've been told you a long time. I have no clue what the fuck woo
Yeah, that's what fucking happens to you. Okay, when you go down this road and you word police somebody too strong, then they word police you back on shit like woo.
I don't mind it. It's fun.
It's cool.
I see the reason why I don't mean a word police, but it's a hang up. It's my own. Like he has a hang up on fucking other words. I have a hang up on the origin and evolution of words, and yeah, that's my thing.
Oh, really? Yeah. So you're a linguistic. You're a linguist. But
I don't assume the linguistics can solve everything ever. But I do find it fascinating. I like the rabbit hole of any given word. It's like sometimes there's a lot of surprises. It's worthy in my own brain, in my own little world. I'm not trying to impose on it.
So do you speak Latin?
Who the fuck speaks Latin?
You can throw me some Latin word
in Latin. Then
I don't speak Latin.
You know how many people you get to talk to? Not a lot. There's not a lot of people you get to talk to speaking Latin. Not at all.
I don't speak Latin,
for people who speak Latin.
But there's a lot of origin words that are
nobody
based
cares.
Latin. Start to kind of pick up stuff.
Do you understand? In America, we don't care. We literally just don't fucking care. Oh yeah, the origin in Latin is like we use it for spelling bees for kids. Other than that, we literally don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, I know.
So my thing is, the people who are multilinguistic, they have a chip on the shoulder that literally they get pissed off about a lot. Because guess what? No one gives a flying fuck. In fact, the majority who are not multilinguistic, they work their asses off and try to make sure that the minority is of those who are multiple.
Well, and here's the thing, I'm not multilinguistic, but I do know people that speak multiple languages, and the charge against people that don't is they don't even command their own single language. There's just a lack of concern on articulating themselves. They don't give a fuck. They just use sloppy language all the time. They don't understand the power of language. So that's the other perspective, the other side of what you just said.
Nobody cares. They're arrogant as shit. No one cares.
Some people do care.
No, nobody cares.
Yeah, some people.
Yeah, I don't. I'm part of the other group, and I don't care.
Okay, you're part of the big American cluster that don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but we win. Fucking America. Fuck yeah.
America.
Go on my trailer and drone your ass out of existence.
America. You damn right. We don't give a fuck. What you asking about again? We don't care.
Drones are fucking awesome.
I'm surprised they let that technology, well, a lackluster version of that technology out in the public soon. I'm fucking seeing drones. Walgreens, you see fucking drones for sale for $20. I'm like, what the fuck?
Howard Dare drones. Howard Dare drones. They just fucking fly around with big signs, and it just says Howard Dare, subscribe, donate. Yeah, they
should actually do that. Yeah, really cheap way to advertise.
I do it. Flying over your house right now. Thank you, everyone. Howard Dare channel.
Oh shit. Psalms is in the place to be.
Yeah. Could get some great footage though. You know what I mean? Some great video footage.
During no damn Psalms.
Now, some of footage of drones is fucking.
Oh, there you go. Being a fucking smart ass.
What the fuck?
What scares me is the technology we don't know about. So you fear
there's no technology we don't know about. Shut up.
Yeah, like fucking tracking the shit I buy online and then sending me email fucking related products. Like, hey, you bought an EGA card. You might be interested in this card. Fuckers. Nosy.
Well, if y'all listen to that freestyle that I sent y'all know that I actually do hold a lot of the guys I talk to in high regards. Now, some of y'all may see me in a different light. I understand that. I don't care.
Yeah, is that before or after you beat the shit out of them, verbally?
My thing is, I have a lot of respect for a lot of you guys who really look towards the truth and bring their own mentalities and all that shit. And, I really, like, even if sometimes it may seem maybe a little condescending, that's because, I do like having fun. Mentally, I love that shit. And, yeah, sometimes I just enjoy just maybe a little tiny bit of milk appling or shit like that. But, of course, I do take you guys serious, your opinions and everything like that. And yeah, I do hold a high standard. Yes, I will. I always will hold a high standard.
Yes.
How that
Howard, Jay he has an interesting question.
Oh, please. Yeah.
Actually, and I don't care about me answering it or SFM. I want your opinion because I don't know. Do you think HARP? What is your thoughts on HARP and HARP fucking with the weather and all that shit? Or do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know what HARP is. What do you?
Oh shit! Well, there you go. That answers that. Well, HARP is the military project to basically control the weather and electromagnetism.
Now we're bringing up like Cobra. That. Really?
Is it related to chemtrails?
Some posit that it is, but evidence is lackluster. So.
Yeah. No, I haven't looked into it. But I might take a look into it and see if it. See what it is. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he doesn't know. And we all know what SFN thinks of it. We don't even have to, we can just guess. And
you know exactly where I'm going to go with that.
I plead the fifth on my opinions on HARP.
Name withheld. Thank you. Donate. I appreciate it. Moving forward here at the Howard Dare channel.
Yeah, number one, if you're an idiot who actually thinks that somebody's controlling the weather, you're fucking retarded. You literally deserve to get smacked in your own living room on your own couch.
Fucking SFM. We've had the technology for a long time, but yeah, nobody would use it for nefarious means.
All right, really conspiracy theory?
No,
you guys just running with
No.
You know what? Fuck it. Change the title. Let's Fight Club now. Let's go.
No. I think I might have seen a movie, where a sinister, villain, or maybe it was Spectra, was trying to control, the world's weather. It was like holding the world hostage, like they were going to cause terrible storms if, James Bond didn't pay them, like $50 million or something. Might have been Austin Powers, though. I don't know. Yeah, threatening to set off a world volcano that was going to change the world's weather patterns.
That's not how that works, but okay.
Oh, well, it was a movie, so it wasn't real. It was just a joke.
Just like a lot of the things the guys are bringing up now, they're like, "Oh, yeah, this could be a big thing, and you don't understand." I'm like, "Well, all right, I think I do." And no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's trying to control the weather. I don't think anybody's trying to mass poison or influence people or, do anything like that.
Well, no, the influence part, that is happening.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't know. Like mind control drugs and hypnotizing people. I don't think
you can make people stupid chemically. You can actually manipulate the fuck out of people.
But I don't think you have to. I think you can just give them cheap, free, easy access to porn, and they'll just do it to themselves.
Not really. Actually, all you have to do is mentally convince them that their whole life's purpose is just set on whatever the fuck you want. And you start from an early age, and you get the people who are raising the children or who have access to the children at an early age to do that too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as like brainwash and shit like that, that's actually very real.
Yeah. I guess you could like accomplish that by just like letting the kids be raised by their mothers. Like if you could just get the father out of the picture, you could raise these like perfect servants and slaves and simps that would just worship women.
Because actually the thing is, strong males don't want to be servants.
Unit, you could own all of civilization and just fuck with it at your will if you wanted.
Well, yeah, because the thing is, strong males who are mentally independent and free, they don't actually want to be owned by anybody. And they won't teach someone else to be owned either.
Exactly. They'll teach them how to be free.
So, yeah, you start there first. So, yeah, you just keep going with that.
Yeah, you break that down, and then the rest will just take care of itself, and you won't even have to really fight. The women will just do it for you.
After a while, they'll do it. No, here's the thing a lot of people forget. After a while, see, the women are always going to do that. They don't care. They just want to be taken care of. The males, after a while, see, the males that are raised, they'll end up doing the work of the women, and hence the will of whoever the fuck taught or just basically, coerced the women in doing that.
Yeah. Holy shit. That would be horrible.
Actually, women won't really coerce because that's their behavior anyways.
That would be horrible. If you were born into that and you were raised by like the school system and raised by the media and the advertising people, you might never fucking know. You might just grow up and worship women and marry them and just destroy yourself trying to please them. That would be horrible. That'd be like a science fiction movie.
In fact, the craziest thing is that means you actually make those into beliefs. So when anyone tried to ever tell you the truth to set you free, you actually attack them.
Absolutely. They would be attacking your mother and the women that you loved, that you wanted to fucking, get together with and please.
Because they're so nice and they're helping you through all your life and they're just making everything great for you. Huh. Weird.
Yeah. Sounds like a horrible science fiction movie.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy we don't live in that type of dimension.
Yeah, that would be horrible.
Yeah, we'd all be fucked.
Yeah. You might not even know how to fucking turn, and how to even get out of it. Like you might be raised to be a part of it and just to defend it and to believe in it.
Yeah, you probably die for it too.
No doubt. You'd probably throw other men right under the bus for it too.
Yeah, because they didn't go along. Like they were supposed to go along, they didn't go along. Like they didn't get the memo. Like they just didn't love their female god as much. I mean their mothers and sisters as much.
Well, there might be a woman. You know what I mean? There might be a woman somewhere, watching or listening, and then there might be a chance if she sees you throw the other man under the bus, there might be a chance that you could like get together with her and have sex, and that's the life purpose of all men. It's the most important thing in the world.
Oh, you mean fucking? Yeah, that's supposed to be the most important thing in the world. Yeah, fucking's got to be the most important. I mean, what else is there besides fucking?
Well, I've watched, like a million hours of, high resolution porn. And yeah, the most important thing in the world is fucking.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. I mean, I read an article about it, so that's not true.
Yeah. Well, all the media that I watch and everything like that, all it ever talks about is getting together with women and pleasing women. So
you only do that for fucking, so yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's the whole
only thing women really bring is fucking.
Yeah. I could tell you a million stories about me trying to get together with women, you know what I mean? And trying to please them and how it worked out.
Well, no, I don't want to hear that. I just want to hear about you actually fucking the women. It doesn't matter.
Well, that never happened. That
Well,
never
if
actually
you never
happened.
fucked the women, then why are you talking, man? You don't. Hey, come on.
'Cause
Where's Bruce V at? Bring Bruce V in. He actually fucked the women, and yeah, we need to talk to Bruce V.
Well, I fucked about 800 of them, okay, in my younger
That's not
days.
enough. That is not a fuck enough.
Yeah,
800 of them, like
you're
a month.
basically a virgin, bro. You're not, man. You're not a fucking
Yeah,
man.
you're a virgin. Number
You
one,
gotta
need
get up
be
to
fucking-
5,000 and have a dozen STDs before you get to be qualified as a man.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know, I heard all STDs are curable too, so that's cool,
Yeah,
right?
herpes is highly curable now, man. You don't know. There was a
propaganda. They
female
don't
doctor
exist.
slash
It's just to
biochemist
prove,
who
it's just to
solved
prove
that.
people trying to stop you from fucking.
That's all it is.
Conspiracy
Yeah, that's
from
all
you
it is.
fucking. They don't exist. Why would
They don't.
nature, why would nature, you know, create something that will prohibit us being reckless with
Yeah.
our bodies? That makes no sense.
Right.
Uh-uh.
You know, I mean, exactly. That's what I've heard too, you know, and I've heard that guns don't kill people and bullets don't kill people. I've heard that, you know, so we're all just like super, you know, beings and nobody gets killed by
Well,
bullets.
it's only when a person grabs a gun that, you know, that actually becomes a problem. Other than that, the guns, they just go off in the middle of the room and everybody's all right. They just laugh and keep eating the greens and the pork chops.
Guns don't kill people. People don't kill people. Patriarchy kills people. If we were just to live in a democracy, everything would be peaceful.
Well, my thing is, the
God.
problem is MA and all his masculinity. He needs to cut that shit out. He needs to
Yeah.
start serving bitches more. It's a problem. I've gotten so many emails on that. They're like, MA and his masculinity, man, it's causing problems. So dead bodies dropping everywhere.
I know. I saw a movie about it, you know, but it wasn't about MA, but it was about this evil man, and it was about how evil he was and how bad all the men were. And this one woman, she was only about like 3 feet tall, and she was only like 2 years old, but she beat the shit out of all the men, and she like took over the world, and then everything was perfect. And
Well,
I
that's how it should be.
support that. Well, that's how. Yeah,
That's not represented in film nearly enough because that's an everyday occurrence. I can't walk outside without seeing, you know, some little bitch take on big motherfucker. I just can't see it. Like, it just happens way too frequently. It's underrepresented in the media.
well in the army. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Eskimo lesbians are not represented in movies enough either. They exist a lot more than you would think, you know. So there you go.
Well, yeah, they discovered America. You know.
Shit, I don't know how can you do this.
Actually, it was black aliens that discovered America. Get it right.
Yeah, with the help of the Eskimo lesbians. I know.
Yeah. The melanated people, the good ones. Because if you don't have enough melanin, you're a devil by default. This is totally true. An actual devil, like from hell devil. There you go.
Yeah. There's no arguing that. There's no denying
This
that.
sounds like a meme, but this is actually expressed. I don't want to get too into it, but what is it? No, actually, I won't. I'll skip it. Yeah, it's way too volatile. Yeah, I can do it. Teasing y'all. Sorry, my bad.
It's not
Do
your
it on
fault.
the Woo show. We'll do it on the Woo show.
Yeah.
SFM and I definitely got a Woo show. But you're too pragmatic, so we're not gonna derail your shit into.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. We're restraining, you know, some sort of semblance of sanity here on the Howard Dare channel, where we never go too far and we never take a thing too far. And I appreciate that. But it's my fault. And, you know, I'm still learning how to not go too far on any, you know, one particular thing. So it looks like Whiskey Stills and Tumbleweed has stopped by, because I was afraid he was going to miss it. I was like, where the hell is WS&T? You know, I was looking through the chat.
Is gonna come in and say hi. My squirrel friend, my nemesis.
Yeah, what's in a name? He just came out with the video. What's in a name? And he has a picture of a squirrel. You know what I mean? So I think it's an origin, you know, video where he explains a little bit of maybe where, you know, the name Whiskey Stills and Tumbleweeds come from. And I thought it came from Crosby, Stills and Nash, because oftentimes the squirrel is sitting in a rocking chair on the porch. but
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Yeah. And other times, the squirrel is dressed up like Sherlock Holmes. So I don't know.
I think Whiskey probably had the coolest premiere video I've ever seen from MGTOW. Like his very first video was cool as hell. So
What was it? Yeah, no doubt. But I don't remember what it was.
I think it was just a squirrel talking shit. I think, or something like that. Maybe I don't know. I could be not remembering correctly. So
yeah. Well, that's fucking genius right there. You know what I mean? Squirrel. Talk shit. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Sorry. My bad. But I appreciate everybody stopping by, And I think we've been going on for a long time now, probably too long. Yeah, one of the things I always promise myself is I'm not going to let these things go on too long. But then, people start, coming in with the super chats and shit like that. And I'm like, just go a little longer. Just go a little longer. Just drag this out a little longer.
Hey, Antimo, if you don't start talking, I'm going to boot the shit out of you.
Holy shit. Wasn't even keeping track.
No, because the second time it's got like this little weird BBW picture or whatever the fuck that is. Some fat, ugly bitch. And my thing is, yeah, all right, whatever. I don't know if you're making a point or you're just trolling, but my thing is, if you don't say something, you're about to get kicked out right now.
No, I'm already doing it. We don't need that icon there. There he goes. Sorry. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't thinking. Well, maybe he was influenced by the other, avatar of, the Little Miss. I don't know.
No, my thing is that's not what it's about. A lot of guys, they don't get it, and they can get as mad as they want. You can lash out at me as much as you want. Believe me, I don't flucking flying care.
Yeah.
Because in reality, my thing is there's something you're supposed to understand, some knowledge you're supposed to gain around here. And what you're doing is the whole thing, you're mad at bitches, you want to see them basically, I guess, being like sexually abused sluts or some shit. I don't get it. I don't care. I really don't care. That has nothing to do with it. You, sex with a woman, that's not the point. Your mind's not on the right track. Your mind should be on the track of you understanding yourself, getting stronger mentally and physically.
Yeah. It's not hard to understand. And it is, the mind is, is on the wrong track. Compulsive need to degrade the woman, and to indulge in your feelings about, the situation. No, we're more interested, in overcoming that. We're aware of that. We acknowledge that. And
and if you get told fuck your feelings, understand it's normal.
Yeah, and fuck your feelings, as SFM says. Howard Dare, 2017. Fuck your feelings.
You can't say, you can't grab something as SFM says and then make a quote out. That's not how it works. What? You take something I've said and then say endorsed it, but almost like you influenced it. That doesn't work like that.
Make America Great Again. Howard Dare, 2017.
That's again, no. What?
He for she. Howard Dare, 2017.
You know what? You can keep that one. Especially you can keep that one. You can keep that shit immediately. Yeah.
What a fucking idea, right? He for she. This is a great new movement, because women aren't treated good enough.
Wrong, number one, and the whole thing. This is the reason why here comes a huge fucking bullshit artistry that comes with he for she. Number one, men take care of women, period. The only reason women are alive is because of men.
How could women survive in the natural world without men building cities and building weapons and hunting animals and, farming and building mathematics and shit like that? They couldn't. It would be absurd. Right?
I know, man. Bring somebody else in. Bring them in.
All right.
Bring Stop Sipping in, because their predictable, boring ass trolling probably is better vocally.
They're a sock account anyways.
Yeah.
My thing is, I keep wondering, that's the reason why I keep sharing that song, that freestyle by Cassidy, because I keep wondering, the motherfuckers not really get it. Like, you don't get it. And I'm going to keep having fun with it every single goddamn time.
Fuck yeah.
So bring your asses in. Come on, let's go.
Don't do it to yourself. Just don't do it. It's a setup. It really is.
There's no setup, man. We're gonna talk all nice. We're gonna talk about our feelings, and I just, man. Hey, how you doing, guys? Everything cool? Like, I just want to make sure you're treating women nicely and
respecting the feminine, respecting your feminine side, your female side. Everybody has two sides to them.
Oh yeah, because it's been psychologically proven that men have a feminine side.
You're half female. In your later life, who knows? Maybe you could be like Bruce Jenner and just switch sexes. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be just great if you could just switch sexes in the middle of your life? Or how about at a really young age? Wouldn't that be awesome if you could just like wake up one morning and like change your mind? Like you're a little boy and you're like, I'm like a 12-year-old little boy. I tried out for the little league team. I didn't make it. I asked little Betty Sue to the graduation party. She turned me down. I want to become a girl. It's like, I don't think my mom and dad are going to go for it, right? So you get together with like a crazy friend of yours, right? Completely fucking on medication and everything like that. And you tell him, I want to become a girl. And he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. I would date you, right? So the boy's like, well, my parents aren't going to go for this. So he goes to his school, counselors and teachers, right? Says, I want to become a girl. And they're like, fuck. They're like, yeah, no problem. That's a great idea, Johnny. Right? So Johnny sets up the fucking operation, the hormone transfer, everything like that. Within a few months, Johnny's got all the fucking drugs. He's got the operation set up a few months down the road, depending on evaluations. His parents don't have anything to fucking say about it. Imagine that. Right? Impossible, isn't it? That could never happen. I wonder if that's happening right now.
You know
what I mean?
For a lot of you guys who sit there and you don't want to hop in or you coming in on sock accounts, because I can see you. If you think I don't have my ear to the ground, I fucking do all the goddamn time, unfortunately. Even when I'm not paying attention, someone always brings it to my attention. Your best bet is just to hop in. That's your best bet now, because if you think that there will be that day where, it just seems like, nah, he's not. I'm not around. I'm not around at all. Nah. I'm at work. It's long, fucking 16-hour shift. There's no way in hell. And then you sit there and you start talking on your shit and you say all this and you think, oh, just magically pop up. It probably will happen. I don't tell nobody my schedule. Why the fuck do you know my schedule? But you think you want to just go ahead and just pull some shit? Talk some shit?
SFM, unplugged.
My thing is, I proved 1,000 times before. I'm not going to attack you. I'd rather just talk to you. Honestly. Yeah. But with the sock accounts that I see, my thing is, why are you using the sock account?
What are you afraid of? Why are you hiding?
Oh, there's a reason why they're using the sock account, because they are hiding.
Yeah. Well, don't dox yourself. You know what I mean? But
that's not what I'm talking about. It's not about them doxing themselves. It's about them using the sock account on purpose.
Yeah, because they've already burned their fucking bridges, under their real, account. So they have to come in under a sock account. It's sad. Or they want to.
Number one, stop simping. I'm about to time you out now, because I know exactly who you are and I know why you're doing that.
Nope, there went that.
You deserve all 5 minutes of that. That was you.
Yeah. DJ says Jack Daniels and lemonade. It's like, I agree, Exactly. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was just fucking.
Iced coffee in copper cups. There we go.
Yeah.
That's my new shit. I got to avoid the Jack Daniels and lemonade.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's never pretty.
Who the fuck thinks Jack Daniels and lemonade tastes good?
DJ does.
Oh, well, he's a rowdy dude. That's a rowdy motherfucker right there.
I was just trying to read the chats. Like I've heard other people fucking do that, and they works out really well. They like read the chats and they interact with the people in the chat. Like I'll just fucking read the chats and get pissed off. You know what I mean? Get into an argument with somebody in the chat section.
I don't need to do all that. My thing is, they can say whatever they want. The thing is, oh, what's up, Whiskey?
Howdy. How you fellas doing?
All right, man. Yeah, I don't buy your excuse either.
What excuse? That I was
no
working?
Damn work.
Yeah, I was working tonight. Serious.
What's her name?
For real.
What's her name?
Oh, come on, man. You know better than that. You know way better than that.
I'm just messing with you.
Motherfucker's gonna start busting my nuts 5 seconds in.
Bitching.
How's it going, WST?
Oh, you know, just living the dream. Living the dream, fellas. How you guys doing?
Oh, that's how it goes, man. I was sitting there, man. I'm happy to find MGTOW my age, honestly, because other than that, man, I'd probably be laid myself out, or I'd be sitting there, some fucking, I don't know, just servitude ass bitch to a bitch.
Oh man, I know I'd be face down in a gutter somewhere if it wasn't for MGTOW.
It'd be fucking horrible. I can't even imagine it. You know what I mean? I'd be begging some fat bitch to like take my, to take all my money and to let me pay all the fucking bills.
For a lot of guys, they don't all start off fat. You mean a nice petite
They all end
bitch?
up fat. They all end up fat.
Yeah, they always do.
Well, you know what they say when they
I'm like, yeah, that's the majority of them do.
What do they
You know what
say?
they say when they got them tiger stripes on them? It's either you used to be fat and now you got thin, or you used to be thin and now you got fat.
Yeah. Well, they wear yoga pants, so they don't seem to be aware of their own fucking body. You know what I mean? Like they're perfectly able to imagine themselves back when they were like 20 or something, really hot. So they put on the fucking clothes, that like only a 20-year-old should be wearing, and they fucking go around in public. It's amazing.
Yeah, yoga pants aren't a time machine, and yoga pants are a privilege, not a right. You have to earn wearing yoga pants.
Well, it's why are they punishing us? You know what I mean? They're making this statement, which says, even if I'm this old fat slob, that's falling apart, you guys still think I'm hot and you still want to look at me. And the answer is no, that's not necessarily true.
Well, the thing is that us men don't have any kind of equivalent that we can walk around in to completely disgust the women the way they do to us with the damn yoga pants.
Well, yeah,
And,
they could walk around in Speedos and they could walk around wearing gold chains and shit. That's about the equivalent of it. But we don't do that. Only a few rare, men do that on the beach. Sorry, people. I didn't mean to put that image in your mind, right? But it's not as bad as some other people have done.
Well, no, my thing is, when it comes down to it, males, dude, we don't really have to try hard, because that's where a lot of guys get it wrong. They're like, yeah, I'll do this and I'll do that and I'll make more. I'm like, number one, they only just care about your money, dumbass.
Alexander the OK says, hello, Howard. Hello, Alexander. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, that's that guy from the other day.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Well, everyone's cool, you know what I mean? Until they're not, and they start, and even then they're still cool. And then they
they go ahead and they look at their what the fuck they said, what was their issues with it, and shit like that, or were they looking at it wrong? And it's cool.
Yeah, it takes about 4 or 5 times, you know what I mean? Until somebody has to like use a naked woman as their avatar picture,
No, if anybody, like, that's the thing that this is how I know, because if somebody like they try to say my name of familiarity, if you really do know, then you'll know, like, yeah. Well, if you've ever been around the fucking chats, you'll know that you don't just you'll come in, you speak your opinion. And a lot of guys that normally stick around, they're strong opinionated or strong minded people, strong-minded men. And, they know how it goes. They know how to defend their position or their thoughts and shit like that. They don't get all emotional. They don't got bitch brain, nothing like that.
Yeah.
You know, they can actually, you know, they don't give a fuck. You know, we'll go at it, and it's cool. Well, yeah, I'll be back next time because I need to think about that shit, and you need to think about this shit, and then I'll go back at it again.
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't realize that they could be walking into the middle of a conversation with, you know, Grizzly MGTOW, Staying Free MGTOW, you know, and misanthropic altruist, you know, and they think it's like, hi guys. That's holy shit.
Hi, guys.
You know, it's like,
oh god.
so there was this girl at the gym and she was really hot. And I was like going over to her and I was saying, wow, you're really strong.
What
And I was like, could you teach me a few moves? Like maybe how to throw a punch or something like that? How to hit the bat?
A woman that what the fuck are you?
Well, she was hot. She was hot. You would have fucking, oh man.
No, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have did that. I know how to hit the bag. I know how to throw a fucking punch. Only a fucking idiot would sit there and ask a woman about that.
Yeah, so do I. So do I, man. But I was asking her, you know.
You do, but you were asking a woman about that.
I was hitting on her. Yeah, I was like, I'm not hitting her. I mean, I would never hit a woman. You know, my mom taught me that.
Because you're a bitch.
No, because I respect women, man. Come
There's a
on.
difference between respect and just being straight up bitch.
Come on, guys.
No. How about you go on?
Come on, guys.
No.
So there he is, man. Right? He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's walked into a conversation, you know, with Grizzly MGTOW. It's a fucking bear, man. It's a fucking grizzly. And he starts talking shit. He starts defending the women. Starts talking about what a stud he is, about how he's going to get all those women, make all that money.
He's an idiot, obviously.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. You know what I mean? And how long am I going to let him go? How long am I going to let him have that conversation with us, you know, on the Howard Dare channel, on a Howard Dare podcast?
Well, if anybody thinks they're going to go long about that type of shit, then they're obviously off.
Exactly.
Number one, my thing is if you're a man and you can't handle being challenged, then you need to rethink exactly how you are.
I know. That's what so many people don't get. You know, that's why I appreciate you being here so much, right? It's because, like, what the fuck am I going to do? Am I going to sit here and have to, like, deal with every single person who says every little thing? You know what I mean? It'd be impossible.
Well, it's MGTOW. Number one, you can't sit. What they're really saying is you can't challenge them, which is bullshit.
Exactly.
If you're a male and you reject being challenged, then what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I accept being challenged. Challenge me on anything I say. I'm okay with that.
I like it.
I have no problem.
Yeah. Just gives me a chance to explain myself a little better, and that's all.
Well, that's just the whole point.
Exactly.
All right, what up, Alexander? I can't remember the other part of your name.
Alexander the OK.
Alexander the Great. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay.
Nah, he's just okay.
Yeah, he's not. He's barely even okay.
He's trying to be
last time I think he cried.
No way, man.
He's a fucking super genius in disguise. Okay, he's coming in low. We're gonna take it easy on him, and then he's gonna like bring out the big ideas, and we're gonna be like, "Holy shit!"
No, I swear to God, if he tries to bring some shit and just try to bring some attacking points on me, I swear to God, I'm gonna bitch smack the shit out of him.
That's what Rand did to us earlier. He came in and he was like, "Oh well, I'm kind of new.
As a film, you were just
I don't know how to use words very much."
Alexander, what are your thoughts on Arethial fucking legacies? Go.
Who?
Oh, now you're fucking with him.
I'm fucking with SFM.
Oh,
Dude, I
Yeah, I
just
know what
like
you're
got
doing,
out of
you
work,
ass.
got a notification that Howard was live, and just jumped right in.
no problem. You know, glad you stopped by.
No, you were cool. I remember talking to you. You were cool.
Yeah.
It's like
And then-
1:15 where I'm at right now. AM.
Nigga, it's 2:15 where I'm at. Shut up. Nobody care. Do you not know what late night squad is?
We're the late night squad.
Late Night
No,
Squad.
actually, you're
It's
technically not part
12:16
of late night
AM
squad.
right now where I'm at. Nobody cares.
No, no one cares actually because you're not part of late night squad.
Yeah.
You can shut up, MA.
And then he was like, "Isn't the entire animal kingdom a microcosm for how it is in the fucking human kingdom and the social networking?" It's like, "Oh yeah, you're autistic. Sure you are." You know. So he was fucking with us. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I caught
No,
that.
which
But
one was that? Was that the what? No, which one was that? Was that the guy that had the the backstory of the autistic guy, or was that the Backpage guy?
No. That was the autistic story, but by the end, he's like, a mid-level super genius. So that's what we have here in MGTOW. Most of the men that we're dealing with here in MGTOW, these are really smart guys, who have known for like their whole lives that something's going on and they're being tricked and, they're being misled, but they can't quite put their fingers on it because, it's so fucking vast. It's so comprehensive, and it's like tied into their nature and it's being mirrored throughout the, other institutions, throughout society. And women are just biologically right on top of it. From a very young age, the woman is aware of her female power over men and she uses it. So, this is a game that's been going on for a long time and the men are just getting destroyed. So, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for stopping by, everybody.
Yeah. You know what happens when you pick up some money on the ground? Digitally donate it to Howard Dare.
Yeah, please.
That was so fucking stop ass kissing.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't. Start speaking your goddamn mind. You didn't hop on here to start sucking brown holes.
Well, that's what I do. That's what I do.
Speak your own goddamn opinion, Alexander.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry.
Shut up, HD.
It's a desperate situation, people. We need your support.
No, I don't need your support, actually. A lot of you guys, you waltz into my chats.
I can use it.
Pissed off and run somewhere else.
Donate, that'd be cool.
And then try to go ahead and get a group of people to try to attack me. When guess what? They literally tell you to your goddamn face they don't support it because I'm actually making valid points. So again, you want to hop into a goddamn chat, you better have some fucking talking points, or you better be able to go along with them, make a conversation. Learn
the modern
goddamn man
has no self-knowledge. We've determined that. And that's all they do. They come in, they have no self-knowledge. That's it. They talk about their position in a female group, which is their way of feeling out your position in the female group. And then they're either going to commiserate with you and chuckle and laugh, or they're going to attack you. This is what we've determined.
Commiseration. I love that. That's a great word. Commiseration.
Well, it's like a woman. It's like women getting together and complaining about men. That's exactly what it is. It's that female behavior. It's kind of sad. But we can rise above that.
That's interesting, though. Sympathy and sorrow for the misfortunes of others, i.e., compassion. I don't know if commiseration and compassion. I don't dig that definition. I refute that definition. Right. I want to challenge it.
Bullshit. It's bullshit. Okay, don't even come in with that stuff. You know what I mean? The only reason why somebody feels compassion and misery for somebody else is because they want it extended to themselves. They're imagining the situation where they need it. So that's it. I'm sorry.
In some situations where people have been through this, like when you commiserate, it's usually because, like, I could say, "Oh, I've been through that too."
Oh no, I was reading the definition of commiseration, as Google likes to. They have these little dumbass definitions, and they threw compassion in. And I don't know if I would agree with that being part of commiseration as I know it, but whatever.
Word policing. You word policed me. You did it again.
No, I'm not word policing you. I'm word policing the definition online. So you're good, Howard. You didn't talk about.
Okay, there's a big difference. Word.
Yeah, no, I hate the Webster's and Google's definitions. Like the erosion of language pisses me off. So
sounds so Orwellian.
Yeah, exactly.
This what do they call it in George Orwell's book? Newspeak.
Yeah.
They dumb down the definition.
Exactly. Yes. The double plus good, metaphor. If you kill the language and you take the words out of the language, the whole ideas disappear, and the people don't even have the words to, express their displeasure with the ideology. It's not allowed. Don't have the words for it anymore.
In Spanish, you just make up the word. Take an English word and make it sound a little bit Spanish, or combine some Spanish with it, and you made up a word.
Well,
There are
I
a
find
lot
it
of
interesting
languages.
how from the left has come up with just bullshit concepts and words, and slowly but surely, in the beginning, their opposition would use their own language against them to mock them or try to point out hypocrisy. Over time, their opposition now has assimilated and uses the words just as intended. And I find that really interesting, like how a word, you would only use a word that your opposition came up with and you know it's bullshit, but then suddenly now you use it
On a regular
just
basis.
yeah.
I can
Like
imagine that.
problematic, like a good example of that is the word problematic. So in the beginning, I only heard this from leftists, and it was, what the fuck is problematic, right? But now I hear it from everybody. Like that word is, everybody's using it now. So
I used that in a research paper once, that word, problematic.
Well, as long as you didn't use it in a social context, you know, from a liberal social justice warrior point of view, I don't have.
This was something about cybersecurity.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's fine. That's the normal use of the word, right? But when you're using it as a word, as a synonym for triggered, then
Oh man, trigger. That's one of those annoying words. Triggered, mansplaining. What else?
Yeah. Well, the idea is that if you can control the language, you know, check your privilege, you really are controlling the high ground in the conversation. There can't even be a conversation about the ideas if you can control the language preemptively. And yeah, it's a preemptive attack, and it's a way of claiming the moral and ethical high ground so that when they do deny you your humanity and your individual rights, it's fine because they're dealing with a potential Hitler, you know, because you were literally behaving like Hitler.
Man, another one. You're literally worse than Hitler. Everybody nowadays is literally worse than Hitler, according to liberals.
Well, that's the whole thing. If, you know, you go down a particular set of, you know, beliefs, you don't agree with us, boom, that's what they'll whip out on you, you know, and nobody wants to be, you know, Hitler.
You got to beat them to it. But even then, if you beat them to it, they're just saying, oh, you took my line.
we need to, well, what the fuck? A good retort would be, you're literally being like Stalin right now. So you're the literal Stalin.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I don't know, cause like me and MA one time, I remember he started bringing up Ellen was doing some memes and some shit on like
no, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him.
and everything like that, and so MA started just bringing out some
Bad joke.
Hitler quotes and other Stalin quotes and shit like that. And I was able to find them. Each
You know,
time
maybe
exactly where they were from.
Maybe if you
because I just actually focus on the strategy of it. The strategy of it, honestly, I can't deny. I don't give a fuck the acts that literally follow of it, but the strategy of it, I cannot deny that.
that would be fucking hysterical. Just a big boobed girl comes out and says, "You're just like Hitler."
No, I'm not. My thing is,
You know, there's this one guy.
Hitler is pretty stupid.
There's this one guy. He made a speech using a bunch of Hitler quotes, and liberals cheered him on.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, because number one, it comes down to a dictatorship. Like I said before, if you really want you really want to see what happens when you let just one person get on to exactly what they all want. Or even the person who swears up and down that they just want the best for everybody, well, then you're going to have a dictator.
That's right. We're going to gather up everything that everybody has, and then we're going to split it up equally.
Yeah,
no, I'm not even talking about that. Just the whole point of like, we want a perfect world. We want a great world. Well, my thing is,
we're not nearly fucking ready for that as a species. It's
because the thing is, as amount of sacrifices that's going to happen, and all the things a lot of people have to give up as far as what they feel they want to do, their feelings and all that. Well, then there's a lot of other things you won't be able to do, and it's going to be by force.
You haven't earned a perfect world. You don't deserve a perfect world. I'm not going to give you a perfect world. You have to create your own perfect world. That's going to be a lot of work too, man.
The only true
don't wanna do
equality is
that.
total inequality.
That's a good line.
Yeah, no, actually, you don't understand what he just said. He basically just added on to what I was saying before. So yeah, that was not a good line.
I
Well, that was-
learned that working the fitting room, working a department store fitting room. Like there's these people,
Okay,
they
yeah.
have rich people. They try to say, "Oh, we're rich. We're too rich to steal." But I don't care if you drive a BMW, which the person did. They try to show it off in the parking lot. My job at the time was to count your clothes in and count your clothes out. Put them on the hanging rack so I could count them in. Put them on the hanging rack once you're coming out. 8 at a time.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The Howard Dare channel. There it is.
Like, keep trying to let people understand. Like, yeah, you really want shit to get fixed. Make me a fucking dictator.
That's right.
Now, if you really don't want things to change, then let it go as it is. Don't act like you want all this super. I want everything to be great for everyone. No, you don't. No, you don't.
It's retarded.
I want all the injustice in the world to stop. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No.
You know,
Well-
I got promoted to loss prevention eventually.
What the fuck?
So let's tell everybody to stop stealing. I wonder how that'll work out. Let's just tell everybody, hey, stop stealing, everybody. That way we can create our own
So I
perfect
tell
little
you,
world.
a lot of people don't understand where their mind. Well, number one, minds no. The actual solution will end up going. My thing is, they keep saying all this virtue signaling bullshit, and I'm like, all right, well, if you really want to implement it, you realize what you're asking for. Well,
My
so the thing is, a
solution.
lot of them do not understand what they're asking for, and they don't want those things.
Final solution. Sorry, I'm just fucking around.
No, actually, you're not wrong. You're not even fucking wrong. That's actually right.
No doubt. No
But
doubt.
they don't know. See, they swear up and down. No, but there's different options. No, there actually isn't. You don't get it. Humans are limited within it comes to the capabilities of what their behaviors will be on the mass.
Oh, you
So
reap
go
what you
ahead.
sow.
Keep asking for those things. Keep asking these virtual signaling things.
You
You'll
reap what you
see.
sow.
Yeah, you damn right.
Yeah, there it is. That's
So,
right.
honestly, at the end of the day, I'm like, all right. Well, my thing is, a lot of people they speak out, they virtue signal their ass off. I'm like, well, yeah, what you're asking for, you really don't want.
Yeah.
You know, if people stop stealing, I'd be out of a job. That's the paradox.
Yeah, that's right.
You never listen to a Travcast, obviously. So you're still a minor in this game, so that's all right.
Transversing a corrupt system that wants to exploit the shit out of you and turn you into a slave. And the only way that you can get ahead in it is by going along with it.
It's called traversing, HD.
Oh, I'm sorry. I tried, man. I thought I had it. You know?
He said transversing, and normally that's one of the signs of a troll of Trav.
Transversing as opposed to
Traversing. You're traversing.
Yes.
It's not transversing unless you decide to get your dick cut off.
Damn word Nazi.
Shut up.
Yeah. Word police me. No, but no, it's the proper correction, you know.
Honestly, I think MGTOW can advance a whole lot better than a married couple. Like, sure, they can make twice as much if they have the same job as one individual.
No, they can't, because you got to understand the difference between the goals of the male and the fucking female.
But that's exactly the problem. Their goals are different. Their spending habits are different. Woman wants 12 shopping trips. Man wants one
yeah, but why do you think those shopping trips are for? It's not because she wants to stay with the man she's with. It's because she's trying to make sure that she's suitable for the next man she's after.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite simple. I mean, none of this shit is just, oh, I need to go ahead and do like about fucking 14 years and get an MBA to understand this. No, you don't.
Did you just see Ace's comment?
No, I didn't. How about you read it to us? No, I was being serious. It's really hilarious, and the comment section is scrolling past. I don't know what
In
the
the live
comment was.
chat. Veritech Ace. Stain Freak MGTOW. I'm gonna need to see your word police badge. I just laughed when I saw that.
Transversing, acting, lying, or being across, set crosswise, made at right angles to long axis of the body.
You just couldn't help it, could you?
Word police. Traverse, to travel across or through. He traversed the forest. To move, a probe is traversed along the tunnel.
To move back or forth sideways. Also, 2017 Chevrolet Traverse. Yeah, I literally got an ad for a Chevy
What is
Traverse.
going on right now? What is this? Y'all milk appling me? Hey, man, did you set the shit up?
No, I'm preoccupied. I'm keeping an eye on this Flemish character.
The fuck is a
Flemish?
Flemish?
Oh, Flemish Templar?
Yeah, he's softly alluding to some white nationalist shit. So I want to see where he goes
Oh,
with
all
it.
I gotta do is just do this for a second and see how I react afterwards. I
You
do
can leave
plenty
it
of
as
those
the-
types all the time. My thing is you just see how they react afterwards, and then it gives you pretty much a full picture of exactly what it is. None of this shit new.
You know what? There's actually an equivalent to We Was Kangs. It was We Was Templars. Sorry.
It's all boring in the same thing. Because
But
it always
it's
comes
just
down
funny
to-
that any given modern man, unless you got fucking an impeccable family tree, well documented, maybe even some DNA, to assume that you come from royalty or anybody of importance, no matter what side of the tree. You know what I mean? It's just fucking stupid. From everybody who invented a whole bunch of good
Well,
shit.
my thing is, why do you think women love using that shit? I've said that before a long time, and you've heard me say this.
Well, it's not just
love
women.
true
People love
racists.
to live off the laurels of other dead people, and it just
Well,
doesn't
why
make
do
any
you?
sense.
Why do you think?
Because they
in
haven't done
reality,
shit in their own lives. They have nothing to fall back on other than the laurels of other dead people.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of this supremacy stuff is just garbage. Like, seriously, you're a person. There's only two guarantees in life, even for the so-called elites: death and taxes. Like, we was kings, so what? They're dead. You're not a king. You never will be if you keep acting that way.
No, you're not royalty, period. There's no such thing as royalty anymore.
Hey, you can still be king of your fantasy kingdom. Or there's a bunch of apps where you're a king fighting some other army of some sort.
That's
You know, ever heard about Clash of
Clans?
Clans or something?
Yeah, don't care about that. Don't play phone games. And also, it doesn't mean anything at all. What you need to understand the exploitation that's happening in the moment that you buy into that type of mentality.
No, they don't understand that the exploitation is happening in the moment. This is why the whole story about, oh, we were switched at birth. Oh, that's not my real mother and father. I'm actually a bastard of the king. That's why these stories play so well. This is why the little girl finds out that she's actually the daughter of Luke Skywalker and has the Force within her. Okay, because nobody wants to fucking come from where they really come from. Everybody wants to be like, holy shit, I got to get out of here. You know, so you can play to this kind of idea in fantasy within the individual. And, it's a common meme within almost all stories. It's like, no, you don't really come from here. You're special.
Or Luke Skywalker, he comes from Darth Vader's side of the tree. And it's only revealed in episode, I think, 5 or 6.
Yeah, well, this is nice, but I gotta go to sleep because I can't stay up
Yeah.
any longer.
Yeah, we're going to shut this out. We're going to shut this down, right? So I appreciate everybody stopping by and hanging out. Went a little longer. I promise not to do that in the future. Live and learn. So do you guys have anything to say to close this out?
I'm working on a video,
Okay.
just like a basic intro video, like why it said go MGTOW, and what is MGTOW for the noobs.
Good. Don't spend too much time on it, that way you can make some progress. SFM, MA, anything?
SFM logged out. He's gone.
Yeah. Okay, MA, you want to close it out?
Yeah, sometime this week I'm going to have SFM come in and I'm going to drive him crazy with conspiracy theories. Should be a good time. Maybe we'll get something out of it. So, yep, that's it.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. I'll watch it. I know that. So thanks for stopping by, everybody. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, donate, and join me again, Howard Dare, as I plan to have more content for you. Thank you, everyone.
See ya.